Welcome to Hojo Radio.
Welcome, William Bendix.
Nobody can act up to par with a nasty cold. I check my cold distress the fast way, with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of 4 leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting of all. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve aches, pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
4-way is the fast way to relieve those cold miseries. Then you feel better quickly.
4-way cold tablets, only 29 and 59 cents.
The bakers of Weber's Bread present your all-star Western Theater.
Drifting along, singing a song under a western moon.
From Hollywood comes your all-star Western Theater, starring America's great Western singers, Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage. Our guest star today is Columbia Pictures' fine new singing cowboy, Ken Curtis, in a story of the West written especially for him. My name is Cottonseed Clark, and here are the Riders of the Purple Sage.
I'm dressing up in style, for in a little while I'm gonna ride into town. And every cowboy pal I know will lift his heel and so when payday rolls around. And so I'm feeling fine because there's lots of time until we're all homeward bound. To work and play with cattle, sweat and swear and battle until payday rolls around. What does the cowboy do when all of his work is through? Just what I'm gonna do now. With money to spend and jingle off into town to mingle with all the friends I allow. I'm dressing up in style, for in a little while I'm gonna ride into town. And every cowboy pal I know will lift his heel and so when payday rolls around. And so I'm feeling fine because there's lots of time until we're all homeward bound. To work and slave with cattle, sweat and swear and battle until payday rolls around.
The events that you Western fans witnessed when you attend a rodeo today were all a part of the routine of operating a great cattle ranch in the old days. Any cowboy worth his wages could handle a gun and rope and ride as a matter of course. But his greatest responsibility was getting beef to the market in prime top condition. He was the guardian of an important food source. The bakers of Weber's Bread are the guardians of an important food source, too. It is their responsibility to see that Southern California families have good bread. And Weber's Bread is always good bread. It's well mixed and well baked. The firm, even texture and delicious flavor of Weber's Bread make it blend well with other foods. Weber's Bread is always good and always a welcome addition to the daily menu. Buy a loaf of Weber's Bread next time you go shopping.
Guest star time at your all-star Western Theater today brings to our microphone Columbia Pictures' brightest new Western singing star. He-Man Looks, a fine singing voice and a Western way of doing things, has made him millions of friends and fans all over the country. And we know you folks will share the pleasure his personal appearance affords us. Friends and neighbors, from the West to you comes Ken Curtis. Our guest star is heard in a story of the West that is designed to revive our memory and appreciation of those pioneering men of the Old West who made such great sacrifice and contribution to our world of today. It has its beginning back in the early 70s when the 6th gun on a man's hip was judge and jury, and the late draw was conviction and penalty. To honest, God-fearing men like Clem Norman, this kind of law was wrong. It held no future and no reward for mankind. Clem Norman was a man with foresight and a thorough knowledge of right and wrong.
Go back and tell Sam Kincaid what I said. I don't want any part of his or his dealings or anything like him.
Well, if I was you, Norman, I'd think a long time before I put out that kind of talk to Sam Kincaid.
He didn't invite me into this country, and I didn't tell him I was coming. And I'll guarantee you I ain't going to let him dictate to me. Now, go on. Get off my property.
All right, Norman. It's your funeral, not mine.
And you can also tell him that if he sends any of his gunslicks to call on me, they'd better come loaded for bear. Getting to where an honest man ain't got a chance anymore.
Mr. Norman.
Oh, hello, Jimmy. How are you, son?
Dad sent me over to ask you to have supper with us tonight.
No, that's awful nice of him, Jimmy, but I reckon you'd better not count on me tonight. Got some problems to figure out, and besides,
He's going to be mighty disappointed. He was planning on a big checker game with you.
Well, I'm afraid I wouldn't make very good company tonight, son. Tell him I'm sorry.
You look worried, Mr. Norman. Is anything wrong?
To be honest about it, Jimmy, I'm having trouble with Sam Kincaid. He's trying to force me to sell him 100 acres off my east section.
I hear he's bad medicine.
Yeah, that's what's worrying me. Everybody that's defied Kincaid's landed in trouble. You know what happened to Ed Phillips?
Yeah, somebody burned his place to the ground.
It was Kincaid's cutthroats. Tom Majors locked horns with him, and 2 nights later, a fire wiped out 400 acres of Tom's wheat crop.
You know, it looks like something could be done about it.
Son, in this country, the man what can draw his guns the quickest rules the roost. And Kincaid has enough gunmen on his payroll to do most anything he takes a notion to.
Well, being newcomers here, we don't know much about him. But what we've heard makes up for it.
As soon as my son Ken gets here, things will be different.
I'm anxious to meet him. You've talked so much about him, I feel like we're old friends.
I haven't seen Ken since he was 15. He was a full-grown man then, and that was 10 years ago. He's been living with his mother.
When do you expect him?
Most any day now. I wrote him about the trouble I was having, and he seemed to think he could help me get things straightened out. That boy's a real fighter, Jimmy. Why, when he was 15, he could handle 2 men his own size.
You're mighty proud of him, aren't you?
Well, I reckon it's just natural. When Sam Kincaid gets a look at him, he'll think twice before he starts sending anybody down to burn me out. That boy of mine's a real man.
Howdy, Clem. Waiting on the stage?
Yep, my boy's coming in.
Didn't know you had a kid.
Well, I'll tell you now, he ain't a kid. Big as both of us.
Gonna put him in charge of your spread?
Well, I'd like for him to if he decides to stay. He's been in the Midwest with his mother for the past 10 years.
Hey, Norman. I've been looking for you.
What do you want?
Kincaid wants to have a talk with you.
Well, he'll have to make it some other time. I'm waiting for my son on the noon stage.
Well, I wouldn't put it off if I was you.
If Sam Kincaid wants to talk with me, he knows where my place is.
Well, I'm telling you, Norman, you're inviting trouble.
Don't you go threatening me.
Here comes the stage, Clem.
Where? Oh, yeah, I reckon it's time to get nervous, and I sure am, too.
I know how you feel, Clem.
Yeah.
Well, if he's as stubborn as you are, Norman, he's going to have a hard time of getting along in this country.
Tell him that and see how far you get. And that goes for Kincaid and all the rest of his henchmen.
You talk like this son of yours is a killer.
No, he ain't no killer, but he can take care of the likes of you.
Hey, I wonder who that dude is getting off the stage. Hello, Dad. Don't you know me?
Why, son, you changed so I hardly knew you.
Been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a long time, son. How's your mother?
Ah, she's fine. Here's your bag, mister. Thank you, my good man. Hey, Clem, is this that man-killing son of yours?
I don't want no talk out of you, Pete, or any of the rest of you either.
Is something wrong, Dad?
Oh, nothing, son, nothing at all. Now, you come with me. The buckboard's over across the road.
Well, maybe he'd rather ride side saddle, Clem.
Look here, Pete Duncan. If I was 20 years younger, you wouldn't be talking
Just
like...
a minute, Dad.
Huh?
What's the trouble you're having with this gentleman?
Oh, none, son. None at all. Come on, let's go.
Well, it wouldn't be any of your business if we were having trouble. Would it, Junior? Friend, I don't know who you are, but you appear awfully insulting to my father. Now, ain't that too bad? Yes, it is. I object to it.
No, son, no. You better come along with me.
Well, what you going to do about it? You've left me no choice other than what? This.
Holy smoky, that Pete's colder than a cucumber.
Now, if any of the rest of you gentlemen care to insult my father, now's the time to do it.
Not me, I don't.
My son, well, what do you know? Boys, this is my son, Ken.
Hello.
Well, let's be going, Ken. We got a lot of talking to do. So, son, you see what I'm faced with. When Kincaid wants something, he goes after it. And when he goes after it, he gets it by hook or crook.
What's being done to oppose him?
Well, every man who's opposed him so far has met with trouble. He's got the whole country scared of him. Right now, he's trying to force me to sell him that 100 acres of pasture land off my east section to take care of the cattle he's probably stolen off from someone else.
From what I gather, you can't afford to let that much land go, especially pasture.
Why, son, I can't spare an acre of it.
Well, Dad, since you don't have organized law here, why don't you round up the other ranchers and fight back?
You've got the right idea, son. I've thought of it, but I just never did anything about it.
Well, as long as you all stick together, Kincaid won't be as quick to make his demands.
Son, I'm taking your advice. Beginning tomorrow, I'm going to make a few rounds and see what kind of cooperation I get.
No, you're doing things the right way. By the way, I'm going into town in the morning. I want to stop off at the bank on some business and then mail a letter to Mother.
All right, son. By the way, since that run-in you had with Pete Duncan, it might be wise to wear your gun.
My guns?
Well, yes. Didn't you bring them?
I never wear guns. Why should I?
Look, son, you've been living in a different part of the country. Out here, it's every man for himself. You know how to handle guns, don't you?
Why, sure. I can knock a squirrel's eye out at 90 feet, but I can take care of myself without killing someone.
That's not the idea, son.
Look, Dad, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself.
Well, after seeing you handle Pete Duncan today, I guess I should be convinced. And by the way, I have some everyday clothes here that might fit you if you didn't want to wear your nice things.
I get it, Dad. I didn't think about the kind of clothes I had on today being so much out of place until I got here.
Come to think of it, you did look mighty duded up in that rigging. Well, son, it's getting late, and I want to start making the rounds early in the morning.
Well, I'm ready for bed myself. I wouldn't lose too much time on that business either, if Kincaid is the kind you say he is.
You're right, son, you're right. If you get home tomorrow before I do, drop in at the next ranch and meet the Johnsons. They're mighty fine people.
All right, I'll do that, Dad. I won't be in town long.
Come in.
Are you Mr. Kincaid?
That's right. What can I do for you?
My name is Norman. Ken Norman.
Oh, so you're Clem Norman's boy. I heard how you made your entrance into town by slapping some sense into one of my men.
I hope it did him some good.
Well, maybe you'll be careful who he opens his mouth around from now on. What brings you to see me, Norman?
I understand you're trying to buy 100 acres of pasture land from my father.
That's right. I'm mighty anxious to make a deal with him.
That's the reason I dropped by to see you. He won't sell.
Well, to say the least, you're mighty blunt about it.
Now, look, Mr. Kincaid, let's understand each other right now. From what I've learned, you've got this country under your thumb, and when you want something, you let nothing stand in your way.
I've been mighty successful operating that way, son. Now get to the point.
The point is this. My father will not sell to you under any circumstances. And if you make trouble for him, you'll have to answer to me.
So I'll have to answer to you. Is that bad?
Very bad, Mr. Kincaid. Because if you resort to unfair play against him, I'll personally come back here and snap your neck right off your body.
Now, look here, Norman. You're not going to threaten me that...
Sam!
Hey, what do you mean by breaking in here like that?
Clem Norman is organizing the ranchers against
Where'd you hear this?
One of Tom Lerner's hands told me about it. He's making the rounds.
All right, son. What do you know about this?
Plenty. I suggested that he do it.
Then right now I'm going to make a suggestion. You go find your own man and tell him if he wants to stay healthy, he better stop that kind of business right now.
I'm glad you said that.
What do you mean?
That puts us on even terms. I've threatened you and you've threatened me. It's your move.
Who is this feller, Sam?
This happens to be old man Norman's son who jumped your friend Pete yesterday.
I've been wanting to meet up with you.
All right. You've met me. Now what?
Is it all right, Sam, if I mess up your office with him?
You might have a good idea at that, Slim. Go right ahead.
I'd advise you not to try it, Mr. Slim.
Here's my advice to you.
Hey, now, wait. Look out. Look. Watch him there. Now, look out there.
Looks like you gave him the wrong advice, Mr. Kincaid.
You and that old man of yours are in for some real trouble, Norman. Now get out of here, and remember, I warned you.
It was a threat, Mr. Kincaid. Goodbye to you. Well, it's about time you got home. Oh, Jimmy. I thought it was Dad coming in.
No, I just...
He's a little later than usual tonight.
Your dad is outside, Ken.
Good. I was getting worried about him, and Is anything wrong?
Of Clem is in my wagon, Ken. He's dead.
Who did it?
I don't know. I found him just below Eagle Pass as I was driving in from town.
Was he dead when you found him?
No, he died on the way in. He told me to tell you that everything was up to you from now on. He didn't last much longer.
Jimmy, will you do something for me?
I'll be glad to help any way I can.
Bring me Dad's belt and guns. Then I'd appreciate it a lot if you'd have your folks watch over him tonight.
Ken, I don't know what you have in mind, but I'd sure be careful. If you're thinking about the Kincaid gang, well, the odds are against you.
This whole thing is my fault. I advised Dad to organize and fight back, but I didn't think Kincaid would turn to murdering him.
Kincaid would stoop to anything.
Up where I was raised, we had law and order. You don't have it in this country, and you'll never have it as long as the people around here let Kincaid bluff him. Somebody's got to make a play for a change, and I'm the one with a darn good excuse to do it. Jimmy, here's what I'd like for you to do. Round up the rest of the gang.
How about it, Slim? Still thirsty?
Yeah, fill it up again, Salty.
How about you, Pete?
Yeah, I guess so.
Same here.
After that job we did tonight, I got the jitters. Yeah. Here comes Sam now.
Having a little drink, boys?
Yeah. Don't you think we need it?
Did everything go off all right?
Just like clockwork, Sam.
Good. Maybe that'll throw the fear of the devil into the wise men in these parts.
Oh, what about young Norman?
My guess ain't wrong. He'll be calling on me tomorrow morning. You men stick close to me every minute. Then when the right time comes, give him what he's got coming.
We don't have to wait a moment. Look coming in the door.
Yeah, he's wearing guns. If he makes one move toward him, let him have it.
All right, Kincaid. Let's get on to business.
Hello, Norman. What brings you here this time of night?
You know why I'm here. First, I want the man that did it. Then I want you.
What are you talking about? You want the man that did what?
The man that you hired to murder my father in cold blood.
I know nothing about it, and it's mighty dangerous to be accusing somebody of murder.
I didn't come here to argue. Now, I want the man who did the job to start drawing. It's one of you.
You're a little fast with your conversation, Norman.
Come on. One or all of you. Start making a play for your guns. I'm giving you a chance. That's more than you gave him.
You talk too much, stranger. Now, look here, Norman. You can't get away with this.
I'm going to try. Now, is there anybody else that feels up to drawing on me?
You're covered from behind, Norman.
That's the oldest trick in the books, Kincaid. And you're minus another man.
Now, look here. I don't know anything about your old man.
You know he's dead because you had him killed. You're through bluffing this country with gun slicks, Kincaid. Now, come on. You're coming with me.
You know you ain't going to get away with this, Norman. I got friends all over this town.
If you've got a friend brave enough to keep me from leaving here with you, then he'd better start some action. All right, let's go.
Where are you taking me?
To visit with a committee of ranchers who are waiting at my place. They'll decide what's to become of you.
I tell you, Norman, I got friends.
You don't have a one that would die for you. And that's what's going to happen to the first one that tries to stop me. My dad died for his friends, and right now they're organizing a law enforcement body to see that you get what's coming to you. And that goes for every other man who thinks he can rule this country as you have. Now, let's go.
We're gathered here to pay our last respects to our good friend and neighbor, Clem Norman. Though we're going to miss this fine man, his passing has brought about another milestone of progress in bringing law and order and decency to the West. It's brave, fearless men like Clem Norman who's going to make this country a better place for our children and their children. Men who are not afraid to give up their lives in the fight for right, or men who are not afraid to oppose wrong. His son Ken has been sent to us with the same courage and leadership that Clem had. I know that our lost friend would be even more happy and rest if we all join together and carry on with the crusade to win the West to his way of thinking. And may the movement spread to all sections of this great country until right is victorious in his memory.
This ain't the same old rain. Everything seems
I live alone with my memories now, like most old cowboys do. Shadows are ghosts about me. Across the sky, a bright star shoots, and in the bunkhouse I can hear the parade of empty boots. May each step be one of courage that will make a trail for you, one that leads to greener pastures, like God intended it to do. Off on a hill a coyote wails, a lonely old hoot owl hoots, and in the bunkhouse I can hear the parade of empty boots.
This ain't the same old rain.
Our thanks to Ken Curtis for his appearance on your All-Star Western Theater. Heard with our guest star in today's story was the screen's fine supporting actor, Mr. Griff Barnett, as Clem Norman. Mr. Barnett may now be seen in Paramount's To Each His Own as the father of Miss Olivia de Havilland, the star. Harry Lang was heard as Sam Kincaid. Foy Willing as Jimmy, Al Slow as Slim, Jimmy Dean as Pete, Johnny Paul as the barkeep. Ken Curtis will return in a few moments with a song.
Most of you Western fans like horseback riding, but it's customary to take riding in small doses today. The average horseback rider isn't used to spending long hours in the saddle day after day like the cowpunchers of the Old West. Born and bred in the saddle, the true cowboy expends most of his energy on horseback. That's why cowboys are such notoriously big eaters. They work hard and they like good food and plenty of it. Good food is something that everybody likes. That's why Weber's bread is so very popular. Weber's bread is really good food. As toast for breakfast, sandwiches for lunch, or served in more elaborate meals, Weber's bread is a real addition to the daily menu. Weber's bread is always good because its firm, even texture and distinctive flavor blend well with other foods. Its quality is consistent. Buy Weber's bread in the blue gingham wrapper.
And now, here is Foy Willing with today's guest star, Ken Curtis.
Well, Ken, it's song time for you.
Good enough, Foy. But first, I'd like to thank you fellas for asking me down to the All-Star Western Theater. I'm a regular listener, you know. And believe me, it's a real pleasure being your guest.
Well, that's fine, Ken, and just don't wait too long to come calling again. Now, name your music.
Well, I'd like to sing one of my latest Mercury recordings. I Learned to Love You Too Late, My Darling.
Good, Ken, and we'll give you a hand.
I learned to love you too late, my darling. That's why I'm lonesome and blue. I learned to love you too late, my darling. Now you found somebody new. This world has been funny, ain't fair to me, it seems. If I can't have you, darling, I can love you in my dreams. I learned to love you too late, my darling. Now you found somebody new. Love can't have you, darling, I can love you in my dreams. I learned to love you too late, my darling. Now you found somebody new.
Come back and visit with us every time you can, Ken Curtis. Well, here they are, folks, America's great Western singers with the new hit song of the country. You know, out here in Hollywood, we have a new radio singing star, one of the nation's greatest Western guitar players. He's written a new song called Divorce Me, C.O.D. His name is Merle Travis. Along with him was his pal, Cliffy Stone. Four Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage have a very special rendition of this song prepared for our listeners today. And here they are with Divorce Me, C.O.D.
Just bought me a great long ticket, gonna use it at 4 p.m. So you can call your secret love and break the news to him. You thought your little romance was on the strict QT. If you want your freedom, CDQ, divorce me, COD. I won't be round to hear you cry. I'm Texas bound, and by, you can reach me down in Dallas, General Delivery. If you want your freedom, CDQ, divorce me, COD. I'll agree there still might be just as many fish swimming in the sea. Keep on fishing and maybe sometime some poor fish will nibble at your line. When he does, the best you say, the best one I had got away. There's gonna come a day, gal, when you'll be feeling blue. You'll find that you can't pay your bills with a little old IOU. This dynamite you're playing with, maybe TNT. If you want your freedom, PDQ, divorce me, COD. I won't be round to hear you cry. I'm Texas bound, and by, you can reach me down in Dallas, General Delivery. If you want your freedom, PDQ, divorce me, COD. Now, babe, there ain't no use to pretty please, 'cause I've been learning all my ABCs. Ain't no college professor, ain't got no PhD. If you want your freedom, CDQ, divorce me, COD. Sitting alone, singing a song.
From Hollywood, you've heard your all-star Western theater, a V.M. Bear production starring America's great Western singers, Four Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage. Our guest star for today has been Ken Curtis, whose latest Columbia picture is Singing on the Trail.
In every Chevrolet showroom across America, more and more people are looking at the car that's just out and just wonderful, the 1957 Chevrolet. Some are looking at Chevrolet's daring new front-end styling, the bold new grille, big, beautiful sloping hood. Some are looking at Chevy's handsome new rear end with high-fashion fenders and fresh new design. Everyone's enthused about the new color-fashioned interiors and the sleek command post instrument panel. And the biggest news of all, Chevrolet's fuel injection.
Hojo Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
It's Hopalong, Cassidy. With action and suspense out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The jingle of the silver spurs heralds that fabulous figure of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. The same Hoppy you cheer in motion pictures with the same California you've laughed at 100 times in your local theater. These famous partners come riding into radio just as you've asked for them, William Boyd as Hopalong Cassidy, and Andy Clyde as California. Our story tonight, the Coltsville Terror. It's amazing what a threatening set of weather conditions can do. At the moment, they're joining forces with Hopalong Cassidy to get California into a church. A deserted church in the deserted town of Coltsville. Black clouds are piling up overhead, and the church stands silent and foreboding like the rest of the town.
I'll take in the saddlebags. You tie the horses in that lean-to and back.
Hoppy, this infernal ghost town is bad enough, but why do we have to pick an empty church to bunk in?
Oh, what's wrong with that? Lots of people go to church.
Well, yeah, but it ain't the church, Hoppy. It's that marble orchard out and back there. You know how I feel about them things. They get under my scalp and tickle my brain.
Just calm your goose pimples, California. No one out in the graveyard's going to hurt you. It's 10 miles back to Fenwell. If we don't get out from under those big black clouds, we're going to have to paddle our way home to the Bar 20.
But this concern, Coltsville, not a soul around. All them empty buildings and...
You know what I think?
I'd be interested to hear.
I think you're just afraid to be alone with your conscience. Now, why don't you forget the ghost and take care of the horses while I... Wait a minute. Listen.
You sure this here church ain't occupied, Hoppy?
I don't know. Let's take a look. Sounds like it's coming from that room over there. Yeah. That's only the organ here with the wind blowing through the pipes up in the loft.
Well, what do you know? The wind through the... Now I feel better. But not much better.
Come on now. There's a wood stove in the next room, and I could use some of those beans of yours. You know, it'd be nice having music with our dinner. Hey, California? These beans. What a waste of talent, California. You know, you'd make some woman a wonderful wife.
Gosh, you really think so, Hoppy? Wife? That's a good one.
What's the matter?
I'm either losing my mind or I'm hearing that organ play a tune.
Well, most organs do play tunes.
Doggone, stop being so calm, Hoppy. I didn't want to come into this here spooky church in the first place.
Or would you rather be out in that downpour?
Darn tootin' I would. I didn't like it when we first came into this church with the organ howling away and you were telling me it was the wind and now it started playing a tune. Well, what do you got to say?
Oh, me? Oh, I'd say Coltsville has very remarkable wind. And as much as I regret leaving these beans, I guess we'd better investigate. Come along, California.
We continue with Hopalong Cassidy in just a moment. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Coltsville Terror. Hoppy and California have found shelter from the storm in an abandoned church in the deserted town of Coltsville. Or at least they thought the church was abandoned until a moment ago.
Coming, California?
Depends where you're going.
Let's take a look at that organ again.
Why don't I just stay here and mind these beans?
Well, if you'd rather be alone.
On second thought, I'm right behind you, Hoppy.
I've never seen you so scared before.
I ain't scared of nothing I can draw a bead on, but when it comes to
Quiet.
ghosts...
Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry if we frightened you, miss. You see, we...
Yes, you did frighten me. Would you mind telling us what you're doing here?
Well, ma'am, we thought we'd spend the night here out of the storm. I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and this is California Carlson. We figured the church was deserted like the rest of the town,
And, as you see, it isn't. So if you don't mind... Just a minute, Mother. This was your father's church, Susan. I see no reason why it should be used as a hotel. I said just a minute, Mother. It happens to be my church now. Father used to think of it as a place of shelter. As far as I'm concerned, it still is. If you care to spend the night here, Mr. Cassidy, you're perfectly welcome.
Thank you very much.
I'm Susan Crowell, and this is my mother.
How do you do, Miss
Howdy.
Crowell?
Mother and I come down here evenings to play the organ. There's very little else to do around here.
I see. You say this was your father's church?
Yes. He's out in the graveyard now, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My mother and I and Deacon Black are the only ones left in Coltsville now.
Deacon Black?
Well, Mr. Black isn't a real deacon. We just call him that because he's a fine man who helped Father build the church. He's been very faithful to us since Father was killed last spring.
Well, it seems to me that's about the time people began leaving Coltsville.
We'd prefer not to discuss that now, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Still, I can't help but be a little curious as to what would make 100 people suddenly pick up and leave town. It sounds like we're due for another downpour, ma'am. We'd be happy to take you home
I think that's a good idea. We live just down the street, Mr. Cassidy. You can see the house from this window here.
Look out! Out of the way! That beam! The beam, it came down from the loft up there.
You all right, Mother? Oh, it just missed me.
That thunderclap jarred it loose.
Oh, look! It crashed down on the organ bench. Right where you were sitting, Susan.
Thunderation, that was a mite too close for comfort.
Let me see that.
This church is only 2 years old. I don't see how an accident like that could...
Wait. Oh, it wasn't an accident, ma'am.
What do you mean?
Well, this timber's been sawed almost through. I think someone figured the vibration of those organ pipes had jarred loose, so it would drop right on the bench.
Why, who would do that?
I don't know who, Miss Crowell. It looks like somebody was trying to kill you.
Kill me?
I think so. Now, why don't you be sensible and tell me about this Coltsville business?
But nothing can be done about it now.
Well, maybe not. But I'd like to hear about it anyway.
All right, Mr. Cassidy.
Good. Right now, though, I think the best place to talk is home. Now, you say your father built the church, Miss Crowell?
Yes, with his own money. The land was donated by the community. He intended to give it to the people in a few years. And that's when it started, Mr. Cassidy.
What started?
This feeling of dread and terror. It fell over the whole town like a shadow, and there were shootings, strange disappearances. No one knew who'd be next. Everyone kept their doors locked or moved away. There was no reason for it, no explanation. Only fear everywhere.
But didn't you suspect someone?
That was the terrible part of it. No one else had any idea who was behind it. Folks became panic-stricken and whispered about the Coltsville terror. Father refused to run away. He tried to get the people together to fight it. Then, 4 months ago, on his way home from church one night, he was shot from ambush. No warning, nothing.
I see.
Excuse me. Mr. Black, come in.
Susan, I have important news. I've just talked to Mr. Riker and, Oh.
Mr. Black, this is Mr. Cassidy.
Mr. Black?
How do you do?
Mr. Cassidy and his friend are spending the night over at the church on account of the storm. Oh, what were you saying about Mr. Riker?
He was completely unreasonable. Insists the church belongs to no one since it stands on public land.
You mean he's going to tear it down, Mr. Black?
I'm afraid so.
He has no right to tear that church down. My father bought the lumber and built it himself.
I told him that. I told him, abandoned or not, it was still a place of worship. I said he was committing a sacrilege. He wouldn't listen to me.
Excuse me. You say this man wants to tear down the church?
That's right. He's been threatening to for a week.
Why?
He claims he needs finished lumber for a mine building.
Well, that's a funny reason. There's plenty of finished lumber in Fenwell.
You don't know what this means to us, Mr. Cassidy. The three of us, Susan, Mrs. Crowell, and I, have stayed here in Coltsville. We've defied this terror, risked our lives, in the hope that someday the people would return, that there'd be a real congregation in that church again.
Yet this Ranker fellow wants to tear it down.
It doesn't belong to him, Mr. Cassidy. How can he?
Well, it seems to me that's a question for the court to settle. Does he have permission or an order of any kind?
Oh, he isn't that kind of a man, Mr. Cassidy. He told me he'd be at the church tomorrow morning with 10 of his men, ready to start. I couldn't reason with him at all.
Maybe you didn't talk the right language, Mr. Black. California and I'll be on hand when Mr. Riker pulls up in the morning. But don't you ladies worry. We'll do our best to make him understand.
Bacon's about ready, Hoppy.
Breakfast will have to wait. Come over to the window.
What is it?
Looks like Mr. Ranker and party are right on schedule.
All right, boys, let's get rolling. We'll haul out the tools, boys.
Holy cow, he brung an army with him.
He's got a lot of foresight, that man. First time I knew a 6-gun was standard equipment for a carpenter. Come on, California. This gang means business.
We'll rejoin Hopalong Cassidy in just a moment. But first, a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and the Coltsville Terror. A violent and evil force has driven away the inhabitants of this little town, and now a gang of thugs from a neighboring town have come to tear down the abandoned church. Hoppy is determined to protect the interests of the late minister's daughter, Susan Crowell, so he and California have been waiting at the church, waiting for Riker and his gang to arrive and attempt the demolition.
Hoppy, are we going right up to him? There's a lot of them and only 2 of us.
Hey, you 2 men can start tearing down the steeple.
You must be getting old if 10 men can frighten you.
Oh, now, Hoppy, don't go.
Howdy there. You must be Mr. Riker.
Huh? Who are you?
The name is Cassidy.
What are you doing here?
Well, we just spent the night in the church.
You just made it, pal. Because it won't be here another night. We're tearing it down.
You got the owner's permission?
I got all the permission I need, mister. This here church stands on public land. It's abandoned. And in my law book, that means she belongs to the man who can best use her.
You know, I don't see it that way at all.
Oh, you don't? Take it easy, boys. I'll handle this. This Budinsky.
If you don't mind, Mr. Riker, keep your hands off on your hips while Hoppy explains.
I don't think I need to explain. Mr. Riker knows as well as I do that he has to have a court order to demolish a building.
Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Mr. Cassidy.
I'm just straightening things out for Mr. Riker, Miss Crowell.
You didn't straighten out nothing. That church is coming down, and no one's going to stop it.
Mr. Riker, I tried to tell you last night.
And you shut up, too, Black. I'm through talking about it.
Where's your mother, Susan?
She's here, too.
You better take her inside the church. Would you go along with her, Mr. Black?
Mr. Cassidy, I'm trying to consider Susan's father in this. Rather than have more violence, more bloodshed, I think we should let Mr. Riker do as he wants.
Well, what about it, Cassidy?
Susan,
No. It's not right, and I won't stand for it.
that's all I want to know.
Come on, Mother.
Well, I'll go with you.
That wasn't so thoughtful, Cassidy. They're liable to get hurt in there when we start work.
Tell me something, Riker.
Yeah?
What are you really after? You wouldn't go to all this trouble for some second-hand lumber you could buy for $20 in Fenwell.
The cattle business is a great game, Cassidy. Maybe you'd better stay in it. Now get out of this town before I lose what patience I got left.
I'm not getting out until you show me a court order to demolish this church.
Okay, Jack.
That wasn't smart, Riker. Not smart at all.
I'll show you who's running.
Nice work, Coffee. Quick, into the church. Get down low. Those walls are thin.
Mr. Cassidy, are you hurt?
No, keep down.
Oh, Mr. Cassidy, I knew this had happened. I knew it.
Easy, Mrs. Crowell.
Sometimes it's better to fight, Mother. That's what your father said. Look what happened to him.
I told you, Mr. Cassidy, we should have...
It's too late to do anything about that now. At least Riker knows he'll have a fight on his hands. California, take a look out that window. What are they doing?
Looks like he's talking to his men out there in that grove of trees. I could pick off Riker like a fly in a white ceiling.
Put your gun down.
No, I don't mean to argue, Hoppy, but it looks to me like we've gone about as far as we can with diplomacy.
I gotta think this out. That fella sure wants $20 worth of lumber. I wonder why. Keep down, everybody. Mr. Black, you stay here with the women.
Where are you going?
There might be some old furniture or something in the basement. We'll need it to barricade these windows.
Mr. Cassidy, how long do you intend to keep this up?
Until Mr. Riker decides it's cheaper to buy his lumber in Fenwell. Come on, California, let's see what we can find. Now, that bench ought to do for the front window.
I got it.
Now, this thing looks like a bureau. May need some help getting it up the stairs.
What's the matter?
You smell something funny?
I got this bench under my nose.
Well, put it down.
Yeah. Now. Nope. Don't smell nothing.
Well, I sure do. I wonder.
Could you wonder just as well after we get this stuff upstairs? I mean, before Riker shoots out all the windows?
Wait a minute. I think I know why Riker wants this lumber.
Yeah. Huh?
Wonder if I could get through to Fenwell. They'd have the records there in the courthouse. Come here, let's take a look out the window.
Why, what's heating you now, Hoppy?
I can hardly see through this thing. The glass is all... There. I might have known it. They run off our horses, and I'll have to steal one.
Oh, would you mind telling me what you're talking about, Hoppy?
You're going to have to hold the fort alone, California. Give me 5 minutes. Then let go with both the Colt and the Winchester from the south side of the building. Never mind aiming. Just get their attention.
What'll you be doing?
Stealing one of their horses. I got a date with a man in Fenwell.
Listen, Riker. I didn't bargain for nothing like this.
Shut up.
I won't shut up. We'll never get away with this strong-arm stuff, and you know it. They got the law in Fenwell.
You heard what the boss said, didn't you? That church comes down by nightfall or else.
Yeah, but
And it don't make any difference to the boss where the law is. Once that church is down, the crowds are licked. Now, look, Jerry. You're in for your percentage, same as the rest of us. If you got a beef, why don't you take it right to the boss?
Well, I ain't gonna walk up to him and...
And neither am I. Now get around to the south side with the rest of the boys. If Cassidy wants to shoot it out, it's okay with me.
That won't be good enough, Riker.
Huh? Oh, boss.
Shut up. I ought to break your lousy neck.
I'm doing the best I
Well,
can.
it's not good enough. You had Cassidy right under your nose this morning. 10 men behind you. Why'd you let him get inside that church?
I couldn't shoot him down.
Well, you're gonna have to do it now.
Huh?
I've got a hunch he's gonna try and break through. Get over to Fenwell.
Well, if that's all you're worried about, boss.
It's enough, isn't it?
You ain't got a chance. We got the horses.
Riker!
What's the matter, Jerry?
Cassidy!
What about Cassidy?
Just saw him right away. Grab one of our horses.
You see what I mean, Riker?
Get the boys, Jerry. Mount up and follow him.
But he run off all our horses. They're spread clean out over the countryside.
Don't stand there, Riker. Get the boys together. I don't care how you do it, but you've got to stop Cassidy before he gets to Fenwell.
Tom Adamson.
Well, Hoppy. You old varmint. How in tarnation you been?
No time to talk, Tom. Quick, get me the Coltsville property records. You got them here, haven't you?
Sure. What's up, Hoppy?
I don't know yet. Look, I want all correspondence, copies of letters, anything you got on that Coltsville section since everybody left town.
Oh, getting ideas, Hoppy?
Just guessing, Tom. But you might check with the sheriff and see if he can round up a posse in a hurry. If I'm right, we're going to need it.
What's up, Sheriff?
I'm aiming to round up a posse, Jeff, and do it quick.
You mean there's trouble?
Not yet, but there will be soon. We're riding into Coltsville.
Coltsville?
What's the matter, Dad? What are you and the sheriff talking about?
I'm asking Jeff to join a posse to ride into Coltsville, ma'am.
Oh, no. Dad, you can't. You know what always happens.
But somebody's got to do it, Mary.
You're all I got left, Dad. They even got my husband, Sheriff. You can't take Dad.
But if we could clean this awful mess up, we could move back to Coltsville. Wouldn't you like that, honey?
There ain't nobody ever going to clean that up. It's evil and terrible.
There's one man that can do it, ma'am. Hopalong Cassidy.
Cassidy?
He's here?
He's on his way into Coltsville now, alone. That's why I want to round up this here posse quick.
Why in tarnation didn't you say so before? What do you say now, honey?
Don't just stand there, Dad. Get your horse. Why, if I didn't have on a skirt, I'd hitch up to a horse myself. Oh, I can't tell you I can't stand any more of this, Susan. We've got to hold out, Mother.
I've done all I can do, Susan. I risked my life by going outside to see Mr. Riker. I pleaded with him, and he's finally agreed to let us all go in peace if we leave now.
Mr. Carlson, I refuse to stay here a minute longer.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Hoppy told me to hold the fort till he got back, and we're staying right here.
Good heavens, Mr. Carlson, can't you be reasonable? It's dark outside. We've been here all day.
And maybe you can tell us why Mr. Cassidy walked out without so much as a word to us.
Mrs. Crow, I don't know how long, many years 'tis since I took to riding with Hopalong Cassidy. I trusted him the minute we met, and I've been trusting him ever since. So far, I ain't ever been wrong.
Mr. Carlson's right, Mother. This is no time to give up. But how do we know he got through? He might have been shot. They might be holding him, anything.
Oh, it's not quite that serious, Mrs. Crow.
What? Hoppy!
Where have you been?
Over in Fenwell, trying to find out what made Mr. Riker so anxious about getting this lumber. It's an interesting question, Mrs. Crow, and I found a very interesting answer.
We return to Hopalong Cassidy in just a moment. Now to conclude the story, the Coltsville Terror. Hoppy has just returned from Fenwell. Sure now he has found the answer to the riddle of Mr. Riker's lumber, and the answer, too, to the terror that has struck the little town of Coltsville.
What do you mean, Hoppy? What about the lumber?
It wasn't the lumber. It never was.
What is it, Mr. Cassidy? Why?
A few minutes after I got to Fenwell to look at the property records on this land, the stage pulled in. There was a man from the east on it, a fellow named Edward Hines. Anyone ever heard of him?
No.
Well, I had to talk with Mr. Hines. I found out that all the land in Coltsville, except for the 20 acres of church property here, had been bought up by one man.
What? I thought the land was worthless.
Now, this one fella didn't. He planned to sell it to Mr. Hines for over $100,000, provided he could deliver the property on the dome itself.
Dome? What's a dome, Hoppy?
It's what the church sits right on top of, California. An oil dome. So rich that the oil is seeping into the basement. That's what I smelled this morning.
Well, doggone it.
And who's been buying up the property?
Well, it's been bought in the names of a dozen men. Most of them in that bunch with Riker, working for a percentage. But there were private arrangements between them and the fellow they called the boss.
And this man was responsible for what happened here?
Of course he was. He's the kind of a man who will stop at nothing. Murder, robbery, terror.
That's enough, Cassidy.
Mr. Black, so it was.
Never mind that now. Put out. Hoppy, you hurt?
Oh, I'm all right. That second one did it, California.
Oh, man.
Well, I think Mr. Black's career is about over.
Is he dead?
Yes, Susan.
The deacon. I can't believe it.
Neither could I until I saw it in black and white.
What about Riker?
They got to Fenwell just in time to meet the posse. Well, looks like you got a job on your hands, Miss Susan, convincing the folks who left town that Coltsville wants them back. Only this time to live in peace.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Cassidy.
Then just forget it. I like doing favors for people.
Hoppy.
What is it, California?
As a special favor, us being partners and all.
Yeah?
Next time we get caught in a thunderstorm and we run across an empty church, what do you say we just get wet?
All right.
Things are going to be mighty different in Coltsville now, thanks to Hopalong Cassidy. He and California are heading back to the Bar 20 now, and they hope to get a spell of rest. But you can just bet that won't last for long. There'll be somebody in trouble, and then Hoppy'll go into action again. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Coltsville Terror was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Is the sweetheart you married the husband you expected him to be? Has the war created new problems for you in your marriage? To answer these and other personal problems brought in by your friends and neighbors, ARID presents John J. Anthony, founder of the famed Marital Relations Institute, in a brand new program of daily sessions of kindly and helpful advice. Just as Mr. Anthony, by examples in this studio, is helping thousands of men and women solve their personal problems, ARID, too, is helping thousands to solve the important personal problem of underarm perspiration. ARID helps you avoid perspiration damage to clothes and safeguards friendships. Use ARID every day. It helps stop perspiration safely, and at the same time, ARID is a most effective deodorant.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
It's your misfortune and none of my own. Yippee-ki-yi-o, get along, you little doggies. You know that the prairie will be your new home.
And now for the thrilling adventures of Lightning Jim. Lightning Jim and Whitey have stayed overnight at Beeville, a small cattle town en route to Fort Anderson, and early in the morning have decided to pay a friendly visit to the sheriff before pulling out. As they near the sheriff's office, the door is suddenly opened and the sheriff dashes out.
Hey, morning, Sheriff. Where are you off doing such a rush?
Lightning Jim, Whitey, you're just in time for some excitement.
Yeah?
The telegraph operator just brung me a message. Prince Charlie's headed this way.
Prince Charlie? The gentleman bandit? What's he done this time? Held up another stagecoach?
Nope. It seems like he rode into Lost Creek last night. His horse was plumb winded.
Yeah?
He tried to dicker for another horse.
I see.
Somebody recognized him and he shot his way out.
You beat me.
Wounded a couple of men, but grabbed a fresh horse and lit out this way.
Well, he sure got nerve. Can't help but admire that gent.
Well, I'd sure admire to get part of the reward money on his head. I'm rounding up a posse right now. Hey, get your horses and come on.
What do you say, Whitey? Shall we go along and help out?
No, Lightning. That's the sheriff's job. Let him do it.
Whitey, what's the matter with you?
Well, Lightning, sometimes working for a lawyer ain't so easy. I don't know what to do, but I think I got to do something.
About what? What you got to do something about?
Well, about Prince Charlie. I got to help him.
Got to help Prince Charlie? Say, Whitey, you gone loco? He's one of the worst bandits in the country. Been operating a lone hand for years now.
Lightning, remember 3 years ago when I was all stored up in an avalanche and was sick in bed for a month?
Sure, I remember.
Well, I never told nobody the real story, but there was Prince Charlie that saved me.
What you mean, Whitey?
Well, when the landslide come, they come so sudden like I didn't have a chance. Me and my horse, we both went down. There I was pinned down by the rock, and the horse was pinned down too. Both of his hind legs was broken. If I could only get my gun and put you out of your misery. But I can't lift a finger. I guess you're done for, old fella. I think I hear somebody. Help! Help over here! Help, I'm caught!
I see you all right. Hold on. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Look out for this loose rock and dirt.
Thanks for the tip. I'll come the rest of the way on foot. Might be safer that way. How long you been here?
Oh, about an hour, I reckon. It seems like a year.
I reckon it does. Your horse is stove up pretty bad. Want me to put him out of his misery?
Oh, please. I couldn't get my gun. Thank you, stranger. That was pretty bad. I couldn't do nothing for
I'll
you.
have you out of here in a minute. You got half the side of the mountain on you now. You take it easy now. Don't try to move. You let me do the moving. There. There's one of them out here.
I guess I'm all in.
That badge there on your coat. You're a United States Marshal.
You're Deputy Marshal.
Well, ain't that a joke? Me helping the law out.
Here, what might your name be, stranger?
Don't you recognize this face?
Well, I can't see so good. See, you're Prince Charlie.
I thought you'd recognize me. My face is on a lot of posters.
Prince Charlie, I'm putting you under arrest. You are my prisoner.
Well, now, ain't that a laugh? Look, Marshal, I call the place from now on.
I guess you're right. Well, what you want to do with me?
I got 3 choices. I could put a bullet through your head like I done to your horse there. And then I could just go on about my business and leave you here. I couldn't let a skunk suffer that way. So I'll have to do the third thing, I reckon.
So what's that?
Get you to a doctor somehow.
I see. You can't ride into town. Somebody recognize you. You'd be putting your head into a trap.
I've been in traps before. I'll take that chance. Now, hold on. I'll get this other rock off you.
I'm putting you under arrest, Prince Charlie. I got to do it.
Sure, you go ahead and arrest me all you want to. You go right ahead. You're sure a game little rooster trying to arrest me.
And he brought you in, Whitey?
He got me out from under them rocks, put me on his own horse, and then, well, I guess I fainted. The doctor told me later that somebody put me on his doorstep and rapped on the door, but he didn't see nobody.
And that's the man who's riding into the sheriff's net right now.
Lightning Prince Charlie saved my life. I wouldn't be here now if he hadn't got me to the doctor. Lightning, don't you see? I got to help him. I got to do something.
Whitey, you can't buck the law. Prince Jolly's got to take his own
but
chances.
I owe him a debt. I got to pay that debt back somehow.
Well, maybe they won't get him, Whitey. Not this time.
But the sheriff and his posse did capture Prince Charlie and brought him in and lodged him in the county jail. Whitey and Lightning Jim have secured permission to talk with him, and as they come close to the cell...
Sheriff, you gotta let me out of here, just for a couple of weeks. I'll come back, I promise. And...
Hey, you ain't the sheriff. Say, I've seen you someplace before.
Well, don't you remember Prince Charlie? I'm the deputy marshal you dug out from under the rocks 3 years ago.
Huh? Well, sure enough. Why, you arrested me then and couldn't make it stick. But you got me dead to rights now.
Prince Charlie, you saved my life then. I'll do anything for you. Anything.
Then get me out of here now. I gotta get out just for a little while.
Yeah, well, I can't do that. I can't. Lightning, you tell him why I can't.
I know how Whitey just feels, Prince Charlie. He's told me what you did for him, but he's a lawman, too, and he can't help you escape.
I reckon he can't. It's funny, I tell you. As long as I rode the Owl Hoot Trail, I never got caught. But the first time I try to do something decent, I get put behind bars.
Something decent? Well, maybe we can do something for you after all. How about telling us just what you was up to?
Telling you?
Yeah.
Oh, that wouldn't do no good. But say, it might at that. At least it can't hurt none. Well, gents, here's the story. I got a letter from my old man, Zeke Sandow, and he needs help bad.
Several days later, on the porch of the Sandow Ranch 100 miles away, old Zeke Sandow and Stumpy Briggs, his cook, are talking.
Rheumatiz. It ain't enough that I got worries weighting me down all the way to China. And now I got to have rheumatiz.
Quit caterwauling around and let me get this skunk grease on you. Skunk grease is powerful good for rheumatiz.
Yeah, bear grease is better. I've been telling you that all along.
Well, maybe so, but where in tarnation am I going to get me a bear? There's plenty of skunks around here.
Yeah, plenty of skunks, all right. Stop your messing around, Stumpy. It ain't doing no good. Nothing's doing any good. Here we are trying to get enough cattle together to hang on to this ranch, and me down with rheumatiz.
Yes, and me with just one leg. Oh, I ain't fit to live, I ain't. Can't help none at all. And Zeke, you know I'd give the other leg in a minute if it'd help you.
Well, it won't. What in tarnation would I do with your other leg? Talking like a fool, that's what you be.
No, I'm not.
Tend to your cooking, ain't it?
Hey, we're getting company. Don't that look like... Well, like the horse that Lane rides?
Why, it is Lane. I'd recognize that vinegaroo just by the smell any day. Hey, Lane, you got a nerve of a hog coming over here. Now, get off of my place. Get off, you hear me? I still own this spread.
Want me to throw him off for you, Zeke?
Now, you listen to me, both of you. I'm trying to do you a favor, Zeke Sandow. If you weren't too plain stubborn to listen to reason.
Why, you're trying to get my spread away from me. That's what you're trying to do.
I'm willing to buy it. I've offered you a fair price more than once. I need this land for my own cattle.
And I told you I weren't selling. I homesteaded this place, stocked my own cattle, built it up from nothing, and I ain't selling.
I'll throw him off for you, Zeke. Now, there ain't no use in your getting riled up.
Shut up, you one-legged has-been.
Why?
Now, Zeke, I know you got to meet that note at the bank by the 1st. If you don't, you'll lose this land.
Of course you know it. You put pressure on the bank to call in that note. You drove half a dozen ranchers out already. But you ain't going to drive me out.
And that note is going to be met, Mr. Bad Smell Lane.
Sure, you're rounding up a herd out of season, figuring on selling them for enough to hold on here.
I can sell them all right.
Sure you can. If you get them to the railroad station. But you got about 62 miles of bad land to get through.
Yeah, I've got them through before.
If you sell out to me now, I'll give you a fair price. If you don't...
And if I don't sell out, Lane, what then?
You'll never get those cattle to Ford City. You'll lose everything. You hear me? Everything.
Threatening, are you? Let me at him, Zeke. Why, you yellow-bellied, hide-40 centipede, I'll teach you to...
That'll teach you to keep your nose out of my business.
Knock Stumpy down, will you? Why, you rabbit-livered, toad-faced wart. I'm not too old to take you on.
Oh, Thunder, boy. Looks like we got you just in time, partner. What I saw of that fight didn't look exactly fair to me.
Sure, I sure didn't. Well, maybe we can change the rules a little.
Yeah.
Well, who in tarnation are you two?
And I'll throw them all off the place for you, Zeke. I ain't afraid of them.
I don't know who you two are or where you come from, but this ain't none of your concern.
No? Well, I reckon that's where you're wrong.
Who do you think you are?
Me? Oh, me and my partner here, we're a couple of new hands, just now hired on.
Well, you're horning in on a losing fight. You better get out while the getting's good.
Oh, I reckon we'll stay on here. We kind of like this job.
Oh, you're asking for it.
Now, little boys shouldn't ought to play with guns. It might get hurt. And don't try to pick up that gun I shot out of your hand.
It's too bad it wasn't your neck.
Yeah, now get going. We'll keep your gun, and if you come back looking for it, we'll give you the lead.
When I get through with you, you'll be sorry you was ever born.
Stumpy, you all right? You hurt bad?
Me? Oh, of course not. He couldn't hurt me none. But after that buzzard knocked me down, I couldn't get up again with his peg leg. Give me a hand there, will you?
Sure.
There you are.
Now, who in the Jehoshaphat are you two hombres? Where'd you come from? What do you want?
Well, you see, we're friends of your son, Mr. Sandow.
Oh, Charlie?
Friends of Charlie?
Yeah.
Then he got my letter asking him to come down to help me out. Is he coming? Where is he?
Well, he couldn't get away right now, Mr. Sandow. He just couldn't get away. So he sent us down to help out.
Yeah, that's it. He told us you needed cowhands to help get your cattle to Ford City.
Well, I don't want you sticking your nose in unless you know what you're up against. Why, that weasel-faced, bow-legged wart-hawk you that you just throwed off of the porch is trying to run me out of this country.
Why, he's done run 6 or 7 fellas out already. Wants to be a cattle king, he does. And he don't stop at nothing. Sets fire to houses, rustles cattle, poisons water holes.
Yeah, but he can't prove nothing. Nobody ever caught him out. He's slick. And now he's bound to start something on the trail to Ford City.
Well, how about the rest of your men, Mr. Sandow? How many you got?
Yeah, there's 6 of them, including Joe, the foreman. But I can't trust none of them. It wouldn't surprise me none if the whole kit and caboodle was working for Lane.
Well, you got yourself 2 new cowhands, Mr. Sandow, and we ain't working for nobody but you.
You see, we promised Shirley to help you get your cattle across the hills to Ford City, and we are going to do it. There ain't nothing going to stop us.
But Lane has circled around the Sandow Ranch and is now talking with Joe, the Sandow Ramrod.
You shouldn't have come here, Lane. If we get the old man suspicious before he start the drive...
He ain't suspicious, and he didn't see me. He's up there blabbing of those new hands of his.
New hands? He ain't hired nobody that I knowed of.
Well, he just has. 2 of them. Now, listen, Joe. You got the men all lined up?
I'll tend to that when we get moving. Don't worry none about that.
Well, it's simple enough. When you get to Deer Canyon, start a stampede and stampede the whole herd over the cliff. Don't nobody know nothing or be able to prove anything. A stampede is likely to happen at any time.
But those 2 new riders you say Zeke just hired, we might have trouble with them.
Trouble? No. You see, it wouldn't be your fault at all if the 2 new fellas got caught in that stampede. Now, would it?
Got caught in a stampede?
Yeah.
You mean murder?
Murder? I don't like that word, Joe. It would be an accident. Just an accident. And nobody could prove nothing else.
You think of everything, don't you, Lane?
Sure. Just an accident, that's all. But Zeke Sandow won't have no more cattle. 2 meddlesome cowhands get killed in the rush, and I get the ranch. It's surefire. Nothing could stop us.
What will happen when Lightning Jim and Whitey try to get Zeke Sandow's cattle to Ford City? Part 2 of this Lightning Jim adventure follows immediately. And now for part 2 of the adventures of Lightning Jim. Whitey pays a debt. Early one morning, the drive starts off. On the evening of the third day, the cattle are bedded down about 2 miles from Deer Canyon. There is no entrance into the canyon from the cattle trail, but only a precipitous cliff, down which neither man nor beast could be driven except to death. And Joe, obeying the orders of Lane, completes his plan.
There's $100 in it for you, Sleet. What do you say?
Are all the rest of the boys playing with Lane, Joe?
Sure. They know which side of the bread is buttered. Old Zeke's a fool for not selling out.
Well, ain't we taking a pretty big chance Zeke will tumble to something?
How could he? A stampede is like to happen anytime.
Yeah. Those 2 new Jaspers in on the deal?
Nah, but I'll take care of them all right.
Well, I ain't got no call to fight Zeke's battles for him, but I ain't in favor of no bloodshed.
You and the boys do your part. It won't be hard to get the cattle going. They're tired and uneasy. They'll run at their own shadders. Get your time right?
Sure. Soon as the moon shows at the top of that hill there.
That's right. I'll be taking care of them 2 hombres. Just watch for the moon and then get started.
You see anything suspicious so far, Lightning?
No, everything's proceeding all right so far. But we know Lane's up to something. We've got to keep our eyes peeled every minute. Now, you better go that way, and I'll cover this side.
Lightning, there were no call for you to come along. This was my job, paying off my debt to Prince Shorley.
Sure, it's your job. There wasn't no other demands on my time right at the present, and just wanted to come along and share the fun, that's all.
Lightning, you are the rightest man that ever lived. Someday, maybe I
Come
can show
on,
you.
Thunder. Better get to work, cowpuncher. Ride herd and don't be talking so much. Adios, Whitey.
Adios, Lightning.
Steady, Thunder. Steady, boy. Whoa, hey, we ain't going to no fire, even if you'd like to. Now, listen, now. I ain't trying to make a cow pony out of you, honest, I ain't. This is just a job of work we took on for the time being.
And a job of work you're finishing right now.
Joe, what's the idea of roping me off my horse?
Lay still and don't try no funny work with them guns of yours. Not that you could do much with your arms roped to your sides. Your horse didn't stick around much, did he?
Fixing to kill me, Joe? Was that Lane's orders?
You talk too much. There, one more hitch of the rope. You got dust in your face now, but just wait. You'll be eating it before the night's over.
Yeah, what you going to do with me?
Nothing. Just nothing at all, except leave you here. The cows will do the rest when they stampede.
Oh, you dirty rat bait.
And I'm putting a gag in your mouth now like this, see? Now, another hitch around this scrub mesquite here. You can't squirm loose now. You can't talk. Can't move. But you got a grandstand seat for the entertainment. You sure have. Now I'm going to go catch that horse of yours. He's going to be my horse from now on.
Whitey, seeing nothing suspicious, has started back, hoping to meet Lightning Jim. Suddenly, he hears the sound of galloping hoofs.
By golly, there's thunder. Oh, it is thunder. Something's happened to Lightning.
That you, Slee? Hang on to that critter for me. I've been chasing him down for the last half hour. Hang on to him. Hey, I thought you were asleep.
What you done with my partner? Talk fast, mister.
Why, I don't know nothing about your partner. Ain't seen him tonight. Just saw the horse running away and I
that
followed
horse
him.
never would have thrown him off. You done something with my partner.
Don't come no closer. I'll shoot.
What did you do with my partner?
You asked for it. My shoulder. You got me in the shoulder.
No, tell me what you done to him.
Don't shoot. Don't. I got him tied up. He ain't hurt much. He's just tied up so he couldn't interfere.
You over there?
Back there a piece. Not far. I'll show you.
So what you do that to him for? You was up to something, that's what. What was it?
The boys are going to start a stampede. All the cattle are going over the cliff at Deer Canyon.
And where you got them tied up?
Right in the path of the stampede.
All right, get going.
What you gonna do?
I'm going to try to stop that stampede, and you are going right along with me. And if we can't stop it, you go on with.
No, I won't go. We'll get killed.
No, you get going. I put the bullet through your head the first funny move you make.
Meanwhile, back at the chuck wagon, Zeke and Stumpy have become alarmed.
I tell you, something's brewing. Something's in the air.
Well, I never knowed the men not to come in to eat before. Now, what you doing, Zeke? What in the Sam Hill you doing now?
I'm getting these mules hitched, Consarn 'em. Stand still, you four-legged son of Satan. Ain't you never been hitched before?
Well, what you doing that for, Jake?
Well, you and me can't do no good on horseback, Stumpy. I feel a heap safer with the mules hitched to the chuck wagon. And then we can both move if we have to.
Maybe right.
Hey, listen. You hear that shooting?
Yes, I hear it. When was it? Well, I swear, it's the herd. They're stampeding.
If they go north, they'll go plumb off the cliff. Get on, Stumpy. Hurry up. Grab that lantern.
You drive, Zeke. I'll get the Winchesters from the back. Now, get going. I got the lantern.
Get going, you rat-tailed kegs of dynamite. Hang on, Stumpy.
Be careful of your rheumatism, Zeke. Don't get your dander up.
Somebody coming over to the left there. 2 or 3 horses. Hang that lantern over the side and get up your Winchester.
Yes, well, I'll let them have it if they try to stop us. There ain't nothing wrong with my shooting arm. But you're driving there, you wall-eyed goose. You nearly turned us over that time.
Well, the danged mule sighted something. Get going or I'll cut you in ribbons.
Slow down. Stop it. I seen a man lying there. Hold on.
Whoa there.
Give me a hand, here, Steve. It's Lightning.
Lightning?
Yes.
Is he dead?
Lightning, you there, Lightning?
Yeah, he's here. He's all tied up. We're cutting him loose. Hey, who's that with you, Whitey?
Get down there, you. And if Lightning ain't all right, start saying your prayers.
That's you, Whitey?
You're Lightning, and I got your hair. I'm saving him for you.
Don't stand there, gabbing. Listen to that herd.
How are we going to turn those critters?
We got to get out of here. We got to get out of here.
I got an idea. Get those mules unhitched. Hurry up.
What you going to do, Whitey?
Hurry up with them mules. Stumpy, you got coal oil in the shock wagon.
Sure, I'll get it.
Hurry up now. You ride 100. I brought him along. Me and you will ride on. And
Sergeant, lend me a hand with these mules.
Coal oil. Now what?
Throw the coal oil and the shock wagon. All of it. Set fire to it.
And roll it down this hill in front of the herd.
Here, I get it. Give me that can.
There they are.
Hurry up now. Here they come.
Thunder. Come on, boy. Coal oil is splashed all over the wagon.
Just throw a match on it and give it a good push.
Go ahead.
There she goes.
Give it a now. Start firing, Whitey. That's all right.
He ain't going to burn.
Keep firing. Keep firing. There goes the wagon. Right is the leader.
The leader's turning. He's turning to the side.
After him. After him. Keep him turning. Don't let him stop, boys. Don't let him stop. Captain, stop. He's going. Right into him, boys.
Lightning, done it! Me done it!
With the stampede turned and Joe confessing everything, the other cowhands fell into line and helped round up the cattle. 4 days later, the herd is driven into Ford City.
Well, reckon me and Whitey ain't no more use to you, Zeke. Cows are sure safe now.
Yeah, well, I'll put Joe in jail. I got confessions enough to put Lane behind bars for the rest of his life. As soon as I can get the sheriff.
Well, I gotta get me a new chuck wagon. Painted red.
Listen, you two need any money?
No, we was just doing this to help out.
Well, then, you better be on your way, for the law sees you. That might not be so good.
The law? What you mean, the law?
You think I don't know my boy Charlie is a hold-up man?
Why, you know about that?
Sure. I ain't proud of it. I told him a long time ago to take his grinning face and his dishonest money out of my sight. I wouldn't touch a penny of his as long as I live.
But when Zeke needed help against Lane, he had to send for Charlie.
Well, I ain't never asked no questions about you two fellas. But if you're friends of Charlie's, you're bound to be crooks. So you better get out of town before the law catches up with you.
But you got this all wrong, Zeke.
I reckon he's right, Whitey. Me and you better get going. We did sort of step out of our regular trail to come down here.
There comes the sheriff now. You see? He's coming right down the street right toward us. Now get going, you two. I'll hold him off if he starts shooting at you.
By God, it thought we would spend the travelers all the time.
Joke's on us, all right. Well, feel any better about Prince Charlie now, Whitey?
I don't know, Lightning. I got myself a feeling I ain't through with that fella yet.
Which concludes another episode in the thrilling adventures of United States Marshal Lightning Jim Whipple and his deputy, Whitey Larson.
All over those hiccups, thanks to Edward G. Robinson and suspense.
Shh, don't mention hiccups again. He might get 'em back. Let's switch his mind to something else.
Well, you know how he is about anything Autolite makes. Mm-hmm. Let's listen to Frank Martin. That'll do the trick.
Friends, money can't buy better electrical equipment for your car than Autolite. And here's why. In the first place, Autolite is the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. Original factory equipment for many of the finest cars and trucks in America. In its 26 nationwide plants, Autolite manufactures distributors, generators, starting motors, spark plugs, batteries, wire, not to mention such things as bumpers, die castings, horns, instruments and gauges, lights, ornamental plastics, and over 400 other products. What's more, Autolite service stations all over the country are staffed with trained men and specialized machines to give your car the best possible electrical service. So, friends, when your car's electrical equipment needs attention, drive into your nearest Autolite service station or the dealer who sells your make of car and ask for original factory parts and service.
Remember, Autolite service stations are listed in your classified telephone directory under Automotive Electrical Equipment.
Hojo Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
From Hollywood, Roy Rogers, King of the Cowboys, brought to you by Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant
of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Out of the West and into your home, riding the range of adventure and mystery, blazing a trail of Western song and story. Dale Evans, Gabby Hayes, and America's King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers. Today's adventure, the case of the mysterious puppet. And here is Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, boys and girls, and mothers and dads, too, of course. This is Roy Rogers. This adventure I'm going to tell you about began on a Sunday morning in our little church at Paradise Valley. It was just about like any other Sunday, you know, quiet and peaceful. And as usual, before Reverend Smith began his sermon, Dale and I were singing a hymn. I come to the garden alone, while the dew is still on the roses, and the voice I hear falling on my ear, the Son of God discloses, and he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own, and the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known.
I have taken my sermon today from the passage, and it came to pass in those days that he went out into a mountain to pray and continued all night in prayer. Dear friends, as I sat in my study the other day, reading over these words, composing my thoughts, oh dear me. Roy.
Yes, Reverend?
Someone seems to be ringing the church bell. There must be some mistake. Would you mind?
Sure, Reverend. There must be some mistake. I'll get to the bell tower pronto.
Reckon I better mosey along with you.
All right, Gabby.
Brand me with a cold iron, Roy. Who'd be doing a local thing like this? Ringing the church bell just as the Reverend Smith started his sermon.
Don't know, Gabby, but it sure isn't my idea of a joke.
Well, mine another. We'll corral this hombre, whoever he is, and turn him over to Sheriff Masters. Hanged if this don't mind me of the time that... Hold on. Roy, standing there by the door that leads to the bell tower. Why, it's Luke Peabody that runs the general store.
Well, he looks sick. Come on. Luke Peabody.
What? Don't go in there. The thing I saw,
Wait, he's fainted. Roy, what in the name of Rowells and Jingle Bobs is in that bell tower?
Only one way to find out, Gabby. Let's get in there.
Now, what in the... Well, peel me for a bronc. It ain't possible. Do you see what I see, or do I need specs?
I'll be doggone, Gabby.
The thing that's ringing that bell, hanging onto the rope and yanking it up and down, it's a doll.
Not exactly a doll, Gabby. It's a puppet.
And so on a Sunday morning, this strange mystery began for Roy and our friends when they found a puppet, a marionette made of wood and cloth, ringing the bell in the tower of the little church. Stranger things than that would have happened, though, as we'll learn in a few moments. Now, listen.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Yes, Quaker Oats is a giant in nutrition. That's right. To protect the health and growth of youngsters, don't skimp on breakfast. See to it they get delicious whole grain Quaker Oats every morning, For doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. Yes, nourishing whole grain oatmeal gives you boys and girls more growth and endurance than any other whole grain cereal. As for you, Mom and Dad, a nourishing Quaker Oats breakfast helps avoid mid-morning fatigue, because here again, good whole grain oatmeal gives you more energy and endurance than any of the others. Yes, truly, Quaker Oats is a giant in nutrition.
Quaker Oats is a giant in economy.
Yes, Quaker Oats still costs less than a penny a serving. Quaker Oats breakfasts save you up to $4 a week for a family of 4 as against scarce, expensive foods. Saves precious minutes in the morning, too, because it cooks so fast.
Quaker Oats is a giant in flavor.
Yes, Quaker Oats is so delicious, so good to eat, people eat more of it than any other cereal in the world.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Well, there they were in the bell tower, Roy and Gabby, staring at just about the weirdest sight they had ever set eyes on. A puppet working the rope of the church bell.
Roy, this is the ornest thing I ever did see. That thing's alive.
No, it isn't, Gabby. Look here. Somebody's attached the hands of this puppet to the bell rope. When the bell started ringing, well, the puppet went up and down with the rope.
Yeah, I can see that. But if the puppet ain't ringing the bell, who is?
The maverick up there in the bell tower above us. All right, you. Come on down.
He ain't a-coming. Hanged if this don't mind me of the time...
Wait a minute, Gabby. Come down, I said, or I'll come up there and get you.
Roy!
In here, Dale.
Roy, what happened to Luke Peabody out there and... Oh, Roy, what's this?
It's a puppet. One of them Harriettes that you work with strings.
You mean marionettes?
Well, I knowed it was some gal's name.
That hombre's still playing possum up there in the tower, Gabby. I'm going up after him.
You better let me. You know you ain't carrying no 6 guns.
Neither are you.
Gabby, who does Roy think's up there?
I don't know, Dale. There must be somebody up there. First, it looked to us like it was this here Henriette.
Marionette, Gabby.
Yeah, well, it looked to us like the thing was pulling on the rope, you see. But, of course, that ain't possible. Some coyote tied it to the bell rope, then got up above there, started pushing the bell to make it ring, and oh, here comes Roy now.
Roy?
I don't savvy this thing at all. There's nobody up there.
But there's just got to be somebody up there.
Well, there isn't.
But, Roy, a puppet couldn't ring a church bell all by itself.
Sure as shooting couldn't. But if the puppet wa'n't ringing it, how was it rung?
That, Gabby, is the mystery we've got to solve.
The following day, down at one of the corrals of Roy's ranch, the Double R Bar, Roy had just finished peeling a bronc, and he and Dale and Gabby were sitting on the top rail of the corral fence when...
What's that, Colonel? Now, look out.
Roy, have you figured an answer yet to that low-code business in the bell tower yesterday?
Gabby, I can't seem to ride a straight trail on that. Somebody played a trick on us, of course, but don't ask me how he did it. No hidden wires attached to the bell, nothing to show how it was rung.
But a bell certainly can't ring by itself.
Well, it sure begins to look like this one did. Roy, you say you questioned Luke Peabody real close?
Yeah, I figured maybe he would be behind it, but, well, you know what a practical joker Luke is. Well, we didn't find him right outside the bell tower when he was... Well, looks like we've got visitors.
Yeah, Lindsay Lockridge and Phineas Salt. Wonder what them two want with us.
Maybe Lockridge wants to sell Roy some of that stock they're interested in. What is it again, Roy?
Oh, some new chemical and dye company.
Roy, Dale, Gabby. Roy, look at this thing. Look at it, and then I implore you, explain it to me.
There isn't any explaining it.
Please, Phineas. Roy.
Well, it's a puppet, just like the one we found in church yesterday.
Then that story is true. I didn't attend Sunday services. I had one of my distressing sick headaches, you know. That marionette you found ringing the church bell, did it talk to you?
Well, if it had, I wouldn't be here now. They'd be scraping me off from the walls of a padded cell.
Well, this one spoke to me.
It spoke to you?
He imagined it, of course.
I did not imagine it. I'm not an imaginative man. I'm not a well man
Well,
either.
now, just try and steady down, Lindsay. Steady down. and tell us what happened.
Yeah, don't get yourself in an uproar.
Well, ill as I felt this morning, a sick headache, I reached my office on time, and I tell you, I nearly collapsed. For there, sitting in my chair, behind my desk, was this thing. After a moment, I realized it was nothing more than a marionette and an articulated figure that...
What?
Well, an articulated figure, Gabby. That's what a marionette is. An articulated figure motivated by a vertical controller, I believe they call it.
All right. I knowed what you was talking about.
And at that very moment, I realized that. It talked to me.
What did it say?
It said, tell Roy Rogers to leave $5,000 in the hollow stump at Three Pines by midnight tonight or suffer the consequences. Now, don't look at me that way. I'm telling you it did.
You know, this here business is getting worser and worser. We better do something about it. Hanged if it don't mind me of the time that I was forced to sew up my watch with a needle and thread.
You what, Gabby?
Sewed up my watch with a needle and thread. You see, I was guiding a party of hunters, 8 of them there was, on a trip up in the mountains. I warned them we might have trouble with the redskins, but they wanted to go hunting in the worst way. Second day in camp, we were set on by a band of Indians, and they took us prisoner.
My goodness.
Well, come the time when we was to be burned at the stake, I knowed something had to be did, and did pronto, or the 9 of us was dead ducks. Right then and there, I took out my watch, took a needle and thread. I always carry one for emergency, you know, and I began taking stitches in the works of that watch, and that's what saved us all.
But, Gabby, how could sewing up your watch save you?
Why, ain't you never heard the proverb, stitch in time saves 9?
Oh, Gabby,
it's
no.
It's gospel, so help me, Bob.
Well, it seems just like an ordinary puppet, Lindsay. I sure don't see how it could have spoken to you.
Roy, you must believe me. It did.
Maybe you're sicker than you think you are, Lindsay.
Oh, I tell you... Oh, what's the sense of telling you anything? Roy, I got to get back to my office. What are you going to do about this thing?
Do?
About the money, the $5,000.
Look, Lindsay, I can't believe this thing talked to you. You must have imagined it. But anyhow, just forget the whole thing until you hear from me.
Very well, Roy, very well. Come along, Phineas.
Yeah, go on home, Phineas. You allow maybe he's been taking too many of them medicines he's always dosing himself with?
Dale, Gabby, there's something mighty peculiar about this.
Well, me, I'd like to know how that bell could ring with now nobody up there to ring it.
Well, I want to know more than that. I want to know what's behind all this. Who attached the puppet to the church bell yesterday and why? And as for this one, well, we can't believe it actually talked to Lindsay, but who propped it up in the chair in his office? There's something behind all this hocus pocus, and
Well, warp my backbone and call me a bronc. Look what's heading this way.
Oh, no, a horse with a puppet riding it.
By hootin' Harry, you're right. That is a puppet riding that horse.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The thing talked.
Troy, I feel faint.
Steady, Dale.
Steady? How can anybody be steady with that thing sitting there in the saddle staring at us? Well, answer the dratted thing.
Yes?
Take warning. Leave $5,000 in the hollow stump at Three Pines by midnight tonight, or suffer the consequences. Get up there. Come on.
Roy, now we gotta believe it. We just hear the puppet speak ourselves.
We heard it speak, all right, and I'm finding out how right now. Trigger, come here, boy. We've got to catch those 2, Trigger, and it's up to you. Let's go! Come on, Trigger. Come on, boy. They've got a good start, and that puppet's a lot lighter than I am. We've got to stop them, Trigger. We've got to stop them. That's it. You're gaining on them. You're gaining. They'll be close enough to rope in a minute. I've got the rope coil now, Trigger. Ready to throw it just as soon as we get... Yeah. Now! Got him, Trigger. Hold him now. Hold him while I get that puppet in the saddle. Oh, boy. Steady down now. I just want to have a close look at that puppet on your back. Let's see now. Well, I'll be. So that's it. That's how this thing talked. Good work, Trigger. Good work, boy.
I know Trigger could beat that critter. Well, I see you got the Henrietta. The Harrietta. Oh, shucks, that ornery puppy.
I got it all right.
What's the answer to it, Roy? How did that thing talk?
There's only one answer to that, Dale. And if I'm not mistaken...
If you ain't mistaken, what?
Hold it, Gabby. Looks like we've got another visitor. It's Reverend Smith this time.
Yeah, and he sure is racking into the Double R bar. Reverend, what in tarnation...
Roy, I need your help. The strangest thing has happened.
What is it, Reverend?
The poor box at the church. It's been robbed.
Oh, who would do a terrible thing like that?
I don't know, Dale. I discovered the robbery less than an hour ago. What's more, Roy, I found these inside the box.
Strings. Marionette strings.
Yes. Roy, what is the meaning of these puppets? I thought that affair of yesterday was someone's idea of a joke. Joke in very poor taste, but still a joke. But this robbing of the poor box,
It's no joke. I agree with you, Reverend. It's a trick, and a mighty serious one. Dale, take this puppet to my office, will you?
All right.
When I get back, I'll show you how it managed to talk. Meanwhile, Reverend, Gabby and I will go back with you. We'll pick up Sheriff Masters on the way.
You going to have some hombre arrested, Roy?
No, Gabby, but Sheriff Masters may be able to find fingerprints on that poor box. Let's get going. Come on, Trigger. Hit the trail, boy.
About an hour later, in the study of the Reverend Warfield Smith.
Oh, boys, would you mind very much if I went on writing my sermon for next Sunday while you look for fingerprints on that poor box?
Of course not, Reverend. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I think I'll light the fire in the fireplace. I feel a little chilly.
Let me do it for you, Reverend. It's a little mite chilly today. Minds me of the time I...
Gabby.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, there's your fire, Reverend. Once she gets going, she'll be real nice and warm.
Oh, thank you, Gabby. I really don't know what I'd do without you and Roy sometimes. Well, I must get back to my sermon.
What's he going to be about? Your sermon, I mean.
Oh, the handwriting on the wall, Gabby.
Handwriting on the wall? Oh, yeah, I remember now. That's about how a finger appeared in the air and began to write a message on the wall of some king's palace or something.
Yes, Gabby, yes, that's right, yes.
Well, how you doing at the poor box, Sheriff?
Appears to me like the thief wore gloves. There's nary a sign of a fingerprint on this box at all. What do you make of these marionette strings, Roy?
Well, I've been going over them carefully, Sheriff. They're made of shoemaker's thread, I'd say. Shoemaker's thread that's been thoroughly waxed.
Shoemaker's thread? Well, hog tie me with a piggin string. Beg your pardon, Reverend.
Oh, what is it, Gabby?
Why, you reminded me of something, Roy.
Oh, now,
No,
Gabby...
I don't mean a tall yarn. I mean something that happened just t'other day. I took a pair of boots to Tony Alturas, our shoemaker here in Paradise Valley, and he just happened to mention he was running kind of low on thread. Said he'd have to order some more from Luke Peabody.
Well, what about it, Gabby?
Shucks, don't you see? Roy and me, we found Luke outside the belfry door yesterday when somebody had tied that puppet to the bell rope. And these puppet strings, they're made of shoemaker's thread that comes from Peabody's general store. They ain't no double gate about this horse. Peabody's the hombre behind all this hocus pocus, and I'm going to... Roy, what is it? What are you staring at?
Look.
What?
Great Caesar's ghost. There on the fireplace wall, above the Reverend Smith's head.
Well, dear me, what is it? Why, my soul and body.
Writing. Handwriting. Beginning to appear on the wall, and there ain't nobody there writing it.
Look at it. A message appearing on the wall. As if a ghost...
Roy! Steady, all of you. It's a trick.
It says, Roy Rogers be warned. $5,000 in the holler stump by midnight, or you will regret it.
Roy, what does it mean? What does it mean?
It means that... I'll take that. Hello?
Roy!
Yes, Dale? What is it?
Roy, in heaven's name, come quickly.
Dale, what?
Roy, here in your office, the puppet's talking to me, threatening me.
Dale, now steady down. Listen to me. That's just a trick. It's a trick.
Yes, I know, but Luke Peabody...
Yes? What? Luke Peabody? Hello, Dale!
What in tarnation?
No time to lose, Gabby. Something's happened to Dale. We're hitting the trail for the Double R bar pronto. Dale!
Most likely in the office, Roy.
Yep, in here, Gabby.
What in the... Roy! There on the floor. Luke Peabody, and look, a puppet laying across his body.
Luke, come on, snap out of it.
Roy?
Luke, what happened here? Where's Dale?
Dale? Oh, Roy. Roy, you gotta save her. You gotta save her.
Yes, but where is she?
They took her. They got her, Roy, and you...
Who's got her?
The puppets. The puppets, they came and... Roy, listen to me.
No, you listen to me, Luke.
Huh?
On your feet, Luke.
But Roy...
Start talking and talk fast.
So he's the hombre behind all this, is he? Let me at him. I'll smoke him up with a 6-gun.
No, Gabby.
I'll send him to heaven to hunt for a harp. I'll shoot him so full of holes he'll sink when he takes a bath.
Oh, boys, no, please.
Luke, let's ride a straight trail on this. Robbing that church poor box was bad enough. But now that something's happened to Dale, you better come clean with me pronto.
All right, Roy, all right. Now, the puppet ringing the church bell...
Don't waste time. I know all that. I know how that bell rang even though there was nobody there to ring it. I know how these puppets were made to talk, and I know how the handwriting appeared on the wall in Reverend Smith's study.
You know all that?
Yes, but I don't know where Dale is. And that's what you'd better tell me, Luke Peabody. That's what you'd better tell me right now.
Do you know? Do you know how a bell could be made to ring with no one there to ring it? Do you know how a lifeless puppet can be made to speak? And what's the answer to the handwriting on the wall? We'll know the answers to all these questions in a very few minutes. But now, friends, Roy Rogers has something he'd like to tell you. Roy?
Thanks, Art. Today is a big moment in my life, believe me. Shucks, my folks brought me up on Quaker Oats. Quaker Oats has been a pal of mine since I was knee-high to a duck. So I'm mighty proud that we're teaming up together. I'm going to sort of be the Quaker Oats ambassador to your house. I'm not going to be backward about telling you to eat Quaker Oats because I know it's mighty good eating and mighty good for you, too. So from now on, folks, when you think of Roy Rogers, doggone it, think of Quaker Oats.
Thanks, Roy. And friends, remember the wonderful benefits to everyone in delicious whole-grain Quaker Oats for breakfast. Yes, there's more energy and endurance for you grown-ups. More growth and health for you youngsters in good, wholesome oatmeal than any other whole-grain cereal. That's because Quaker Oats is so much richer in vital food elements like protein, vitamin B1, and iron. Remember to buy Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals. Quaker and Mother Oats are the same.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Our scene changes now to the sheriff's office in Paradise Valley.
Well, that about does it, Roy. You feeling all right now, Miss Evans?
Yes, thank you, Sheriff.
I don't savvy it. Don't savvy it at all. How'd you know, Roy? How did you know?
Well, there was only one way that a bell could ring, Gabby. Someone stationed in a window across the street from the church must have been firing at the bell with a rifle. Of course, a rifle with a silencer.
Yes, but what about that puppet that talked?
That was a wire recorder, Dale. There's a new wire recorder on the market now. It's so small they call it the watch case recorder. Well, there was a watch case recorder inside that puppet.
And the handwriting that appeared on the fireplace wall in the Reverend Smith's study, that was invisible ink, was it? Invisible ink that started to appear when the heat of the fire brought it out.
Exactly, Sheriff.
And all the time I thought that Luke Peabody was the ornery culprit.
It couldn't have been Luke. He was in church yesterday, so he couldn't have fired a rifle at the church bell from outside.
Well, as I fessed up to you, I suddenly realized that the material used to make the puppet we saw in church yesterday had come from my store. And I remembered who'd bought it. Well, I scally-hooted out to the ranch to tell Roy, but he followed me. He told me he'd kill me if I didn't give you that low-code story about puppets kidnapping Dale. Oh, I was scared. I was mighty scared.
But, Roy, I still don't savvy how you knowed it was Lindsay Lockridge.
The first clue, Gabby, was that Lockridge used the words articulated figure and vertical controller in describing a puppet. That made me realize he knew something about puppets. The second clue was the stocks that he's been trying to get me to buy for a long time. That made me figure he was kind of hard up for cash.
Shucks, I knowed all them things, but I just never put 'em together, that's all.
Well, Roy, Lockridge is locked up safe, and the folks of Paradise Valley are mighty beholden to you. You've done it again.
Ain't nothing unusual about that, Sheriff. It was my partner who done that. My partner, Roy Rogers.
And now, Roy Rogers, Dale, and the gang sing Carry Me Back to the Lone Prairie.
Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free. And when I die, you can bury me 'neath the western sky on the lone prairie. Give me back my saddle, give me back my gun, give me back my bronco that I used to run. Let me spread my blanket by a peaceful stream. Hear the cowboys singing by the campfire's gleam.
Oh, carry me back to the lone prairie, where the coyotes howl and the wind blows free.
And when I die,
you can bury me.
Bury me 'neath the western sky.
That western sky on the lone prairie.
Lone prairie.
You can bury me
'neath the western sky on the lone prairie.
'Neath the western sky on the lone prairie. Well, folks, it's time to hit the trail. Before we go, though, I'd just like to say to all the boys and girls listening in that I'd take it kindly if they were mighty careful about accidents. You know, kids, on the Double R Bar, every cowboy is always on his guard against accidents. I want you to be like that, too. So you do that for me, will you? Fine. And in the meantime, don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day. You'll be more than repaid if you remember that a smile goes a long, long way. Well, now, until next Sunday, don't forget, this is Roy Rogers saying for Dale Evans, Gabby Hayes, and myself, also Quaker Oats, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. Don't forget, smiles are made out of the sunshine, and a smile goes a long, long way.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Powder River, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed. From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
You folks ever hear of a town called Dos Rios? Like as not, you haven't. But being that I'm the town's lawyer, I'd like to tell you about Dos Rios. A sprawling, lusty, and raw-boned frontier town. All kinds of folks here. Although some of them aren't all bad, there are some of them who aren't all good. Take my last case. Cherokee O'Bannon, ex-medicine man and now owner of the town livery stable, was with me, just jogging along the west bank of El Toro Creek, flapping his jaws like he most always does.
Listen to me, my Junior Blackstone. In court, you're dull and unromantic. But outside of a courtroom, with your back humped for trouble and your fists flying, then, my boy, there isn't a woman of the opposite sex who doesn't sigh her heart out to be crushed in those two manly arms.
Doggone you, Cherokee. Don't let me hear you saying anything that even sounds like that where Libby Fillmore can hear you.
Oh, of course not, Chad. I'm as close-mouthed as a sphinx. Famous statue, you know.
Good enough.
But if Libby has agreed to become Mrs. Remington, would you kindly explain just why you're riding along with your roving eye riveted on that bit of feminine fluff and pulchritude, driving that one-horse shay on the other side of the creek?
Well, so you noticed her too, huh? And at your age. You know, you're really a good advertisement for your Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil.
Certainly. It's guaranteed to build red blood.
Well, the young lady yonder has nothing to do with... Hey.
Plato's platitudes, Chad. Someone's shooting at that girl.
And those shots have spooked the girl's horse. He's running away.
My goodness. That damsel's not merely in distress, Chad. She's in trouble. Come on!
Cherokee, I'll take care of the damsel. You light it out after that sneaking drag gulcher. Now go on. Pound up that dust. I'm taking out after that runaway rig.
Oh, now. Slow down. Please slow down.
Hey, watch out. You're heading that buggy straight for the creek.
What? Oh, whoa there. What did you say?
Don't try and jump. I'll get alongside and grab the bridle.
Hurry, he'll drown me.
Hey, slow. Easy there. Stand by.
Oh, my goodness, this is awful. I don't know what I should have done if you hadn't come along.
You've probably gone swimming, I guess. Huh, you any idea, miss, who fired those shots at you?
None. None at all.
Have anything with you that a road agent might want? I mean, money or valuables, anything like that?
No, but you sound as if you might be a marshal or
sheriff or something with all those questions.
Hey, you're pretty close. I'm a lawyer. Dos Rios' only lawyer.
Lawyer? Then you must be the man I was driving over to see. You're Chad Remington.
I guess there's nothing to say but guilty as charged, Your Honor. Chad Remington at your service.
Mr. Remington, I'm Marie Hoxie. Miss Marie Hoxie. When can I see you?
Well, it seems to me you're seeing me right now. Although I don't usually conduct my law business standing in a creek next to a rig with 3 bullet holes through the dashboard.
And never having talked to a lawyer before, I really wouldn't know. But if you wouldn't mind lifting me out of here, carrying me back to the bank.
Well, really, Miss Hoxie, ease up a little, will you? Your arms are choking me. Let go of my neck.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Look, I'll tell you what, I sent Cherokee up in those rocks to
Cherokee?
see... Yeah, Cherokee O'Bannon. He owns a livery stable in town. If you don't mind, you can take his horse, and he can patch his carriage together and bring it back to his stable.
Why, surely. Anything you say.
Oh, good. Since you're soaked from the splashing you've had when we get back to Dos Rios, you better get a hotel room and change your clothes.
You're the most thoughtful man.
Thanks, Miss Hoxie.
Are lawyers all so formal? My friends call me Marie, Chad.
Well, what would you have done? I lifted Marie out of that battered rig and carried her back up to the road. Whatever scent she was wearing smelled like... Well, I guess it had a French name and cost $25 an ounce. Effective. Very effective. With Marie wet and the air cold, I didn't do much talking on the way to Dos Rios. She took a room in the hotel and said she'd meet me at my office within an hour. That hour gave me a chance to do a little thinking.
Great Jupiter's ghosts and sundry sepulchres, Chad. If you refuse help, Marie Hoxie, you're just cutting off your nose to spite her face. Her pretty little face.
I don't know, Cherokee. Something about this sounds a little fishy. Did you notice the dash of that buggy, the holes the slugs made?
Oh, I can't say that I did, my bucolic barrister. Why?
Well, the splinters are all outside.
Outside? My boy, why waste time looking at the outside of a splinter when you can be regaling your optics on the outside of Miss Hoxie? What grace, what charm, what curves, what curves.
And besides, those holes look mighty small.
Those aren't holes, Chad. Those things are called pores.
Look, you old reprobate. I'm talking about the dashboard of that buggy, and you're talking about something entirely different.
Indeed I am. Indeed I am.
And something else. It's almost 2 hours since she said she'd be here in 1 hour. Well, no, sir, Cherokee. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk down to that hotel and tell Marie Hoxie I'm not interested in her or her case. Oh, believe me, Miss Marie, I'm not at all put out about you being a little late. I just came down to the hotel to see if there was anything I could do to help you.
There's a lot you can do to help. You're so tall and so strong-looking that... Well, here. Sit down.
Yeah,
No. Over here. Because what I have to tell you is in complete confidence, and I don't want anybody outside to hear it.
Outside?
You saw that man shooting at me today, didn't you?
Well, I did hear the shots.
Chad, believe me, I won't be safe until I get back the map to the Lost Continent mine.
Map to the... Well, now, look, Marie, if I'm going to be of any help to you at all, you better start from the beginning.
You will forgive me, but I just seem to be all at loose ends. Well, my father, Dan Hoxie's a mining engineer.
I see.
After 3 years of looking, he finally relocated the Lost Continent mine. Mapped it. Went back to Leadville where I was waiting for him.
Well, how did he lose the map?
It was stolen. And we know who stole it.
If you know who stole the map, why did you come here to Dos Rios to see me?
We had the man arrested and he's in jail now, but we never did find the map.
And you want me to go back to Leadville and play detective?
Oh, no, Chad, of course not. But the man who stole it has a brother living here in Dos Rios, and we're as sure can be that he sent that map down here to him.
Who's this brother?
What we heard, he's a professional gambler. Name of Folsom.
Pharaoh Jack?
Why do you look surprised? Don't you believe me?
Marie, I hate to disappoint you, but as much as I sympathize with your problem, yours is scarcely a case for a cowtown lawyer. I'm sorry.
Chad, don't go yet.
Yeah?
Don't you see? Don't you understand? There's no one I can turn to.
You're making it a little difficult.
Chad, please. Please don't walk out on me now. You've got to help me. You can have everything and anything you want.
You better sit down.
I suppose I had.
Do you have any ideas how I can get that paper for you?
It's worth $5,000 to us, if you do.
Maria, I've got to admit I can't do any thinking at all that close to your perfume, so you take off that negative, whatever you call it, and put on a dress, and by the time you're through, I'll be back here with my answer.
Chad.
No, I'll be seeing you, Marie. Later. As I asked before, what would you have done? I headed for the street where Cherokee was waiting anxiously to get that perfume out of my head, or blood, some fresh air into my lungs. We were walking along just leaving the hotel, and Cherokee was voicing his disgust with me loud and volubly.
I'm starting to believe that you're a fair prospect for the booby hatch. If you consider turning her down, $5,000 in that. That radiant rap. Hey. Chad, that shot just missed me.
That didn't miss me.
Huh? I don't notice any punctures in your epidermis.
No, I mean that one little shot just made me decide to try and locate the map of the lost continent mine.
Well, I never believed in looking a gift horse in the teeth. Would you mind explaining to me why you've undergone this change of mind? Or could it be change of heart?
That little lead slug convinced me that there's more to this than is exposed to the eye. And now, if you look who just came out of the hotel, you'll have the rest of your answer.
Out of the... Why, that's Pharaoh Jack, the gambler. Say, isn't he the one you said, Marie?
He's the one, all right. And believe me, Mr. O'Bannon, we're finding that map if we have to tear Dos Rios apart plank by plank and Dobie brick by Dobie brick.
We'll return to the exciting second act of our frontier town adventure in just about 1 minute. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, with that shot from the general direction of the hotel going past my ear a little too close for comfort, and then seeing Pharaoh Jack Folsom leaving the hotel, I decided the better part of valor would be to get off the street before the sheriff and a crowd collected. So I went back to the hotel. Leaving Cherokee to wait for me down the corridor a few feet, once again I knocked on the lovely Marie's door.
Oh, it's you.
Why, were you expecting someone else? I thought you were a stranger in Dos Rios, Marie.
I am. It's just that I didn't expect you back this soon.
May I come in?
Certainly.
Young lady, I've decided to take your case.
Oh, that's wonderful, Chad, wonderful.
Well, $5,000 is a lot of money, so I also decided I'd take part of that. Now.
No?
Taking you at your own word, you said anything and everything. I'm asking for some money, down.
Well, you didn't expect me to have the $5,000 with me.
I'll take what I can get.
Oh. Well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it'll have to be, I suppose.
And you suppose correctly.
Well, if the money's all you're interested in.
The way this case may turn out, I need to put a little aside to assure myself a proper funeral. Now, you better go open that purse of yours, Marie, before I change my mind again. Although Miss Hoxie's pocketbook was fat and bulging, she only managed to produce $100. But while the bag was open, I did manage to peek inside, and what I saw in there satisfied me that this was my kind of case. As soon as I left Marie's room, I beckoned to Cherokee, and we took advantage of being in the hotel by easing ourselves into Folsom's room. I don't mind saying that I was more than a bit surprised when, tucked inside one of his frilly shirts, I found the map to the Lost Continent mine. Careless of him, wasn't it? But then I guess gamblers always do take chances. Then, instead of turning the map over to my client and demanding the rest of the fee, I grabbed Cherokee and hurried back to my office.
Mr. Remington, I am by nature a very patient man. But with that gorgeous creature waiting to hand you the best part of $5,000, why in the name of Gilhooly's goats don't you give her the map and collect the long, green, folding wherewithal?
I don't know yet exactly. All I know for sure is that in the bottom of her little pocketbook, I spotted a .25 caliber handgun.
25 caliber?
25 caliber, a little gun. A gun which shoots small slugs and make little holes. Holes that I think will match those in the dashboard of the buggy she was driving.
You mean to stand there with your mouth hanging out trying to say that she shot it herself?
I'm just meaning to say that for the time being, I'm going to make what seems to be an exact copy of this map and put it back where we found the original one. Before sneaking back upstairs to Folsom's room, I left Cherokee downstairs in the dinky little lobby under strict orders to stall Folsom should he return by every legal means. And then, just as I had the altered copy of the map safely stowed away in Folsom's shirt, I heard a commotion starting down in the lobby. I closed Folsom's door and raced down the steps 2 at a time.
Don't you forget it. O'Bannon, I'm giving you 3 to get your hands off of me. Do you understand?
But, Pharaoh, I'm positively guaranteeing the 2 bottles of my genuine Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil will not only change
2.
your luck, but will absolutely, positively...
3, all right, I warn you now.
Now, just a minute, Folsom. Why don't you pick on someone your own size and age?
Better keep out of this, Remington.
I should? Why?
Because if you don't, I'm going to knock your teeth back down your throat.
What was that again about wanting to perform a little dental work on me?
You heard me. I told you to keep out of this.
Well, I'm in it, and I'm staying in. Unless you think you can knock me out of it.
Why, you loud mouth.
Well, Pharaoh, you rattled my teeth, but that's all. What you meant was something more like this.
Chad, my boy, I'm as proud of you as a new head of hair. He won't wake up for a week.
Oh, won't I? We'll soon see about that.
Pharaoh, you're a glutton for punishment. You think so? Come on, Cherokee. Help me straighten up this lobby, and then we'll...
Chad, look out. He's got his gun.
Oh, you double-deal. Just for that, Folsom, I'm taking your gun with me. If you ever want it again, you know where to find me, up at my office. If you'll only listen a minute, Cherokee, I'll explain as much as I can to you.
You mean if you're able to? Actually precipitating a fight. Right in a public hotel.
You used the right word when you said precipitate, because now I'm sure that Marie Hoxie knows I'm working on her case. Well, didn't you see her watching from up at the head of the stairs?
You mean you did that to impress her?
No. Oh, I did it in the hope that now she'll have to make her next move, which she just did.
Just did?
She just did. You hadn't been so busy talking, you might have seen her go over into the Western Union office. And unless I miss my guess, Cherokee, we'll be having visitors. Some mighty interesting visitors before very long.
Chad, whether you like it or not, I've got to have a libation. Practically locked up in this office with you for 6 hours, just waiting, has taxed my nerves beyond the bounds of even...
Shh, quiet, Cherokee. Someone coming up the stairs.
Someone coming? By the ever-living George, so there is.
Come in.
Dad, I do hope you don't mind my coming here this time of night.
My dear young lady, you not alone deprecate our perspicacity, but you do yourself a great injustice. There, let me get you a chair.
You're right about Folsom having that map.
Oh, is that so?
I thought you'd be more surprised.
You've got the map? I want it.
I just told you that Folsom had it.
I'm telling you, I don't believe it.
You're smarter than I thought you were, Marie. You happen to notice the map you found in his room isn't complete?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know what you were talking about when you said anything and everything, I think.
Perhaps you've done too much thinking, Mr. Remington.
Say now, please, don't leave so soon. Why, this barren little barrister's office hasn't smelled so good since it's opened. Livery stable, you know.
Oh, I'm not leaving. But fortunately, my father arrived in town, and perhaps he'd better talk to you. Father, come on in.
I was hoping we wouldn't have any trouble. But now, you gentlemen had better sit down.
Just arrived in town, Mr. Hoxie?
Never mind. You got that lost continent map, and we want it.
I rather expected you after I saw your beautiful daughter slip into the Western Union office. If you happen to think it's strange that a lawyer should have his office over a livery stable, that's the reason. Wonderful view of the entire street.
If you're a smart lawyer, Remington, you'll dig up the map. Quick.
So many people seem to want this map. It should be worth a great deal more than $5,000.
Oh, so that's your play, huh? Think you're going to hold us up and gouge a bankroll out of us?
Well, since I didn't take the other things Marie offered me, it seems I'm entitled to a higher fee. After all, this was riskier than I thought. Someone shot at me. Didn't you, Marie?
Chad, you mean to sit there and say you think that
Shut
beautiful...
up, flannel mouth. Remington, I'm not planning on being here in town very long. Maybe 2 more minutes. You got 1 to hand over that map.
Oh, it's too bad you're leaving so soon, but I can't say I blame you. If your partner, Pharaoh Jack Folsom, happens to see you in Dos Rios, there's apt to be a little shooting affair.
Maybe you are smart. Folsom was my partner, but that map belongs to me.
To me? Not to us? You and your enchanting daughter? You're pretty smart yourself, Hoxie, if that is your name. Hiring Marie to pose as your daughter and come down here to get that map because Folsom had never seen her.
He's not his daughter? Why, of all the cheap chicanery?
All right, now look. Now that you know that I know where you stand, and since this is just a business deal, why don't you let your money do the talking for you?
Any talk from now on, this 45's going to do.
Oh, too bad Marie didn't have a 45.
What do you...
That little handgun you let her carry gave me my first tip. Right from the time I saw those holes she shot through the dashboard just to make me think she was in trouble. Then when she threw that shot at me from the hotel...
Remington, I mean it. I'm going to kill you to get back that map.
You see, Marie? He'll kill me just to double-cross Jack Folsom. Then I wouldn't be surprised if he killed you.
Are you turning over that map?
I guess I'll have to. Won't I, Pharaoh?
Drop that gun and Remington.
Where did you...
And drop it.
You folks, kind folks, don't mind. This office is getting so crowded I think I'll leave.
You take one more step, Cherokee, and you will leave. Later, honey. Shut up.
That's what I said. I'm staying.
You know, Pharaoh, I just had a hunch if this double-dealing vulture you're in partners with ever arrived in Dos Rios, you'd pick up his scent faster than a bird dog.
Never mind him. I want my map back.
Oh, this is getting more confusing than ever. It's a matter of pure and simple justice. I don't know who to give the map to now.
Well, maybe this will make your mind up for you. Here, I've got the money I promised you in my bag.
Nobody's buying that map. Do you understand me?
Why not? Chad can use this money just as well as... All right, Folsom, drop that gun.
Why, the little filly's turned into a ferocious firebrand.
Oh, doggone it, Marie. Don't you know that little pop gun's going to get you into trouble sooner or later?
Folsom, drop that gun.
Why, sure. I guess I know when I...
You dirty double-crosser, let go of my wrist.
Chad, Oxy's gun. It's on your desk.
That's enough, Folsom. I'm giving you a better chance than you gave her. I didn't have to miss. Cherokee, get his gun and cover them both.
My pleasure, Chad. Here, give me that.
Oh, Marie, don't you know you should always take your attorney's advice?
What?
Told you that gun was going to get you into trouble.
Chad, it hurts.
I'm going to take you to the doctor's now. Here, let me lift you up.
You remember what I told you?
What was that?
This is doing the hard way. I knew I'd end up with you holding me in your arms.
What's wrong with you today, Cherokee? The air's wonderful, the birds are singing, the fish are all jumping in El Toro Creek, and you just haven't opened your mouth for a half hour.
My cold-blooded counselor, you grieve me and fill me with bitter disappointment.
How's that again?
Here we are, perched on the backs of these high-priced equines, riding along El Toro Creek Road in the very same place where just a week ago your roving eye spotted Marie Hoxie.
Uh-huh.
You sat there supinely in the saddle, making casual comments about the climate and the flora and the fauna. Have you no heart? No red blood in your veins? Never mind, I'll tell you. What you probably need is a double dose of Dr. O'Bannon's famous Cherokee Indian rattlesnake oil.
At least you don't need it. The memory of Miss Hoxie's perfume seems to act on you like a tonic.
That reminds me, Chad. Did you ever find out if Pharaoh Jack Folsom ever did have a brother in prison over in Leadville?
Well, Judge Fillmore found out for me. He hasn't even got a brother. Dan Peacock, alias Dan Hoxie, gave that lost continent map to Pharaoh Jack after he'd won it in a stud game in lieu of cash.
You mean he didn't realize how valuable it was, the fool?
Oh, he didn't even know it was a lost continent mine until later. Then when he found out, he tried to get it back from Pharaoh and couldn't. Then's when he decided to double-cross him and hire Marie to pose as his daughter.
What do you think's going to happen to the curvaceous charmer?
Oh, Marie? Well, from what the judge tells me, whenever they release her from the hospital, she's due for about 5 years at the state's expense.
5 years? Well, by that time, she will have reached the full bloom of beautiful maturity.
No doubt. And if you lay off the libations of that rattlesnake oil, you may still be around to greet her, you old fake.
Well, my boy, even in me, hope springs eternal.
Frontier Town, starring Tex Chandler, is a Bruce Ells production. Supervision by Joel Murcott. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again, this time 1 week from today, for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Tex Chandler. Frontier Town came to you from Hollywood.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Morning, sir. Help you?
I hope so.
Engine, huh?
Hasn't got the pickup of a kitty car.
Well, it's misfiring some.
Some? Mister, half my plugs are on strike.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Yeah, probably your rings are sticking, maybe your valves. When was that carburetor cleaned?
Not too recently.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Your car's not in such bad shape. All you need's a tune-up.
A tune-up? A $50 tune-up?
Now, relax. We'll add a can of K-Site tune-up to your gasoline, another can to your oil. That'll clean your whole firing zone. Valves, rings, plugs, carburetor, everything.
Mister, you're pouring it on.
No, you pour it in. $1.25 a can at most any service station. Results guaranteed or double your money back.
Improved K-Site tune-up, the tune-up in a can.
Keep it tuned right here to Hojo Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Howdy, Marshal. Hello, Mr. Biggs. Can I give you a hand?
No. This is the last batch here. Hey, wait till the flies get to these buffalo hides in the morning and be enough vultures overhead to keep the place in the shade for a week.
Yeah.
You'll sure have your hands full by tomorrow night.
It looks that way.
When these boys turn them hides into cash, they'll bite the corks out of every bottle in town. And some of them look mean enough sober.
Yeah. Well, you better bed down and get some sleep, Mr. Biggs. Where are your boys?
I don't know. Jeff had some trouble with the dry axle up near Pawnee Rock, and Boaz stopped to help him fix it, but they shouldn't be this long behind me.
Well, if I see him, I'll tell him where to find
you. You can tell Jeff, but Boaz ain't even going to hear you.
Why? What's the matter with him?
Oh, he's riding higher than an eagle. You know that white buffalo you've been hearing about?
The albino? Mm-hmm. Well, it's just Indian talk.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, if it is, Boaz sure shot himself a mighty scared buffalo. White as borax.
That ought to fetch a price.
Hey, anybody seen Marshal Dillon?
Over here, Chester.
You better saddle up, Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter, Chester?
Indian trouble. 2 men dead and a couple of wagons burned up out there. I found this.
A war rattle made out of buffalo toes. Arapaho. Well, they haven't been making any trouble.
Well, these did. I was topping a hill when I saw the wagons go up in fire. It was Indians, all right. I saw one ride off.
That's funny. I never heard of Arapahos attacking at night. How far out, Chester?
10 mile, maybe, toward Pawnee Rock.
Pawnee Rock? Marshal, my sons was coming from there.
Easy, Mr. Biggs. Lots of wagons in the church.
Marshal, I didn't see another wagon between here and Pawnee except the ones we had, but the Indians killed my boys.
There's only one way to make sure, Mr. Biggs. Saddle up and ride over to my office. I'll be with you as soon as I can get my horse.
I cut back through those button willows over there when I spotted the wagons being fired.
We must be close to it, then.
Just over there. Right down yonder. See him?
Yeah. I see him. We rode up and dismounted. The last glint of hope in Mr. Biggs' eyes died. His boys were there, all right. And it wasn't nice to see.
Kill him. I'll get him for this. I'll murder every redskin in the territory.
We got to bring your sons in, Mr. Biggs. You know what the morning's going to be like. You don't want to leave them out here. Now, come on.
Hey, look. Down there by the stream.
Yeah, 4 of them. They're not saddle horses. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs. You recognize those horses down there?
Yeah. I know them. Teams belong to Boaz and Jeff.
Indians must have cut them loose from the wagons before they fired.
Doesn't that seem curious to you, Chester?
In what way, Mr. Dillon?
Why didn't they take the horses with them?
Yeah. What are you thinking, Marshal?
No burned hides in those wagons.
So they stole them.
Yeah, they stole them. But Boaz and Jeff both have their rifles there beside them, and the horses are left behind, too.
Horses and guns are the first things Indians would go for. What are you looking for, Mr. Dillon?
Those buffalo hides weren't carried off without wagons. Yeah, here. Marks the 2 other wagons here, and they're fresh.
I didn't see any other wagons, only these.
Well, they'd finished and gone before you got here, Chester.
Well, yeah, but I'd have caught up to any wagons on the trail to Dodge.
Did you go by regular trail?
Well, no, I I figured the Indian I saw wasn't alone. I didn't want to get bushwhacked further on.
You didn't see any Indian, Chester.
But, Mr. Dillon, just as plain
No Indian would leave guns and horses. This job was done by white men. It didn't take anything that could be recognized or identified.
You mean somebody's in Dodge by now? With the hides my boys worked and sweated to get?
I'm afraid so, Mr. Biggs.
There'll be more than 300 buffalo hunters there by morning. Could be any of them.
We'll find the right ones.
Oh, how?
The albino. Whoever killed your sons will have that white buffalo hide. It was almost sunup when we got back to town, and more wagons had jammed the main street lining up for the unloading barns. I rode down the line, looking them over one by one.
Howdy, Marshal.
Some of the men would take their money, drink it up, and drift away. Few would stay long enough to be buried on Boot Hill. Then suddenly a wagon driver up ahead pulled out a line.
Hey, wait a minute, Jim. Hold it there. Take your hands off that key. I'll take my hands off as soon as you get back to your place.
All right.
Tired of waiting. Now, let go of that bit, mister.
Don't do that, stranger. Get your hand away from that gun.
Well, now, knows any law around you.
There is, so don't try making your own.
You got no right grabbing my team.
I got plenty right when he tries to horn in front of me, Marshal.
That's a lie, Marshal. He cut
Never
him
mind. You both want to cool your heads out in jail? Now, what's your name?
Tennessee's good enough.
A lot of people from Tennessee coming into the territory. Most of them are pretty peaceful.
That sounds like you're saying I'm not.
You moved pretty fast for that gun.
Man can lose his temper.
You lost yours 4 times, according to the notches you've carved into that gun butt, but don't try for number 5, not here. How about you? What do you call?
Charlie Kell.
Charlie Kell, huh? They ever call you Chuck?
No.
Heard of a Chuck Kell a couple of years back, come from Kentucky.
Not me.
Man I heard about was a gunfighter, so he never wore gloves. See, you don't either. It's pretty rough on the hands.
Thanks, Marshal. I'll make sure to take better care of them.
Yeah, do that.
I'll be around a while, Marshal. Maybe we can have another talk.
Anytime. They'd need watching. But what I wanted now was a white buffalo hide. Searching the wagons wouldn't do. There wasn't time, and a search had let the killers know that something in the hides they'd stolen could be identified. The time to find out would be when the buyers checked them. I got Biggs and Chester to cover 2 of the unloading barns, and I covered the 3rd one. And then finally daylight came, and the haggling started.
Now, you want to sell those hides? Better learn how to handle your skinning knife a little better.
They're as good as any.
And full of holes, they ain't. Give you $4 a hide for the bunch.
You gave that last fellow 8.
He looked tougher than you.
6. I'll take 6.
4. Take it or leave it.
You think you can rob me, mister?
Watch your mouth, boy.
Here, none of that.
Let me go!
Easy, son.
Go!
Let me have that gun just so you won't be tempted. There, that's better.
Give me that. Give it back.
You can pick it up at my office whenever you're ready to leave town. Yeah, you look like a city boy to me. Where are you from? St. Louis?
None of your business.
When something's got you beat, son, there's no shame to admitting it and going home. Sometimes that takes a real man.
Don't tell me what to do. Why don't you watch your own job? Why don't you leave me alone, Marshal? I ain't got a white buffalo hide.
What'd you say, boy?
You heard me.
What do you know about a white buffalo hide?
What everybody else knows. That you're looking for one. Everybody in town knows it.
How?
Because the old man whose sons were bushwhacked all liquored up over at the other barn, shooting off his mouth. Don't go away mad, Marshal.
Mr. Biggs wasn't at the barn where I'd left him. I cut through an alley to Front Street and headed for the saloons. I never got to him.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
What's the matter, Chester?
Old man Biggs.
Where is he? I'm looking for him.
Well, he was over by the barn I was watching, drunk, going through the wagon.
Yeah, I know about that.
I was trying to get him to go back to his own barn, but all of a sudden, he took off.
For where?
I don't know, but there was one wagon he was watching in particular. The driver walked away from it with a package of some kind.
That white hide?
It could have been, I don't know, but Big sure thought so. He lit out after the fellow with blood in his eye.
Which way?
Down there where the boy's been hitching the empty wagon.
Well, let's go.
Old boy's drunk enough to make trouble. He's liable to kill somebody.
Or get killed.
Too late, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. It came from there behind that row of wagons. You stay here, Chester.
Be careful, Mr. Dillon.
When I rounded the corner wagon, Mr. Biggs was sprawled across a wagon tongue, his eyes dead and open, staring at the ground. And standing over him was Tennessee, a smile on his face, and his gun extended to me butt first.
Looks like I'm in the mite of trouble, Marshal.
He's dead, Tennessee. That's more than a mite.
You take my gun for a while.
You mean until after you hang?
Wasn't figuring to be that serious. Not when a drunk follows me out here and throws down on me.
If you're figuring on self-defense, forget it. Look at his gun. It isn't even cocked.
Well, it's out of his holster, Marshal. That's enough. Law don't say I have to wait till he kills me.
You'll have to make a jury believe that.
No, you shouldn't have much trouble doing that, Marshal.
What are you doing here, Mr. Kell?
Oh, I just happened to follow Tennessee out here.
Why?
Well, you broke up our little argument in town. Thought I'd get him alone here. See if maybe he was still nursing a grudge he wanted to settle. But the old man beat me to it. Now, Tennessee here ain't exactly a friend of mine, as you know, but I hate to see any man hang when he ain't guilty.
Is that your personal verdict, Mr. Kell?
That's right, Marshal. The old man threw down on him, and Tennessee had to kill him in self-defense.
Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Which one of them had the package?
This one. This is the fellow the old man was after.
All right, Tennessee, where is it?
I don't know anything about a package.
Look in the wagon, Chester. See anything?
Nothing here.
I reckon you can give my gun back to me now.
All right, Tennessee. Here.
Thanks.
But if you decide to use it again while you're in Dodge or any place else in Kansas, I hope I'm there when you do.
Well, now, don't you fret, Marshal. I'm sure you will be.
Just before sundown, we buried old man Biggs and his two sons up on Boot Hill. By the time the service was over and I rode down, darkness had fallen, and everything was going full blast. The town was roaring.
Seemed like a good man, old Biggs.
He was, Chester. So were his boys.
Yeah, but there are too many men like Tennessee and Cal coming in, Mr. Dillon.
They won't last, Chester. They'll keep coming, but they won't last. They'll take a gun and go against a man, but they won't sweat. They won't take root and build.
We still gonna look for that hide?
Yeah.
Well, just what do you want me to do, Mr. Dillon?
Tennessee and Kell will be in town, but their wagons are back there with the other empties. Ride back and look them over. Oh, they might have had somebody carry that package off for them.
It might be, but they don't seem like partners, Mr. Dillon. From what I heard, you stopped them from gunfighting.
Took more than one man to kill the Biggs boys, and more than one man and more than one wagon to cart the hides in.
Well, you mean they staged that trouble just for you?
Just for me. After they heard I was looking for that white hide.
Well, why do you figure that, Mr. Dillon?
When gunfighters start for their guns, nothing stops them, Chester. They both started, but they both stopped. I reckon you better take a look through those wagons.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Where'll I meet you?
I'll be checking the saloons. One by one, I made the stops. The Long Branch, the Alafraganza, the Texas Trail. And one by one, they got quieter as I went in. As though each place was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The last place was a Mexican hangout. A long, dark walk.
Hello, Marshal. Can't see me, can you, Marshal?
No. No, I can't see you, son.
Too bad. Because I got another gun. They sell them around here. And I ain't going back to St. Louis.
You'll fire once, son, and if you don't kill me with that, and I'll kill you.
I'll gamble on that, Marshal.
Marshal!
He lurched from the shadows into the street, staggered, and fell. And then he rolled over on his back, and his eyes struggled for a minute like they were trying to remember something. And then he went blank. Well, he was right about one thing. He wasn't going back to St. Louis.
Well, what do you know? The marshal's real handy with a gun.
Stay out of this, Kel. But I may have something to talk over with you later.
You mean what?
If you don't know it, then you got nothing to worry about.
I've been hearing a lot about how fast you are with a gun, Dillon. Anything to it?
I'm still alive.
Yeah. This your hobby, shooting kids?
He was old enough to try to kill me.
I don't like it, Marshal.
That's too bad, Mr. Kell. The Chuck Kell I heard about would have loved it. They said he'd killed 2 kids under 16, one of them his own brother.
No, you didn't hear the whole story, Marshal. The Kell you heard about killed a marshal, too.
You made the bid, Mr. Kell. And you got a gun. Use it or I'll take it away from you.
Come and get it.
Anytime.
Here it is.
How you feeling, Mr. Dillon?
I'm all right, Chester.
Doc fixed your head. Wasn't much he could do for Kell, though.
I hit him.
If you didn't, he sure died for nothing.
He was fast, all right.
Boys say you made him look like a sleepy burro. Never even cleared his holster.
And my head says different.
You didn't get that from Kell.
What do you mean?
Tennessee was up the street with a rifle. He creased you.
Huh? Where is he now?
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. He rode out of town before I could stop him. I was the only one who saw him. I was coming up street to find you.
All right. Let's get out of here. Did you find anything in the wagons?
No, sir. But I found Tennessee's wife.
Wife?
That's right, Mr. Dillon. In a small wagon next to his. He's a squaw man. His wife's an Indian girl.
Well, let's find her. All right, Chester. Which way?
Edge of town, Mr. Dillon.
Well, let's go. You talked to the wife?
Yes, sir. Found out Tennessee and Kell were friends, all right. They left her here night before last and arranged to meet her here today. She said they were driving empty wagons when they left her.
Ask her what tribe she belonged to?
Didn't have to ask, Mr. Dillon. I could tell by her beads. She's an Arapaho.
She was there, all right. Crouched by the wheel of a wagon. Her face was bloody, and she stared into a small campfire, rocking back and forth without a sound.
She wasn't beat up when I left her, Mr. Dillon.
Where's your husband?
He gone.
Gone where?
He gone.
Tell me which way he went, and I'll bring him back to you.
No. You lawman.
Your husband had a white buffalo hide, didn't he? Tell me.
No. Other man killed white buffalo.
Then your husband took the hide away from him?
Well, he buy hide.
He didn't buy him. He killed 2 men to get him. He killed with Indian paint on his face. He left an Arapaho war rattle. He wants the blame to come to your people.
If the white men think the Arapahoes are on the warpath, the soldiers will come.
No. Arapaho, peaceful.
Where's the white hide? What'd your husband do with it?
He tell me. Bury it.
Where? Where's it buried?
There. Back there. By tree.
Go dig it up, Chester. And then stay with her till I get back.
You going after him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, as soon as she tells me which way.
All right, Mr. Dillon.
You're white man. No good. Now tell me which way he went.
You let him go. He not come back.
I can't let him go. If I do, the soldiers will come after your people. He beat you, and he ran away from you. Now he'll bring death to your tribe unless I get him. Where did he go?
He ride to where moon sleep.
I rode east. Tennessee'd had about an hour's start, but I figured to make up most of that before sunrise. The prairie was open and flat except for an occasional roll, and the Arkansas River would keep him from cutting south. His best bet for a fresh horse would be Kinsley, and I rode hard for it. It was just turning daylight when I rode in.
Well, howdy, Marshal. Morning.
Good morning. Got a place I can water my horse?
Trough right there. Just let him loose. He'll find it.
Thank you.
Looks like you come a long way.
Dodge.
Another fella here just a few minutes ago been riding hard, too. He come from up Pawnee way, though.
Tall, dark, riding a vinegar roan?
Yeah, that's right.
You get a fresh horse here?
I had to send my boy out the corral to get one for him. He'll be back soon.
You mean he's still here in town?
Yeah. Asked about breakfast, so I sent him over to the Widow Hilliard's place. Right over there, across the road.
Thank you. I'll be back.
Say, you after that fella, Marshal?
Yes?
Understand you're serving breakfast, ma'am.
Why, sure thing, Marshal.
Dillon! That's right.
Give me a clear way out the door, or I'll kill you.
Come by me, Tennessee.
I'll come shooting.
That's all right. But just be sure you get me this time.
Hey!
You hurt, ma'am?
No, I'm all right, Marshal. He looks kind of dead.
Yeah.
Bad one, huh?
Yes'm. Gunfighter. Thief. Killer.
What's your name, Marshal?
Dillon, ma'am. Matt Dillon. I'm sorry about
Marshal. When my husband brought me out here 15 years ago, Indians burned this place down 3 times. I'm used to killing. You want to carry him out? I'll go fix you that breakfast.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a long ride back to Dodge.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Joel Murcott, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Stan Waxman, John Daner, and Larry Dobkin, with Sam Edwards, Lillian Baeff, Tom Holland, and Mary Lansing. Parley Bayer is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
You know, everybody's working at top speed these days. The times demand the best we've got. And the best, when it comes to coffee, is measured in terms of flavor. The demands we place upon coffee today are greater than ever before. Every cup must measure up. Every sip must hit the spot. Now, not only to fill its all-important place as part of a good meal, but for the boost fine coffee gives, the lift to help you get things done. And besides that, since the shortage makes rationing necessary, each cup should make up in excellence for the cups we don't get in between. Now, to fill the bill and more than fill it, get Chase and Sanborn coffee. You'll marvel that a single cup can hold so much delicious flavor. The secret is that Chase and Sanborn is more than one coffee. It's the finer ones blended. And today, our experts are turning out the richest, most satisfying, most flavorful blend of our entire history. You want all the flavor you can get, so get all the flavor you can. Every time you part with a precious ration coupon, ask for Chase and Sanborn. Naturally, nowadays, with so many others buying Chase and Sanborn, too, your grocer may sometimes run out. If he should, please understand and cooperate. And the next time, be sure to ask again for Chase and Sanborn coffee.
Hojo Radio, where the classics come alive.
Wheaties presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. On stage tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles. And 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the Trigger Men.
At 9 o'clock on the evening of May 27, 1947, Jasper Leach, operator of an independent service station in Ada, Oklahoma, was preparing to shut down for the night. Suddenly, 2 men in a green convertible pulled into the service island of his station.
Closed for the night, fellas. Pumps are all locked. We
got to get some gas.
All-night place on the highway south, mister. Big station. You're heading that way.
I don't like big stations. We're gassing up right here. I got a tire you can fix.
Now, look, I told you I'm close to the...
Hey, stop the chatter, will you?
You heard him, Hick. Now get moving, or I'll put a slug in you.
All right, mister. I ain't arguing with a gun.
Hey, get that pump going. Make them fill a couple extra 5-gallon cans, Pat.
All right, Joe. Stop playing the podium and get that flat spare out if you're so hot for action.
Okay, but let's take it up, eh?
Well, come on, Hayseed. Get with the pump.
Keys are in the office.
Well, let's get them. And while we're in here, you might as well open the safe.
I don't know the combination.
Yeah? Oh! I said open it, you hick.
All right, mister, I'll open it. But you ain't getting away with this. Not by a dang sight.
We'll talk that over later. Just you and me, Hick. Just you and me.
KTX-8, all units. KTX-8, all units. Oklahoma State Police advised that about 9 p.m. of 5/27, gas station attendant at 8, Oklahoma was robbed and beaten to death with tire iron. Subjects tentatively identified as number 1, Joe Gordon, average size, eyes blue, hair blonde, complexion fair. Number 2, Tiny Gordon, 6'3", peculiar walk, pigeon-toed, same coloring as brother. Subjects now believed to be in Texas en route to Mexican border. Wanted 6 states and FBI for murder, bank robbery, narcotics, other charges. Use caution, these men are dangerous. KDXA, Austin.
Tales of the Texas Rangers will continue in just a moment.
Get up and get at 'em with Wheaties. Yup, for folks up and doing, for folks going places, breakfast of champions. Sure, begin a better breakfast with Wheaties tomorrow and see if you don't feel the difference all morning long. Here's why. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. You got it? There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties can give so much. Energy? You bet, whole wheat energy. Vitamins and minerals? You bet, and protein, too. That's why Wheaties at 7 can make a difference at 11. There's energy in them thar flakes. You try 'em tomorrow morning. Make yours Wheaties. Pour on the milk, put on the fruit, and eat happy. Yes, and work happy. Tomorrow, see for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. Breakfast of champions. Breakfast for you.
There were no further signs of the Gordon brothers on the night of May 27th. But on the morning of the 28th, Captain Stinson of the Texas Rangers received a report that looked like a lead and immediately sent for Ranger Jace Pearson.
You send for me, Captain?
Yeah, Jace. I want you to get right over to the General Hospital in Palo Pinto County. Been a double shooting. Deputy Sheriff and his son.
Where'd it happen?
Near Mineral Wells, but check the hospital first. Shooting took place during the night. Rancher found the men this morning.
Mineral Wells, that's on the road south from Ada, Oklahoma. You think it might have been the Gordon brothers?
It smells like them. They were headed south, according to all previous reports. I figure they're making their run for the border, and they'll kill anybody who tries to stop them.
Sure looks that way.
The deputy never saw who gunned him, Jace. If he can talk, get all the information you can. And if it looks like the Gordons, stay with it all the way. We don't want them to get across the border.
I understand.
Judging by their past movements, they steal cars and dump them for new ones at regular intervals before they get too hot. So don't pin too much on any car descriptions.
I won't. I'll see you later.
Oh, Jace.
Yeah?
You get anything hot, report it by phone. If I have anything for you, I'll have the radio dispatcher tell you to call in. The men we're after might have a shortwave set.
Right, Captain.
One thing more, Jace. This department hasn't lost a man in a long time. Let's keep it that way.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to be the one to spoil the record. I checked my car out and headed for Palo Pinto County. I reached the hospital at 9:45 a.m. and saw the doctor in charge.
He'll pull through, I think, but his condition is critical. Shot 3 times through the back. One of the bullets is lodged in his spine.
Which room's he in?
I'll show you.
Deputy's son hurt bad, too?
Too bad, Ranger. Dead on arrival.
He know it?
Yep, he knows. Be better if you could wait.
I wish I could. I can't.
I understand. He's in here.
The deputy was lying on his stomach, a dazed look on his face like he was remembering something over and over, but still couldn't believe it. I knelt on the floor beside him so he could see me while he was telling me what happened.
You see, my boy built himself one of them hot rod cars out of an old chassis and spare parts. You know youngsters.
Yeah.
I broke down on him last night. Fooled with it and couldn't get it to start. Called up home about midnight. Tell me and his ma why I was out so late.
Sure.
I drove out in my car to meet him where he called from, up at Salesville. We both fooled around with his car some, but wasn't fixing to go at all.
Here. Here, sip a little water through this glass straw. Better?
Thank you.
You couldn't get the car started?
Yeah. So finally I told the kid to come on home. And we'd get it taken care of today. Reckon that don't matter none now.
What happened on the way home?
We passed the carpet place. Big place. He raises silkworms.
Here. Let me fix that pillow for you a bit.
Thank you. Worms feed off in the leaves of the mulberry trees. We was passing the grove, Carver's mulberries. I spotted a fire, little campfire like deep in the grove, almost out of sight.
I see.
Thought I'd better stop, have a look. The kid, he wanted to get out of the car with me. I don't know why I let him, but I had no way of knowing.
No, of course, you couldn't know.
We walked in. I guess they heard us coming. One of them kicked at the fire. I saw his shadow. That's all. I yelled at him to stand where they was, and they started blasting.
Go on.
I turned, pushed the kid down. Something hit me in the back. I went out. When I came to, my kid was lying there, just a couple of feet from me. 15 years old.
All right. Don't try to talk anymore.
Get him for me, Ranger. Please get him. Me and my kid.
I left the hospital and headed for the Carveth Ranch outside Mineral Wells. Big Jim Carveth, the owner of the place, took me into the mulberry grove where the deputy and his boy had been gunned.
Well, this is the spot. Sheriff's combed it over pretty complete, though.
Had their fire right over here.
What are you digging out of them ashes?
Fire wasn't burning long. Started it with a road map and an envelope. A little corner of the envelope not quite burned. I can just make out the stamp.
Huh?
It's Mexican. Maybe our lab can make out the postmark.
Out of that charred hunk?
Yeah. If I can slide it into this fresh envelope without breaking it up too much.
You fellas sure can figure a lot from a little, I reckon.
Sometimes. When they left, they went through there toward the road.
How do you know that?
Here's the mark where the fire was kicked. Steps from it move that way.
It might have been the sheriff and his men.
Not in low-heel Eastern boots. See the impressions?
Oh.
One set, same as yours or mine, except for the difference in boots. The other set scuffs in at the toes. Man who made those is pigeon-toed.
Well, you sound like you could draw a picture of them.
I could now. Let's see where these prints lead. They led to the road, or almost to the road. Just at the edge of the grove were tire markings where a car had been backed into the mulberries to screen it from sight.
Yeah, this is it, all right. Can see where it scraped the branches.
Did more than scrape them. End of this one's been torn off. The part that got torn off isn't on the ground. Low branch, too.
Oh, that means something?
From the tire marks and the height of the branch, it means the baggage compartment of the car was open and then closed down on the end of the branch. See, it snapped off when the car moved.
You sound like that's worth knowing.
It might be worth plenty if the highway patrol turns up an abandoned car with a piece of mulberry branch caught on it. I drove back to headquarters and turned the charred envelope over to the lab. Then I went in and reported to Captain Stinson.
Sounds like the Gordon brothers, all right.
I'd bet on it. And if they're in the habit of ditching their cars, we better check on all the stolen and abandoned. We find the car, we'll know which way they're headed.
I'll send out a bulletin on it. What did Lab say about the envelope?
It's burned pretty bad, Captain, but they think they can restore it. Take time, though.
Well, if they can bring out that Mexican postmark, it might tell us where the Gordons plan to cross the border.
That's what I was thinking. They won't go through a regular border station. It'll be an illegal crossing. And they'll probably have a hideaway arranged on the other side.
Yeah, probably other members of the Crawford gang.
I figure they'll try to make it before tomorrow morning. They'll be making their big run tonight.
Well, head south, Jace, toward the border. We'll relay all information to you as it comes up.
I'd better get charcoal out of the barn and hitch up my horse trailer.
That's a good idea. Wherever they try to cross, it's a cinch it won't be good territory for a car.
The border stations are covered, though, aren't they, in case they do try illegal crossing?
Now, their mugs are hanging in every customs house from Brownsville to El Paso. FBI has given them extra cover, and the Mexican police are helping, too.
I better get going, then. So long, Captain.
So long, Jace, and good luck.
I loaded charcoal into the horse trailer and headed south, aiming for the center of the border near Valverde County so I could change my direction fast either way. I kept a lead foot on the gas pedal. Toward sundown, I was just outside El Dorado when the radio dispatcher came through telling me to call headquarters. I got Captain Stinson on long distance.
That mulberry branch is paying off, Jace. Abandoned car with a piece of it caught in the trunk has just been found in Fort Stockton, Pecos County.
How long ago?
Less than 15 minutes. And the motor was still warm. Highway Patrol is throwing up roadblocks at all points, south and west. They can't be far out of Stockton.
Must be planning to try a border crossing in Presidio or Brewster County, then. Any report on that burned envelope?
Still working on it, Jace. You better head for Fort Stockton. If they do get past our block, they're within 90 miles of the border.
I'll do my best, Captain. So long.
Well, it's another baseball summer with ball fans all over the country watching their favorites and baseball champions all over the major leagues eating their Wheaties. Yup, and do they eat their Wheaties? The Philadelphia Phillies, Ashburn and Ennis. The Cleveland Indians, Lemon and Boudreaux. Stan Musial of the St. Louis Cards. George Kell of the Detroit Tigers. Pee Wee Reese of the Dodgers. They're all getting their Wheaties, breakfast of champions. And you know, so are a lot of other smart people. Folks who want high-stepping energy to stride through their mornings high, wide, and handsome. They're getting Wheaties, too. Are you? Well, listen. You may not play ball for a living, but you can use Wheaties energy. You can use Wheaties vitamins, minerals, and protein. You can use breakfast of champions, too. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. A whole golden kernel rolled out flat and toasted. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties can do so much and help send you through the morning on high. That's why Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You have some. Wheaties, the crisp way to get your whole wheat. Tomorrow morning, make yours milk and fruit and Wheaties. Breakfast of champions. See for yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
I started for the roadblock area in Pecos County, but I never got there. I was still 50 miles away when headquarters radioed me to contact them by phone. Had a feeling the news wasn't going to be good, and it wasn't.
We can forget about Pecos County, Jace. The Gordons broke through our roadblock.
Where?
Back road near Hovey. They turned a Tommy gun on the highway patrol and a sheriff's car.
Kill anybody?
2, and 2 more badly wounded. The men were just found when they didn't answer a radio call. Happened 2 hours ago.
Then the Gordons could be at the border by now.
The wildest part of it, Jace. And you'll have to guess what... Just a second. I didn't say so. Oh, okay, thanks. Here it is, Jace. Lab report on the burned envelope.
Where was it mailed from?
Bakia's. right across the Rio Grande from the Santiago Mountains. That country's murder.
Worse for them than for us. River swollen by spring rains. They'll need a boat to cross.
County sheriff can beat through the mountains with posses, 10 miles each side.
I'll get as close as I can by car, and then Charcoal and I'll ride in. If the posse will corner 'em, we'll have 'em.
You're the closest ranger unit, Jace. But those men are dangerous. You want to wait for some help?
No time for waiting. Now's the time for getting 'em. You'll hear from me. In the south of Brewster County, the world comes to an end. I drove as far as I could and met one wing of the sheriff's posse where Maravillas Creek runs into the Rio Grande. Any sign of 'em, Sheriff?
Nope. Got men working in from the other side of the mountains, though.
I'll get my horse and ride in with you a ways. Then we can split and fan out.
Good. Mighty fine horse, Ranger.
The best. Come on, Charcoal. Hey, which of your men knows this section best?
Jaime Sanchez, I reckon.
I'd like him to ride with me when we split.
Oh, he'd be proud to. Sanchez!
You want me for something, Sheriff?
Ranger wants you to ride with him.
That's good with me.
Thanks, Sanchez. You got any signal arranged with the rest of your posse?
3 shots. 2 seconds between each one.
Good. Well, let's ride.
All right, men. Mount up.
Well, we'll follow the river, and then you can drop off in pairs and head in toward the peak. The sheriff will pair you off. If you hit ground too rough for your horses, tie them off and move through on foot.
All got that?
All right, let's move. Come on, get We moved along the river, closing the circle and hoping that Joe and Tiny Gordon were inside of it. The country got rougher, and no horse could have taken it without the light of the moon. Posse paired off and thinned out. Finally, the sheriff and his last deputy turned off, and Sanchez and I went on alone. How far are we from Boquilla, Sanchez?
About 5 miles, senor, and we'll be right across the Rio.
We better turn toward the peak, then.
We can't go in very far in the horses. Maybe we should leave them right here. Easier to find again.
You're probably right. Whoa, boy.
Oh.
Tie him off over here.
See? There are some cabins up here in the mountains, but the men we are after wouldn't know about them.
What kind of cabins?
Old hunters' cabins from long ago when there was good hunting. But most of the game is gone. Nobody lives in them anymore.
No, but the Gordons might know about them anyhow.
You said they do not know this country.
Yeah, they could have been told. They're meeting somebody in Mexico. Some of their gang might have come through here before. That's why they picked this spot.
They're in such a hurry, though, I don't think they would stop.
Yeah, they would if the big boy got tired.
The big boy?
Yeah, Tiny Gordon. He's pigeon-toed. Something wrong with his feet. He's big and heavy and carrying a lot of weight. He's going to slow down in this country.
I think you're right, Ranger Pearson. He ain't got good feet. He slow down plenty in here.
And the cabins in the territory we're covering?
See, 2 of them.
Well, let's take a look.
See, the first one is right up this way to the left, about 2 miles in.
Doesn't seem to be anybody in there.
No. Well, maybe they're just waiting there.
Soon find out. Stay clear of the doorway and keep your gun ready while I go in.
See, but you better have your guns ready, too.
Don't worry. I got 'em. Watch it. Nobody here. Come in. Lamp here. I'll light it.
Something wrong with the lamp, senor?
No. I don't think I'll light it after all. Use your flashlight instead.
See? There.
Feel the glass. The lamp chimney.
It's warm, senor.
Used less than half an hour ago. Could any of the posse have reached here before us?
I don't see how. They all turn in further back.
I mean the group working in from the other side.
No, they came all the way from Hot Springs, further than where we start. That's where the sheriff's deputy went to get them.
Flash your light around a little.
See?
Wait, turn on that chair again.
See?
Look. Dust wiped off it. Somebody sitting there not long ago, a scraped spot on the floor. He sat with his legs straight out. That scraping was done by his heels.
See, you have a good eye.
I think I'll sit down there and stretch my legs. My heels reach those marks?
No, not quite so far, but why do you do that?
Because I'm 6 feet tall. The man that sat in that chair is taller. Tiny Gordon is 6'3". Come on. Look around, see which way they headed.
See. I think this way, Ranger Pearson.
Why? What'd you find?
Somebody step on this dead log, take off a piece of the bark.
Yeah. And prints there, too. Here, flash your light.
See, here.
2 sets. One of them with the toes turning in. Now throw the light that way.
See, that bush.
First one through here held the branch back for the other to pass. Knocked off a few berries. Crushed them on the ground.
He's still wet from the juice.
We got the direction now. Let's move. You better put that light off.
They're headed for the Rio, all right. Shouldn't we fire the gun now, the signal for the posse?
No, we're too close. Gordons might hear it, too. Probably think they're safe in here. They don't know we've got a postmark. Better chance of getting them cold if they don't know.
See. You think they're going to fight if we catch them?
With murder charges in a couple of states, they got nothing to lose. They'll fight plenty. They left a trail all the way, easy to follow even by moonlight. Got fresher as we moved along and saw more and more spots where Tiny Gordon had stopped to rest, and the pace spots where Joe Gordon had moved around restlessly waiting for him. It wasn't long before we could hear the lapping of the Rio Grande as the foothills dipped down toward it. And then we heard them, moving and talking in the reeds at the edge of the river.
All right, take it easy, man. How do you know? How do you know they got our letter? They expected us last night.
Let's try again. No, we ain't moving on a train schedule.
Suppose they don't come. Be light in a couple of hours.
So we'll go back to that cabin and hole up again until tomorrow night. Besides, who's going to see us here?
Oh, maybe an Indian or something. How do you know who's liable to be tramping around? What are you, Daniel Boone or something?
Nah, dry up.
Don't you tell me to dry up, you little punk.
Tiny.
We figured that right. They're expecting a pickup from the Mexican side.
See, good thing the boat did not come yet.
Those Tommy guns with us.
You're lucky you could carry a .45. You tried to carry a Tommy gun the way you were flopping around in there, you'd have killed yourself and me, too.
I might kill you someday, Joe, shooting your mouth off.
Go on, try it. I'll blow your brains out.
Why, you want to punch in the jaw, Joe?
Try it.
Well, they got 45s, but so have we.
See?
Let's move in and take them. We slipped down to the edge of the reeds. I tapped Sanchez to move off about 30 yards so they'd have to come between us if they made a break away from the river. We couldn't see them in the reeds, but they couldn't see us either. Sanchez reached his position, and then I straightened up.
Tiny!
Hey,
Joe!
Who's that? Get up, Tiny!
I'm a Texas Ranger. There's a posse of 20 men in the hills. You're surrounded. Will you come out? That won't do you any good.
This way, Tiny.
Open up, Sanchez!
Don't get through here!
That's a posse signal, Tiny. They'll all be heading this way.
You won't be here to meet them! Wait, gun!
What's the matter, Tiny? Your gun empty?
Mine isn't, Captain!
Hey! How'd you fellas ever kill anybody? You don't even come close.
Where are you, you hicks? I'll kill all of you, you stinking hicks! I'm over here, senor! Oh, yeah?
The rest of the posse will be here soon. It'll be daylight. We'll starve you out or burn you out. You're hogtied. You better give up while you can.
I ain't giving up. I'll take a lot of you hicks with me. Come on, Joe.
Hey, Whitey, bring them this way, son.
Joe! 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 You dirty!
You had your chance, Tiny. You dirty. All right, Sanchez.
You got it, senor.
Guess this job is almost finished.
Almost finished. They look like they finished good.
Yeah, I mean the rest of the Crawford gang are from across the river. Well, a nice surprise for them if they come over in their boat. Posse will be here soon, and we may be able to take them by surprise.
Easier than these two, senor. You know, I don't think they like us very much.
I saw what they did to a deputy sheriff and his kid. I didn't like the Gordon brothers very much either.
2 hours later, other members of the Crawford gang were surprised and captured without resistance when they crossed the Rio Grande to keep their rendezvous with the Gordon brothers. They were turned over to federal authorities to stand trial for their crimes.
Well, partner, whether you're riding the Texas prairie or smelting steel in Pittsburgh, first you need your Wheaties. Yep, breakfast of champions for folks with big things to do. It's a brighter morning and a better job when you begin a good breakfast with Wheaties. And here's why. There's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's why Wheaties can give so much. Whole wheat vitamins and minerals, protein too. Whole wheat energy to help you stride through the morning high, wide, and handsome. Yes, there's a whole kernel of wheat in every Wheaties flake. That's how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11. You try 'em. Golden Flakes, Crisp Flakes, Wheaties Flakes. Have some tomorrow with milk and fruit, and see yourself how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Trim. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom McKee, Tom Holland, Jack Crucian, Byron Kane, and Jay Novello. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
All right, everybody, it's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound off! Sound off! Sound off for Chesterfield! From Maine to California, smokers are changing every day. All over America there's a swing to Chesterfield with this great new thing. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. Mildness plus, no aftertaste. No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield. That's right. Science discovered what you can prove. You better get into the smoking groove. For Chesterfield now sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield. 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 Milder, 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 milder. Chesterfield. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. The best cigarette for you. That's right. So here's what we want you to do. Right now. Yes, here's what we want you to do. Right now. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Sound off. For Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfield. Do it. Today.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
There are places west of the Missouri where gambling stakes are rather high. This is particularly true when the wager depends on a man's life.
Frontier Gentleman. Herewith an Englishman's account of life and death in the West. As a reporter for the London Times, he writes his colorful and unusual stories. But as a man with a gun, he lives and becomes a part of the violent years in the new territories. Now, starring John Daner, this is the story of J.B. Kendall, Frontier Gentleman.
I had stayed in Montana Territory hoping for an interview with Sitting Bull or even Crazy Horse. But General Crook's attack across the Tongue River put an end to that hope, at least for the time being. And so, with a full-fledged Indian war exploding around me, I had no choice but to remain where I was. The settlement, with a normal population of perhaps 100, had swollen to 4 times that number. The saloon keeper, gambler, and others were doing a thriving business, and the most popular spot in town was undoubtedly a place bearing the rather, sanguinary legend, Jug of Blood. It was what is known as a honky-tonk. I was passing outside when the trouble began. The doors flew open and half a dozen brawling men erupted in the street. In sheer self-defense, I became a combatant.
Who shot you? You son of a gun!
My dear fellow, I haven't the slightest idea.
Yeah, he's a good fighter.
Jolly good.
It's just some no good son of a gun was cheating at poker. And no good son of a gun.
Really?
Yeah.
One of those?
How should I know? I wasn't playing. I just heard it all. No, if there's anything I hate, it's no good cheating son of a gun.
Yes. Bad form. I don't blame you.
Hey, what's your hurry?
Now, if you'll pardon me.
Hey, come on in and have a drink.
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Oh, come on. There's mighty pretty little gals in there. You know, Jake Hyler hired them all the way out from back east. It was on their way up to Virginia City. Sue Ruckus was held them old.
I'm sorry to hear it, but now, really, I must be going.
Oh, mister, you ain't seen such dancing, such carrying on. I'll be a son of a gun if I let you move on without seeing the nicest bit of female woman flesh this side of St. Louis. Son of a gun, come on, let's go. You won't be sorry. There's a table over there.
Right.
Well, it's kind of early. Still a little quiet. She'll warm up by and by. Hey, her name is Smith, Walleye Smith.
J.B. Kendall, Mrs.
Howdy.
Smith.
Hey, what are you drinking?
Oh, I'll take a beer if you don't mind.
Oh, don't make no never mind to me. Jake? Yeah? A beer from a pound of whiskey for me. Tell Andy to bring him over. Okay. J.B. Kendall, huh?
J.B.
Hey, you ain't a kin to Arizona Kendalls down at Tombstone?
No.
What's your business, mister? I mean, aside from fighting.
I'm a newspaper correspondent.
Oh. Well, I'm a cowpuncher myself. Got paid off last week. This here's a good place to spend your money. Hey, how do you like that there picture over the bar? Ain't she something?
Well, there's quite a bit of her, isn't there?
What'd you say?
I say there's quite a bit of her, isn't there?
Yeah.
A little out of proportion here and there. Ample.
Well, son of a gun, I like you, Kendall. I like you. Son of a gun. Hey, what paper you write for?
London Times.
Well, son of a gun. Hey, Annie.
Hi, Mr. Smith.
Hey, sweetheart. This here's J.B. Kendall.
Hi.
He writes for a newspaper, London Times. He's an important man. Now, you go call Crystal. Drinks are on me.
Sure, Mr. Smith. Hey, Crystal.
Yeah, me, I go for the nice fat ones. Something you can grab a hold on. Never did like dancing with them skin and bone gals.
I gather Annie is your choice, huh?
Yeah. She's some looker, huh?
Oh, no doubt of it, Mr. Smith.
Of course, now, there ain't nothing wrong with Crystal. She's the one close herding with that son of a gun, Bill Baskin. See?
I paid $5.
I don't think he's taking kindly to your friend Annie's suggestion.
He's a raunchy buzzard, ain't he? He's drunker than an owl.
I say, look here, old boy, we don't want to cause any more trouble. You and your young lady have a nice evening. I'll be running along.
Oh, sit down. Huh? I owe you for that fight. I always pay my debts. Well, here they come. Ladies, meet J.B. Kendall. This here's Crystal, J.B.
Crystal, how do you do?
Go on, sit in his lap, sweetheart. The poor fella ain't feeling his oats yet.
Well, no, I'm sure Miss Crystal will be much more comfortable in a chair.
Come here, Annie.
Here we are. Would you, care for a drink?
No, thanks.
Oh. The gentleman you were dancing with, he seems rather upset.
Him?
Oh. Are you sure I can't get you something?
What's the matter? You don't like me? Ain't I good enough to sit in your lap?
Oh, well, not at all. I'd be delighted, but
here. I'm Wild Bill Bascom, and there ain't no man nor dog what takes my gal away from me.
You riding herd on Crystal
I
Bill?
ain't riding herd on no one. But I paid good hard cash, and I'm going to have my dance out.
You go rattle Hawks out of here.
And I say goose hockey to you, will I?
Gentlemen, I think the language is getting a trifle ripe. After all, there are ladies present.
Well, who are you son of a gun?
The name is Kendall.
Well, goose hockey to you,
You
Kendall.
had your ride, mister. I ain't dancing no more with you. He'd like to stomp my feet off, Mr. Kendall.
I rather think it's up to the lady. Don't you, chum?
Lady? She ain't no lady.
Bill.
Son of a gun.
Bill,
You
I'm
got-
giving you 1 second to rattle Hawks out, and then I'm going to blow your ears off.
No.
Oh,
no need of
you
that,
are.
Mr. Smith. You'll go along quietly, won't you, Mr. Bascom?
Oh, you think you're a pretty big son of a gun, don't you? Well, you don't stampede me, mister. Now, come on, girl.
Not at all polite.
You're breaking my arm.
Then be a good chap, and as Mr. Smith puts it, go rattle your Hawks.
Ain't no son of a gun telling me what to do. I'm Wild Bill Bascom. And
He's pulling his gun.
Son of a gun. You killed me.
What's he mean you killed him? He shot himself. You didn't even draw on him.
I don't allow no gun shooting in here.
Jake, it's Bill Bascom. He aimed to salivate Mr. Kendall here, and he killed himself instead.
Oh, this silly son of a gun. Now, you boys, you get him up out of there. That rug cost me $300.
Will somebody get a doctor? He's not dead.
I bet he is. How much you bet, mister?
He ain't dead. I seen him move. Look.
Why don't you shut your mouth?
Now, get him off my rug. Take him in back. You can put him on the faro table.
Give me a hand.
Yeah, sure.
Somebody find a doctor, please.
Ain't no doctor except an army surgeon. He's getting himself scalped by the Sioux. Yeah.
Well, that's true. Ain't no doctor around here.
I never knew
Carefully
he was this
now.
heavy.
Carefully.
All right, break up the game, boys. There's a goner here. Needs a table.
Come on, fellas.
I tell you. All right, boys. Put him down.
I'm dying, boy. Give me a drink.
I'll get it.
Put him down, I said. Put him down.
All right, he's there.
My old market. See me now.
Annie, see if you can find some bandages, clean rags, hot water.
Sure. And don't you fret, Bill.
Aye.
You're going to be just fine.
Well, I got to get back to the bar. Anything you boys need, you let me know. Whiskey's on the house, Bascom.
You're a good man, Jay. I'll put in a word for you when I get where I'm going.
Yeah, well, you do that. So long.
All right, now, let's get that jacket off, Bascom.
Mister, you're treating me like I don't deserve.
Don't talk now. Smith, get the other arm.
Sure. Hey, no. Now, wait a minute. Now, look, I ain't kidding you. These are my dying words. I tried to kill you. In my drink, I tried to, and it's heavy on my conscience. Well, I sure wish I had me a preacher to make my peace with.
Bill, will you shut your son of a gun mouth and let us get this here jacket off of you?
I ain't...
Carefully now. There we are. Now I have to tear the shirt.
No, boy. This here's my bare shirt. I want to be buried in it.
Here's your whiskey, Bill. Let me prop his head up.
Crystal, you angel of mercy. That's what you are, Crystal. You. Crystal girl, asking your forgiveness, sweetheart. I acted purely like a broomtail with you.
Forget it, Bill. You finish your drink.
Does look mean, don't it, Mr. Kemp?
Smith, come over here.
Just hold it still.
I reckon he ain't got long. You know, if he don't bleed to death, it's gangrene for sure.
Now, we can stop the bleeding, I think. But we've got to get that bullet out.
Oh, ain't nobody around here crazy enough to try that. Ain't no sense carving up the poor son of a gun. Let him die comfortable like
He doesn't have to die. There might be a chance. Will you help?
Help what?
Operate on him.
You're loco.
There's nothing to lose.
How about another drink, boy? I'm going fast.
You all right, Mr. Kendall?
Give him all he wants, Crystal. Keep pouring it into him.
You think it fitting for a man to die drunk?
I think it fitting for a man not to feel any more pain than he has to.
What you doing with that knife?
I told you I'm going to take that bullet out of him. If you want to help me, good. If not, you'll oblige me by rattling your hocks out of here.
In a moment, we return to Frontier Gentlemen. Poor Jack Benny. The gang arranges a surprise party for him on his birthday. But the surprise backfires in a hilarious way today on CBS Radio's Jack Benny program. Never mind the greeting cards. Forget about buying him a present. Just be sure to join us on most of these same stations later on today when everybody has a good time at Jack Benny's birthday party, except Jack himself. And now we return you to Anthony Ellis' production of Frontier Gentlemen.
There are some men who possess a rather odd sentimentality about pain and death. They don't hesitate to empty a gun into a living body. With clear and shining conscience, they do this deed. But for those same men to retrieve a life, to cut into flesh to do so, that is a different matter. Walleye Smith was of this type. The thought of operating on Bill Bascom offended his sense of delicacy.
Oh, you ain't no doc. You can't do that.
I can bloody well try.
I couldn't find no bandages, so I tore a sheet up. And here's your water.
Good girl. Put it down on the table. Now, which one of you ladies will help?
I will.
Oh, sure, me too.
All right, we'll try to stop the bleeding first. How do you feel, Bill?
I'm dying, partner. How about another drink?
Annie?
Sure.
Crystal, take some sheeting. Press it over the wound. Keep holding it there.
Now, come on.
Son of a gun, Kendall, I say you can't do it.
My dear fellow, will you step over here for a moment? Now, Smith, look here. The fact that Bascom might die is partially my fault.
How come? He shot himself.
Circumstances, kismet.
Well, you ain't no doc.
So you said.
You'll kill him.
If we're lucky, I won't.
If a man's luck runs out, that's the end. It don't pay to go again nature.
At a less pressing moment, I should be delighted to enter into a philosophical discussion with you, Smith, but not just now. Now, be a good chap and don't argue.
Look, I ain't arguing, you son of a gun. I'm telling you, you ain't going to cut Bill up.
Smith, I took you for something more than a thick-headed clodhopper. I see I was mistaken.
Oh, mister, you go on talking like that, there's going to be another dying man in here.
Oh, dear. Awfully sorry.
Son of a gun.
What's the matter with you boys? You stop, you
hear? Now, Smith, clear out and stay out.
Oh, son of a gun.
Now, how's our patient?
Finished half the bottle.
There's enough rot got in him to melt that bullet.
Wishful thinking, my dear. Bill, I'm going to take the bullet out. He'll do. All right, Crystal. Take a handful of rags. And when I tell you, wipe the blood away.
What do you want me to do?
Hold his hand. Try to keep him still.
Oh.
Ready?
Yes.
Here we go. I didn't know how deeply the bullet had penetrated. I could only guess at its approximate direction. I made an incision. Wipe. Wipe.
There you see, son of a gun, carving him up like a piece of buffalo meat.
Hey, you can't do that, mister.
I'm doing it. Get out.
100 said Bascom makes it.
Who said that?
Me.
You're on.
Wipe.
He ain't breathing so good.
I know. Will you get out?
No, not me. I got money on Bill. Anybody else want to make a little bet?
Yeah, 50 is still alive in 2 hours.
Odds on that, 2 get you 1.
A bet.
Wipe.
Oh, why don't you go on out? We're trying to save him.
You go right on trying, Annie. Anybody else?
Well, like maybe... Kendall, what do you think? Has he got a chance?
How the devil should I know?
Sure is a mess, ain't he? Yeah, poor old Bill, he was a good man.
Yeah, sure could top a horse.
Jake, 200, he's still alive come 4 o'clock.
It's midnight now. I'll take it.
All right, now, Kendall, you son of a gun, you pull him through.
You want a chance to win.
Well, sure I do.
Get these people out.
All right, come on, Jake, everybody, come on.
No, I'm staying. I got a big investment in that boy.
Very well. I'm finished. You stay here. I won't go on. Let him die.
You see,
Let him die.
All right. We'll wait outside. Now, Walleye, you stay. You give us a word every 5 minutes.
Well, sure.
Hold him down. Hold him.
I got you, Billy boy. Rest easy. Easy.
Please. No. I can't find it. Can't find it. Give me a rag, Crystal.
Here.
Thank you.
Look at the color of him. He's going.
Annie, give him whiskey, quickly.
Sure.
Yes, that's better. I can feel it. I can feel it. Yes, it's there. Yes, I've got it. Wipe, Crystal. There.
Now, ain't that something? I never did see a piece of lead dug out before. Son of a gun. Hey, everybody, he got it out! And the son of a gun is still alive!
We bound up the wound, made him as comfortable as we could. He'd lost a great deal of blood and was terribly weak. There was nothing to do now but wait. The 2 girls stayed in the room with me, and there was something very different about them. Both were far from being beautiful, but there was a softness, a quality of loveliness which made their garish costumes seem completely out of place.
Howdy. How's he coming?
About the same.
You know, there's better than 10,000 been bet outside. It's 3:30 now. You think he'll live till 4?
He might.
I got 200 says he got to.
Yeah, and obviously he's got to.
Kind of funny if he does pull through, though, huh?
It'll be a miracle.
He ain't a bad son of a gun. Sure looks white. Quiet. Almost like a kid, don't he? Anything I can do, Kendall.
Say a prayer if you feel like it.
I ain't a praying man, but I hope he makes it. Not on account of my 200. I just hope he makes it.
For you, that's a prayer, Smith.
You ought to have a drink.
No, thank you.
Well, I'll go out and keep them all quiet.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Mister,
Yes, Crystal.
I know a prayer. You think it'd help?
I don't know, it might.
The Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the shadow of death,
I will fear no evil.
for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff.
Bascom. Bascom.
Bill? How do you feel? Bill?
Can you hear me, Bascom?
I'm dying, boy. Give me a drink.
Wild Bill Bascom didn't die. A number of people won money because of it, and a number of others lost. Mr. Smith insisted on dividing his winnings with me. During his presentation speech, he was so overcome that not once did he refer to me as a son of a gun, an omission I was happy to overlook.
Frontier Gentleman was written, produced, and directed by Anthony Ellis and stars John Daner as J.B. Kendall. Featured in the cast were Jack Crucian, Stacey Harris, Virginia Gregg, Eve McVeigh, Barney Phillips, and Charles Seal. Music was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. Pearl Bailey, Nat King Cole, and Eartha Kitt may not tell all to Mitch Miller tonight, but knowing Mitch as we do, we're sure his talented visitors will feel free to talk about anything and everything of interest. For an informal get-together with some of the brightest names in show business, hear The Mitch Miller Show every Sunday night on most of these same stations. Now stay tuned for the Ford Road Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Join us again next week for another report from the Frontier Gentleman. John Wall speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods.
Hojo Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
In just a moment, you'll hear James Stewart as the six-shooter, just one of the many great stars brought to you Sundays on NBC. Every Sunday, hear Hume Cronin and Jessica Tandy in The Marriage, Sir Laurence Olivier on Theatre Royal, Lawrence Tibbett with the Golden Voices, Helen Hayes, Frederick March, Rex Harrison, and Lily Palmer on the NBC Star Playhouse. All of them heard only on NBC. James Stewart as the six-shooter. The man in the saddle is angular and long-legged. His skin is sun-dyed brown. The gun in his holster is gray steel and rainbow mother of pearl, its handle unmarked. People call them both the six-shooter. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company present James Stewart as the six-shooter. A transcribed series of dramas based on the life of Britt Ponset, the Texas plainsman who wandered through the Western Territories, leaving behind a trail of still-remembered legends. Now, in just a moment, immediately following this important announcement, you'll hear Act One of The Six-Shooter. Have you heard about the Joneses? They're going to Europe for 6 weeks. They'll start in England, then visit Holland, Belgium, France, and Italy. It'll be a wonderful trip, a lifelong dream come true. And someday, it can be your turn to do just as they did. Put your money where it will earn $4 for every $3 you invest in United States savings bonds. Start planning today. United States savings bonds can take you to Europe, too. Now, Act One of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart.
There were over 400 head in the McAdams herd, 400 white-faced Texas cattle, and only 3 of us to shove them along the trail to Abilene. But the McAdams boys had promised me a tenth of whatever the herd brought, so I signed on for the drive. And it looked like I was going to earn the money, too. There'd been a cloudburst the second night out. Now it sounded like we might be heading into some more bad weather. The sky was all black and purple, and the wind began blowing up little balloons of dust. Thunder made the steers restless. They still remember that first storm. They didn't like the idea of going through another one. All right, come on now. Come on, cattle. Hi-ya. Hi, cattle. I can see the rain now. It hadn't hit us yet. It's still a couple of miles ahead, but I can see it real plain. Streaking down across the sky like little silver lines on a gray blackboard. In the canyon where we were, the sun was still shining. It gave me a sort of funny feeling. Rain and sunshine all at once, sort of like being two places at the same time. Rife McAdams, he came pounding up from behind and reined up alongside of me and Scar.
Oh, boy. What do you think, Britt?
Well, if that wind don't change, we'll be getting wet inside of 15 minutes.
Don't look like it'll change.
No, afraid not.
And I guess we might as well keep on going. It'll be easier to handle if we're out of this canyon when the storm hits.
Yeah.
I'll ride up and tell Norm.
Okay.
Norm! Hey! Yeah? Get the light out. Keep moving.
What's the hurt? Weak enough for you?
Do as I tell you. Stop beeping.
Okay. Come on, move it.
Norm will speed him up, Britt. I'm going back and see that there ain't no stragglers.
Want me to give Norm a hand?
No, I can handle it myself. It's about time he learned how.
All right, you're the boss.
Yeah. Just keep an eye on him, Britt.
Sure. That lightning had hit a pine tree about 50 yards up the side of the canyon. And when it toppled over, it started a couple of boulders rolling down the side of the ravine toward us. That was all the cattle needed to set them off. One of the longhorns took a look at the rock and let out a bawl that told the other animals to get out of his way.
Hey, stop them, Norm! Stop them before they stampede!
Life circled around and galloped over toward his brother. But Norm wasn't waiting for him. No. I saw him head up the slope of the canyon, and it looked to me like he didn't intend to stop anything. All he cared about was getting out of the way. So I dug my heels into Scar's flanks. We rode right into the middle of the herd. If I could split them in half, only part of them would tear loose, even in a stampede. Life was in front of the herd now. The lead steer turned off. A couple of more shots, and the rest of them followed. There we are. I knew there wasn't going to be any stampede. Not now, anyway. Rife had stopped him just in time. It's nice going, Rife.
Somebody had to do it.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
Horse bolted. Almost threw me.
Yeah?
Guess he was scared.
The horse?
That's what I said.
Yeah. Well, here comes the rain.
It looks like this is the tail end of it, though. Probably would have been more in a shower.
We better keep moving anyhow. You take over up here, Britt. Norm will riding back with me.
Sure.
Your horse all right now?
I guess so.
Okay, let's go.
Half an hour later, the rain let up. It was nearly sundown, and a green-yellow rainbow arched up over the hills to the east, and Rife decided to make camp for the night. Neither of the McAdams brothers said much during supper, and afterwards Norm sort of moved off a couple of yards from the campfire and started playing his mouth organ.
What you staring at, Rife?
Huh?
You heard me.
I don't know what you mean.
You've been watching me ever since this afternoon when my horse bolted. You've been looking at me the way you used to look when I was a kid and done something you thought was wrong.
We almost had a stampede today, Norm.
Almost?
You was riding front, man. You was the one to stop it.
I suppose you've never been on a horse that ran away with you.
You was always able to handle that Palomino before.
Why do you have to keep nagging? I'm no cattleman. I didn't want to come on this drive in the first place.
It's our herd.
It's your herd. It was up to me would have sold the ranch years ago.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe we ought to sell out. We'll talk about it when we get back home.
Hold up a minute. Thought it was my turn to look after the cattle tonight.
It's
It's been a pretty hard day. You're probably tired. I'll wait till...
I'm no more tired than you are.
Okay, Norm.
I'll be over on that hill over yonder.
Well, you're not serious, right, about selling out, are you?
There's something in what Norm says. He's no cattleman.
Well, maybe not, but you are.
I can always get work somewhere. Carrie'd probably be happier in town anyway.
Carrie?
My wife.
Oh, well, I didn't know you were married, right?
Yep, last winter. She's staying with her folks in Bradley while we take the cattle north.
Is that so?
Carrie's a fine girl, Britt, younger than I am, about Norm's age. Young and pretty. You'll like her, everybody does. Yeah, even Norm. First time in our life him and me have ever agreed on anything or anybody.
Well,
she told me not to take him with us on this drive, said he'd never make it. I should have listened to her.
Now, he's pretty young, right? This is his first cattle drive. For all we know, his horse maybe did run away with him, you know?
Norm did the running, not his horse. He's no good, Britt. I guess it's my fault. I guess I brung him up wrong, but he's no good.
No, you're not his father. You're not to blame for how he turned out.
I'm the only father he ever had. Our old man died when Norm was just a baby, and Ma just lasted a couple of years after that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was 13, practically full-grown when she passed on, but Norm was only 4. She made me promise I'd look after him, see that he got his schooling and a chance to mount to something. Yeah. Fire's almost out.
Oh, here, I'll fix it.
I sent him to school, bought him books, but he wouldn't stick it out. It was too much like work. That's his real trouble, Britt. He's lazy, he's selfish. Expects everything to be handed to him all tied up in a fancy ribbon. Like this afternoon, he wasn't afraid of the cattle. He just couldn't be bothered stopping them. He didn't care that much.
Well, maybe he's had it too easy, right? Maybe if the chips are down, he'd surprise you.
Maybe. Well, I'm not making the same mistake again. Not with my own kid.
With your own? What?
Yeah. Carrie's expected. He might be here by now, for all I know.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I'll buy you a cigar and have one.
Yeah, all right. Oh, well, that's fine. Well, I guess maybe it's time to turn in, I think.
I ain't very sleepy. I think I'll go up and, well, see if Norm's all right. Oh, doggone it, Britt, he is my kid brother.
Sure, I know, right? Sure.
Good night.
Good night. I banked the fire for the night and spread out my bedroll. The moon came up, full moon, kind of a moon you ought to have after a rain. I stretched out flat. Well, except for a couple of rocks right in the small of my back. Well, I felt about as comfortable as a man has a right to feel. Right?
No. It's me.
Oh. I thought you were looking after the herd.
Rife come nosing around. Guess you don't trust me. So if he wants to stay up all night, that's his business.
Sorry.
Yeah, we got nothing but heroes on this drive.
How do you figure that?
Well, you're the 6-shooter, ain't you? Supposed to be the fastest man with a gun west of Kansas City. East of there, too, from the way folks tell it.
No, you shouldn't believe everything you hear, Norm.
I don't. I don't believe you're any faster with a gun than the next man.
Probably not.
I don't believe you're any faster than me. See that white rock over there? Well?
You're good.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Well, I'm afraid I'm sort of out of practice of shooting at rocks. I used to do it, but I haven't tried it recently.
What do you mean by that? I'm still a kid?
I didn't mean anything. You're a good shot. Now, good night.
Maybe you think it was an accident I hit it. I hit it. I can do it again. There. See that?
Good night.
Oh.
The ground was kind of damp and cold all night, but it didn't keep me from sleeping. And when I finally woke up, the sun was just starting to shove the sky away from over my head. A couple of seconds I couldn't quite decide whether to open my eyes or not, but the smell of coffee made me make up my mind. Oh! Morning.
Morning. Want some java?
Yeah, thanks. Where's Norm?
Taking a bath?
Taking a bath?
Yeah. Found a water hole the other side of the hill.
Oh.
He'll be back any minute. Trust Norm to keep himself duded up. Wouldn't surprise me if he showed up wearing a clean shirt.
Yeah. Well, you can't blame a fellow for... Yeah, what's this? Oh, that looks like a letter. Oh, here, it's yours.
Mine?
Well, it says Love, Carrie. Isn't that your wife's name? Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here.
Read it to me, Britt.
What?
Out loud. Read me what it says.
Well, I'm not interested in somebody else's mail, Ralph. I especially love letters.
Is that what it is?
Well, you ought to know. It's yours, isn't it?
No, Britt, it ain't. Carrie ain't never written me. She knows I can't read. It's Norm that had the schooling. Remember, Britt? I told you last night.
Yeah, I remember.
Read me what it says. Go on, Britt. Read it.
We'll return to James Stewart as the six-shooter in a moment. First, a word from Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment.
You'll be glad this winter you bought a Coleman heater this fall. Yes, as you sit back in your easy chair, snug and comfortable, you'll be glad you bought a Coleman heater. You'll enjoy floor-to-ceiling warmth in those rooms you could never heat before.
Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. Here's what you get.
First bonus, a new low price.
Yes, now you can get a dependable Coleman automatic heater at a new low price.
Second bonus, a new low operating cost.
Coleman saves you up to 25% on heating bills because Coleman gives you maximum heat from your fuel.
Third bonus, a 32-piece set of Libby's Safe Edge glassware worth $14. It's free with your new Coleman heater.
Get 3 big bonuses. Get your Coleman oil or gas heater now during Coleman's big bonus sale. This sale is for a limited time only.
So see your Coleman dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name and address in your telephone directory.
Now, Act Two of The Six-Shooter, starring James Stewart as Britt Ponsett.
The sun was warming the back of my neck as I stood there facing Rife, holding that piece of lavender paper in my hand. I looked down at the letter and then up at Rife again. He was just standing there, waiting, not moving. Not any part of him moving except the vein in his throat that jumped out a little throbs.
I'm waiting, Britt.
Now, it's not my letter, Rife, and I guess it isn't yours,
It concerns me, don't it? It's from Carrie. It's from my wife.
Well, that's between you and her.
I want to know what it says, what she's been writing to Norm about.
Go ahead, Britt. Read it to him. Or maybe you'd rather I told you what it says, right? It says, Carrie loves me. That she'll always love me, and it goes into detail.
You rotten little whelp! Then we are, right? You think that gun will stop me? I'll break your neck.
You're walking right into it, right?
Now, put it away, Norm. You wanted a sample of my shooting last night. You put that gun away and you'll get it.
What am I supposed to do? Take you both on?
This isn't my argument. It'll take 3 of us to get that herd to Abilene. I just want to be sure there'll be 3 of us to do it.
There ain't going to be 3, Britt. You've taken everything from me. All your life you've taken everything, but you're not taking Carrie.
All right, that's enough, right? Come on now. I meant what I said about finishing that drive. 2 men may not make it, and I'm going to be sure I'm not going to lose that money you promised me. Now, come on. Now, straighten up here. What's the matter with you? You both able to ride now? Yeah. All right. I'm able. Norm, what about you?
Sure.
All right, now, come on. Let's get started. I dumped out the coffee and covered up the fire while Norm got the horses. We saddled up and got the herd underway. Norm moved out to the front, and I stayed in the middle. Rife brought up the rear. I figured it'd be just as well if I stayed between them. I looked back a couple of times, and whenever I did, I saw Rife staring at Norm, watching him, watching every move he made. But he didn't say a word. All day long, he didn't say a word. And then at supper time, Rife, he sat off one side just pecking at his food. I noticed there's nothing wrong with Norm's appetite, though.
Any more beans?
Yeah, it looks like you finished them up, Norm.
Oh?
You're kind of hungry tonight, huh?
Why not? Just a kid still doing my growing. At least that's what some people think.
Uh-huh. Well, as long as you're so full of energy, maybe you wouldn't mind looking after the cattle, huh?
Huh?
Well, you missed your turn last night, didn't you?
Say, you taking over this outfit, Ponce?
No. Just a suggestion.
I guess somebody's got to run things. Don't look like my brother's holding a very tight rein. See you in the morning.
Yeah. Come on, Rife. How about some shut-eye?
Okay.
Good night.
Night.
I waited till Rife dropped off, and I closed my eyes. I didn't sleep very long, though. About an hour later, something woke me up. At first, I thought it was a coyote. And then I saw Rife edging off through the brush. You going somewhere, Rife?
Huh?
Coyote woke you up, too, huh?
Yeah.
That gun ain't gonna do much good if you're figuring on killing it, Rife.
What do you mean?
It's empty, Rife.
You ain't got no right to interfere.
Oh? I'm just thinking about that 10% of the herd.
I'm gonna kill him, Britt. You can't stop me. Nobody can.
He's your brother.
No, he ain't. Not anymore. Would a brother do what he did to me? I ain't never had anything I could really call my own. If he wanted something, he took it. I never stopped him. But Carrie is my wife. She belongs to me, and this time I'm going to stop him.
Hadn't you better wait and talk it over with her?
I waited too long already. Why do you think she didn't want Norm to go with us on this drive? It wasn't because she was afraid he'd never make it. She wanted him there, with her. And at a time like this, she's...
Easy now, Rife.
Probably want to take over the baby, too, when that comes along.
No, come on now. You've got to get some sleep now. You'll feel better in the morning. Come on now.
No, I won't feel better in the morning, Britt. I won't feel no better until I'm even with him.
I guess none of the three of us got much sleep that night, and by noontime the next day, that saddle of mine was a little harder than usual. I'd been sort of keeping my eye on Rife. He was still riding behind me. But the sun was getting hot, and I was kind of drowsy, so I just sort of jogged along for the next few miles, not paying much attention to anything or anybody. If Scar hadn't given me a jolt, easy, boy, easy now. I wouldn't have looked around, and I wouldn't have seen that we were coming into a gorge. It was very narrow, barely wide enough for the herd, and the rock walls jutted up at a sharp angle, too steep for a horse to climb. By the time I got my bearings, it was too late. This was just the kind of a place Rife was looking for. I couldn't see him now, but I knew he was doing the firing, and I knew why. He was trying to stampede the cattle. And there in the gorge, Norm wouldn't be able to get out of the way. There was no chance of getting back to stop Rife. All I could do was jam right into the middle of the herd. Come on, boy. Now, come on. Scar fought his way past a couple of steers. I tried to keep them under control, but the ones from the rear started pressing forward in earnest, and there just wasn't no holding the rest of them. And we was right in it now, a real stampede. This was Rife's way of killing his brother, and I wasn't so sure I was going to fare any better than Norm. A couple of the cows shoved against us, almost toppled us over. Scar was pretty certain to lose his footing before we could get much further, and I jerked out my gun. I cleared us a little path, but the cattle plugged up before we get through. All of my shooting was just making things worse. There was nothing to do now but just give Scar his head, let him run with it. I hadn't had time to worry about Norm. I didn't know what had happened to him. I didn't even think about him until it... Hey, that wasn't Rife firing. That wasn't Rife firing. That was from up ahead. Well, the herd was half crazy now. They'd been shot at from all directions. They didn't know where to turn now. I rose up in my stirrups and looked forward. Norm was holding his ground at the mouth of the gorge. He could have gotten away, all right, but he was holding his ground. I hadn't lifted myself up. Maybe I'd have been able to hang on when the cattle twisted around and started changing direction. As it was, Scar held his ground, flattened out behind a rock. That was the only thing that saved my neck. I rolled under him. The cattle, as they swung around, started heading back to the water. cattle passed me by. I pulled myself up to my feet, and I looked around. The herd was still out of control. They're charging out the other end of the gorge, and then I got a flash of rice. Norm must have heard it too.
Right! Right!
Norm came pounding past me, firing at all the way like a crazy man, trying to get through to his brother.
Where are you, Right? Right!
The herd had moved on, almost out of sight now, before I saw Rife again. He was lying on the ground in a smear of sticky red dust, and Norm was there bending over him when I got up to him.
You all right, Rife?
I started him, Norm. I figured you'd try to get out of the way, but you didn't run. You stopped him. He stopped him, didn't he, Britt?
Yeah.
I didn't mean for him to turn on you, Rife. I swear I didn't.
I know that. I know that. I saw you trying to get through to me. Why did you want to help me, Norm? I started them so they'd kill you. Why did you want to help me?
You're my brother. You're all I've got, all I've ever had.
You hear that, Britt? You don't hate me.
Rife, listen. About Carrie. About that letter.
It's all right, Norm. I don't blame you. I don't blame Carrie.
But she loves you, Rife. That letter was written a long time ago, before you and her were married, before she even knew you.
A long time ago?
Yeah, I've carried it with me ever since. I was in love with her, but she wasn't in love with me, not ever. And when you come along, she realized it. She's never had anything to do with me since. I only kept the letter so I could show it to you, and you got to riding me the way you did yesterday.
You're telling the truth.
You know I am, don't you?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Sure.
I guess I've known it all along. When Carrie told me about us having a baby, I was so happy and proud it almost spilled over. I guess a man couldn't feel that way if he wasn't sure of his wife.
Take it easy, Rife. Now, don't try talking too much.
What's the matter with you, Britt? You think them cattle finished?
No, of course not.
You said it would take all three of us to get to Abilene. That's the way it's going to be. All three of us.
Sure.
You and Norm and me. Maybe a while before I can get on my legs, but you just give me a couple of hours rest while you're rounding up the herd. A couple of hours and I'll be around to...
Rife.
He's dead, Norm.
But he can't be. He was feeling better. You hurt him.
Well, a man don't always know when he's dying, Norm. Sometimes a man's lucky.
Britt,
Yeah.
It's only kids that cry, ain't it? I guess this makes me a kid.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Norm. I'd say you've done a lot of growing up today. We buried Rife there at the mouth of the gorge and went off to round up the cattle again. We managed to find most of them, and about a week later we hit Abilene. All during that week, I kept wanting to ask Norm about that letter from Carrie, if it was true what he told Rife, if it really had been written a couple of years ago. But somehow, I don't know, the subject never came up. Leastwise, I never found a good time for bringing it up. Besides, it really wasn't any of my business.
Beginning tomorrow night, Fibber McGee and Molly return to the air in a new series of programs. Yes, beginning tomorrow night, you'll hear those wonderful folks from 79 Wistful Vista, Fibber McGee and Molly, every night, Monday through Friday on NBC. As a matter of fact, this is the week that will see 28 new programs beginning on the NBC radio network. And you'll find that an evening with NBC Radio is an evening sure to entertain. So make a date to keep your dial set where you hear the familiar NBC chimes. Your invitation to the best in radio programming. Coleman, America's leader in modern automatic home heating equipment, and the National Broadcasting Company have presented James Stewart as the six-shooter. Mr. Stewart may currently be seen in the Universal International picture Thunder Bay. Others in the cast were Lou Merrill and James McCallion. The Six-Shooter is an NBC Radio Network production in association with Review Productions and is based on a character created by Frank Burt, and today's transcribed story was written by him. Special music was by Basil Adlam, and the entire production is under the direction of Jack Johnstone. All characters and incidents were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Oh, this miserable cold. And my sinuses.
Haven't you heard about Dristan? Dristan decongestant tablets for real relief from cold's misery and sinus congestion. Dristan is the revolutionary three-layer tablet which for the first time makes it possible to unite certain medically proven ingredients into one fast-acting, uncoated tablet. Dristan not only helps drain all 8 sinus cavities, critical areas of cold's infection, but circulating through the blood, Dristan's decongestant reaches all congested areas, shrinks all swollen membranes, relieves pressure and pain. An exclusive anti-allergent helps keep breathing passages dry and clear. Pain relievers reduce body aches, fever. Vitamin C helps build body resistance. This is Dristan. Today, Dristan is widely imitated. But the exclusive Dristan formula cannot be duplicated. There's nothing like Dristan decongestant tablets.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Dismount and unsaddle, pin grazing water. Dismount and unsaddle, pin grazing water. You there, Boatwrights, you unbit that mount before you graze him this time.
Sure, Sergeant. I'm just going to.
Well, do it then. Dismount and unsaddle, pin grazing water.
We could make camp here, Boatwright. There's water.
Yeah, we could go hunting and fishing, too, Vickers. Maybe bake some bread.
If you don't like the Army, why didn't you stay in Louisville?
I was starving there, too. But at least in Louisville, I didn't have no Indians after my scalp.
You afraid of Indians, Boatwright?
Afraid? Yeah. I'm going to tell you something.
What?
I'm going to get me an Indian.
What you talking about, Boatwright?
I'm going to get me Indian, I said. I got to get me one.
Why?
Then I won't be scared no more.
All right, you go get the Indian. I'd rather stay scared.
Hey, give me a chaw of your tobacco.
Here. But bite easy on it. It's all there is to payday.
Payday. Army's got 2/3 of my pay for the next 3 years.
Well, at 50 cents a day, that don't amount to such a whole lot, Boatwright.
You sure think funny, Vickers.
At least you ain't in the stockade. You ought to be grateful for that.
I should, huh? The reason I ain't in the stockade is because Captain Quince needs me out here. B Company's supposed to have 83 privates, full strength. I swear we're down to 60.
We are.
That's what I'm saying. So Captain Quince needs me worse than I need him.
Where'd he go anyway?
You make a fine scout. You don't even see where your own company commander rode off to.
It ain't none of my business where he goes.
You know what you are? You're a dumb trooper. Somebody says, sit down, you sit down. Somebody says, stand up, you stand up. Somebody says, here's your home, you start taking off your shoes.
You're getting riled again, Boatwright.
Captain Quince rode up to that knoll over there looking for Lieutenant Sybert's patrol.
No, I don't see him.
He come back 5 minutes ago. He's walking down the line behind you right now.
Oh.
Looks tired, don't he?
Commanding a company that's got stockade soldiers like you'd make anybody tired, Boatwright.
Now, you watch your mouth.
Oh, can't you take a ribbon?
Hello, Captain.
How do you like the open air, Boatwright?
Fine, Captain. I need a good ride.
No complaints, then?
No, sir. None at all. I like it fine out here.
You better like it.
Yes, sir. Sure beats sitting around the stockade.
When you're in the stockade, you just sit around, Boatwright?
No, sir. But at least I didn't ride no horse out after wild Indians with a understrength troop.
You don't fool me, Boatwright. You'll never make a garrison soldier.
That's why I'm proud to be with you, Captain.
When we return to Fort Laramie, you go back into the stockade. You know that.
I always said I liked the Army, Captain.
Lieutenant Sybert's reporting, sir.
What'd you find, Mr. Syberts?
Well, sir, we rode over there where the smoke was.
And?
It was a homestead, Captain. Fired by the Sioux.
Did they leave anybody there, Mr. Syberts?
The man's still alive, sir. Corporal Mercer's with him. But the woman and the little girl, they're dead.
I see. What does the man say?
Nothing, sir. He's got no tongue.
Take charge of the troop, Mr. Syberts. Sergeant Gorse and I'll ride over there.
Yes, sir. And, Captain, take a look at this.
That's a Henry rifle, Mr. Syberts, latest model. If the Indians had gotten their hands on guns like that, why, we're in bad trouble. How is he, Corporal?
Bad, sir. They burned him some, too, but he's still conscious. Sure a slow way to die.
It's 100 miles to Fort Laramie, Captain.
You never lived that long, Sergeant. Give me your revolver. You and Corporal Mercer start back. I'll catch up with you.
Yes, sir. We'll move out, Mercer.
Think we'll go after them Sioux, Gorse?
I'm a first sergeant, not a captain.
Well, I know, but you and Quince run this company.
He's Captain Quince to you, Mercer.
Oh, sure.
And he runs this company.
For sure.
Everything all right, Captain?
Everything's all right, Sergeant.
Hey, what was that?
You shut up and keep riding, Corporal.
You don't have to get so hard-nosed.
Shut up, I said.
Sure.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
When we get back, fall in a burial party.
Yes, sir.
And see that those graves are cairned.
Yes, sir.
And one other thing, Sergeant. Don't forget to pick up your revolver. That homesteader doesn't need it anymore. Captain Quince reporting, Major.
Sit down, Captain. I
I know you're mad because I ordered you back from chasing those Sioux last week, Lee, but...
You didn't see what they did to that Homestead family.
I've seen their work before.
There'll be more of it if we don't stop them.
10 miles from this post, there's a reservation of 4,000 Sioux. An uprising there'd be far more serious than your little band that's marauding under Yellowknife.
You have enough troops to patrol the reservation and still secure Fort Laramie here. Give me just half of B Company and I'll run down Yellowknife and his renegades.
My orders are to keep a constant watch on the reservation to secure Fort Laramie with all remaining troops.
Yellowknife is being supplied with rifles, Henry 44s.
I know that.
Those are repeating rifles, Major.
I've reported that to Washington, Captain.
Whoever's smuggling those rifles has got to be stopped or every brave on the reservation will join Yellowknife in spite of your patrols.
I've received no change of orders, Captain.
We can't afford to wait, sir. Give me Sergeant Gorse and 3 men, and I'll find that gun runner. We'll leave tonight, Major.
You'll not leave.
That a direct order?
It is.
Then, with the Major's permission... Mr. Syberts.
Yes, Captain?
I'm leaving the post at 6 o'clock this evening. I'm taking Sergeant Gorse with me. Until I return, you'll act in command of B Company. Any questions?
None that would be proper, sir.
You're learning, Mr. Syberts. I'll tell you where I'm going. There's a chief out on the reservation, an old friend of mine, Wild Dog. He's about 80, and he's pretty smart.
You're going to have a talk with him?
That's right.
If you'll excuse me, sir. Well, isn't it pretty dangerous walking right in among all those Sioux?
We'll try to reach Wild Dog before anything happens.
But, Captain...
That's all, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
Drop your gun belt across your saddle, Sergeant.
You mean that, Captain?
A revolver wouldn't do you much good if these Sioux decide they want us. We're safer unarmed.
All right, sir.
All right, let's move out.
Sure wish I had me at least a Bowie knife, Captain. I don't trust any of these devils.
It's late. Most of them are asleep.
There's 4,000 Sioux in this camp. They ain't all asleep.
Oh, we're being watched, all right.
Some young buck could get his first coup feather by spearing us.
You wouldn't want to stand in the way of a man becoming a brave, would you, Sergeant?
Captain, we're being stopped.
I see him. Keep walking.
There's only one brave. We can handle him.
Leave him to me, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Oni oya.
Diale, Wild Dog nya.
Ishli ai.
Ilya, zo valya. Ayazo. Let's move, Sergeant. But keep an eye on him.
He's still standing there, sir.
I told him I'm a friend of Wild Dog's. Luckily, he's from the same clan, White Fox. There it is. See that medicine pool over there?
With a white skin on it?
That's Wild Dog's lodge. Wait out here, Sergeant. Oh, oyo, Liazia.
Nice, Leozo. Come in, my son. Sit down.
It's been a long time since we talked, Wild Dog.
A long time. And now you come because of Yellowknife.
Yellowknife is leading your young men into war with my people.
There are many clans among the Sioux. I am chief only of White Fox.
What clan is Yellowknife?
Yellowknife is of Two Moon clan.
But there are White Fox braves with him.
Yes, I cannot stop them. I remember what it was like when I was young.
It was different when you were young, Wild Dog. You had a chance then. But now, they have no chance.
They have many rifles.
They have a few, Wild Dog, but the white man, the cavalry, has thousands of rifles. In the end, the Sioux cannot win. You are a wise man. You know this is true.
Yes, you are right.
Yellowknife and his braves will be caught and punished. Some of them will die. But if I don't stop his supply of rifles, many more of your people will die.
You want to know where rifles come from?
Tell me where Yellowknife meets the white man who's supplying them. I'll do the rest. You'll be saving lives, Wild Dog. Sioux lives.
For the sake of my people, I tell you. A place north of here. A place you call Bright Canyon.
Bright Canyon. Well, when it's over, I'll come back and we'll smoke the pipe.
Yes, if you come back.
If I come back. Captain Quince reporting, sir.
I hear you left the post last night, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Well, you never were much of a garrison soldier, were you?
No, sir.
You saw your friend Wild Dog, I suppose?
Yes, sir.
Well, Lee, I have new orders from Washington this morning.
Yes?
My orders to patrol the reservation and to secure Fort Laramie still stand. We're not to go after Yellowknife. But the importance of the Henry rifles is recognized, and we're to put a stop to it.
Yes, sir.
Can you do it?
I can.
All right. Take half of B Company only.
Yes, sir.
You'll pass the head of your column through the main gates of the post 1/2 hour before reveille tomorrow morning.
Right, sir.
And remember, Captain Quince, your orders are to stop that gun smuggler, not to run down Yellowknife. Any questions?
No, sir.
Then move out.
Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, ride out here with me and take a look at these tracks.
One shod pony and the rest is mules, Captain.
Then they're not Indians, are they?
No, sir.
And they're headed straight for the rim of that canyon ahead.
Bright Canyon, Captain?
Wild Dog wasn't lying. Take 5 men right out ahead of Corporal Mercer's point. Make a reconnaissance of the north rim. If it's clear, send a runner back.
Yes, sir.
Tell the point to swing north and to dismount in the cover of those trees below the crest.
Right, sir.
Move out. Mr. Syberts!
Yes, Captain.
I think we've found our man, Mr. Syberts. He'll be in that canyon up ahead. Sergeant Gorse is scouting the north rim of the canyon. If it's clear, we'll hide in those trees just below it, and then we'll wait.
Wait for what, sir?
Why, we'll catch him in the act, Mr. Syberts, when Yellowknife comes for his rifles.
But, Captain...
It's not my fault if Yellowknife gets in the way when we move in on that gun smuggler.
No, sir.
Mr. Syberts, pass the word to space out, stagger the outpiles to the left. We're raising too much dust.
Hey, Boatwright. What are you doing over here, Vickers? Go on back to your post. Oh, there's nothing happening down there in the valley. He's some gun smuggler. Just sits around in his cabin. What's the matter, Captain Quince, anyway? Half a troop against one man, and we hired around watching him for 2 days.
You can't figure nothing, Vickers. We're waiting for Yellowknife.
You mean we're gonna fight them Indians?
Soon as they show up?
You scared, Boatwright?
All I need is to kill me an Indian, and I won't be scared no more.
Yeah, me too. I think.
Who's throwing that rock?
It's Gorson, the captain.
Well, get down there. He signaled to you.
Oh, man, I'll catch it now.
What you doing away from your post, Vickers?
I couldn't see nothing where I was. I was wondering if Boatwright could, Sergeant.
You can be shot for leaving your post at a time like this, Vickers.
Yes, sir, Captain.
You're risking the life of every man in this troop. I'll get back where you belong.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Captain Boatwright wants us.
All right, come on.
The end of the canyon, sir. Look, there they come.
Yellowknife.
How many braves you figure he's got with him, Gorse?
It's hard to say yet, sir. Maybe 30.
They got a bunch of horses, too.
Yeah, that's to pay for the rifles.
Captain, I can see more than 30 Sioux down there. Must be nigh under 40.
Yeah?
There's that dirty gun runner now out talking with Yellowknife.
I wish we had whole of B Company here.
Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Take Boatwright and move out about 300 yards west of here. When you're ready, I want you to ride straight down into the canyon.
What?
Shut up, Boatwright.
Your orders are to find out if they're really trading for guns down there.
But, Captain...
If you run into any trouble, I'll have to help you out of it, that's all.
I understand, sir. Come on, Boatwright, let's move.
Well, of all the
Shut
crazy...
up,
And tell Mr. Syberts there I want to see him.
Right, sir. You wanted me, Captain?
Mr. Syberts, I think those Sioux down there are trading for Henry rifles. Sergeant Gorse and Boatwright are going to ride down and find out.
You mean they're going alone, sir?
They are. It'd sure be a fight if we appeared in force. Might even look like I was trying to run Yellowknife down.
But they'll be killed, sir.
Well, I can't let that happen. If they're attacked, we'll just have to ride in. It'll be a rescue mission, Mr. Syberts.
I understand, Captain.
All right, now get back to the troop, pass the word to saddle and mount. Space out to 60 paces between mounts. It'll make us look full strength.
Right, sir.
And Mr. Syberts, I'll shoot the first man who crosses the ridge before I give the signal. Pass the order and then come back here. Any questions?
No, sir.
Move out.
Troops ready, Captain.
Just in time. There go Gorse and Boatwright.
They'll be seen any minute, sir.
Yeah. Let's get back. Get mounted, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
When we reach the cabin, you lead the troops. I'll stop for the gun runner. As skirmishers, pull! Skirmishers, pull! At the trot, pull! Pull! Gallop! Where'd the white man go? He isn't with him up there.
I never seen him, Captain.
Well, he must be in the cabin here. I'm going in after him.
I'll go in with you, sir.
No, you stay with the troop. They've chased him far enough. And get those stolen horses rounded up.
Right, sir.
You're all through, mister. Come out of there.
No, you ain't gonna hang me.
Come out with your hands up. You'll get a trial.
Hanging's bad. I ain't gonna hang.
It's your choice, mister. Come out or I'll kill you right there.
I'll take my chances.
Suits me.
They're still running, Captain. But we killed some of them.
What about Yellowknife?
He's dead, sir. Right over there. Private Boatwright killed him.
That Boatwright lying over there, too, Mr. Sabbits?
Afraid so, sir. He took a bullet after he got Yellowknife.
Sergeant Gorse has some men rounding up their horses, Mr. Sabbits. Reform the rest of the troop. Take care of the wounded. Detail 6 men for a burial party.
Yes, sir. Mercer, over here.
Hello, Boatwright.
Captain, sir?
What can I do for you?
Nothing, Captain. I'm all shot up. There's nothing anyone can do.
That was Yellowknife you killed, Boatwright.
I always wanted to get me an Indian, Captain. I sure never figured it'd be Yellowknife.
You did fine, Boatwright.
But here's something I took off Yellowknife. You keep it for me. You know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I sure do.
I feel all wet inside, Captain.
I'm sorry, Boatwright.
It's all right. I ain't scared.
Of course not.
Tell him goodbye for me, Captain. All of them.
Captain Quince reporting, sir.
I've just finished going over your report, Captain.
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure on reading it whether you deliberately disobeyed orders or not. Would you care to clarify that point?
Major Daggett, did you ever see one of these?
That's a scalp.
Private Boatwright took it off a Yellowknife, Major. It's a woman's scalp. Young woman.
Get rid of it.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince, I'm reporting to Washington that the gun smuggler's been destroyed, but that you were attacked by Yellowknife during the operation and were forced to defend yourself.
Thank you, Major.
That's all, Captain. Oh, Captain.
Yes, sir?
Just one more thing. In regard to your recommendation for a posthumous medal for Private Boatwright.
Yes, sir.
Washington might question a report that recommended an honor for one of the soldiers who actually brought on Yellowknife's attack. So, for the good of the company, I'd suggest...
That's all right, Major. Boatwright'd understand. He was a real soldier. A line soldier.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by John Meston, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Bob Sweeney, Sam Edwards, Jack Moyles, Jan Arvin, Joe Cranston, and Lou Krugman.
You'll be pleasantly surprised when you discover how Spam baked for dinner is a real taste tempter that satisfies the family completely. That's because Spam, S-P-A-M, is a perfect blend of sweet, juicy pork shoulder meat and tender ham, seasoned in a better way, cooked to a delicious extra goodness. Plan a meal around baked Spam. It's so easy. Just open a can of Spam, place the meat in a shallow baking dish, and bake according to the recipe on the label. In a jiffy, you'll take to the table a main course so distinctive in meaty flavor, So filled with lip-smacking satisfaction that the family will say, Spam is really elegant eating. Give the folks baked Spam tomorrow. The easiest to get, best to eat dinner you've had in a long, long time. But start right and get the real thing. Be sure to ask your food dealer for SPAM, Spam. And then you'll be happy like Susie in the story, who found...
Susie winked her eye, and Sam passed her by, but baked Spam for dinner was the way she got her guy.
Keep it tuned right here to Hojo Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Here's adventure. Here's romance. Here's the famous Robin Hood of the Old West.
Cisco, the sheriff, he is getting closer.
This way, Pancho. Vámonos.
The Cisco Kid. To tonight's exciting story of the Cisco Kid. It's about noontime of a blistering hot day as our story opens, and Cisco and Pancho, not caring much where their paths might take them, have wandered into a small town whose main street is almost deserted in the midday heat.
You ever been in this town before, Cisco?
No, I do not think so, amigo. I do not recognize anything here.
Well, it not matter to Pancho. All what matters is we find some shade and a place to eat. Pancho not want to bother to cook any food today.
No, neither do I. Yeah, look. There's the post office.
Where?
Ah, this is the town of Meadville.
Pancho never heard of it. We not been here before, Pancho sure.
No. Ah, there's a place where we might eat. Desert Joe's.
Yeah. Santo Pancho hope it's cooler than the desert inside.
Yeah, we can try it and find out. Oh, diablo.
Oh, loco. Oh, my goodness me. It's awful hot, amigo.
See. Yeah. Madre mia. That hombre must be in an awful hurry. Look at the way he's riding that horse.
See. And the horse is so loud that it may be white or it may be black. Pancho can see the color.
Yeah.
Over there. Oh, blast your wool, I said. Oh! I'll learn you to try to throw me.
Madre mia, he beat that horse.
Hola, senor. There is no way to treat that horse. First you ride him too hard, and then you beat him. Now, do not do that.
Mind your own business, stranger. I'll handle this horse the way I please.
You will not beat him again.
Give me that whip, Blaster.
I will as soon as you cool down a little.
Give me that whip.
All right. I do not want to have any trouble. He's too hot. There is the whip.
Now I'll give you a taste of it.
That is too much, hombre. You will not use that whip on me.
Find out whether I do or not.
Oh, see?
Ain't it fast, Cisco? It's too hot to fight today. Santo, it's even too hot to watch you fight.
He will not last long.
Bravo. Oh, get away with this. I'll finish you.
One more, Cisco, one more.
Yeah. And as for the whip, there, hombre. At least you will not use that whip anymore.
Found you. We're not finished yet. Not by a long sight. You'll hear from me again. Just wait and see.
Hombre, I would not wait 10 seconds to see you. Adios. Come, amigo.
Yeah.
Let us go inside and eat.
See, Cisco. It's funny, but that five gives Pancho a very big appetite. See, there's just enough excitement to make Pancho very hungry.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Howdy, Jack. Come in.
You know why I'm here, Brian?
I reckon I do, Jack. I want to talk to you about that. Say, what in thunder happened to you? You look like some bronc used your face for a doormat.
Never mind that. You're supposed to make your final payment on this outfit 2 days from now, Brian. Got the money ready for me?
Well, no, I haven't, Jack, and I'm afraid I won't have either. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. In fact, I was just getting ready to come into town and talk with you at your office.
Any talking we've got to do, we can do right here. Besides, I don't see what there is to talk about. Either you've got the money to pay for this place or you don't. Simple as that.
Listen, Jack, you know what's happened. You know my wife was in the hospital, and you know that it took just about every cent I had to pay for it. Now, I was going to suggest that maybe you could give me, say, a 2 weeks extension on the note.
Look, you pay what you owe me when you're supposed to pay it, or I take this place over. That's all there is to it, Brian.
You mean you won't give me any time?
Why should I?
Why, I'd heard you was cheap and hard, but I never thought you was this bad. When I took this place over from you, it was the worst excuse for a cow outfit in the whole country. But I worked on it. I rebuilt most of the buildings. I fertilized and rebuilt the soil so it'd feed cattle. Then I built up a herd to the point where it was paying me something. Now you think you're going to step in and take it all back just because I've had some hard luck. Well, you won't do it, Graff. I'll get the money to pay you off somewhere.
Yeah? Just where, Brian?
I'll borrow it in town, that's what I'll do. I'll borrow it from somebody.
You know there ain't one person who'd lend you money to you, Bryant, not against my wishes. No, sir, the people in Meadville know better than to do that. It wouldn't be healthy for them.
Well, I'll do something. I'm going to keep this spread if it's the last thing I do.
Hi, Dad.
Hello, son. You better go out again for a while. This man and I are busy.
Mr. Graff's after you for money, isn't he? Donnie told me that everybody in town owes Mr. Graff money.
That's enough, Chuck. You go outside now and wait till I call you.
All right. But look here. I found some rocks in my cave. Look how they shine.
Yes, but now let me see those, son.
Sure. Here. They were lying right in the floor of the cave.
Where is this cave?
Over in the south pasture, right by the twin alders.
That's enough, Chuck. Graff, I'm getting more certain every minute that you'll get your money in 2 days. And I'll have a lot more besides. Now get out of here.
Wait. There. Let me see those things. If they're what I think they are.
What you think makes no difference. Go on, get going.
All right, Brian. I'll go. But don't be too sure you'll be able to pay me off. Even if that is gold.
Gold, Dad? Did he call those rocks gold?
He did, Chucky, and that's what I think they are, too.
But how can you find out?
In town at the assayer's office. Come on, son. He'll tell us quick enough. It might well be that when you found these rocks, as you call them, you also found us a new lease on life.
I found out, Jack.
Found out what?
That gold the Bryant kid found. It's a real thing, all right.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I stood across the way from the assayer's office and watched him weigh and test the samples that Bryant took to him. Of course, I couldn't hear him talk, but I could see him laugh all right. Bryant wouldn't have been so blasted happy if it hadn't been gold.
No, that's just my luck. 2 days more and that spread would have been mine. Bryant didn't have a chance of borrowing money enough to pay off his mortgage. And that brother of his had to find a gold vein right on his land. Did you ever hear of such fool luck as that, huh?
Well, he's got it now, but what's to say he's going to keep it? It'd be a mighty easy thing for me to gun him, Jack. Him and the kid.
No, you can't do that. We can't kill him, then 2 days later take over his outfit. No, even I couldn't get away with that. Have to be done some other way. You know, it would look all right if Bryant was to just disappear, though, wouldn't it? Then I could take over without any questions being asked.
Yeah, but how you going to do that, Jack?
Well, let's take a ride out there and look at that cave the kid found.
All right.
We'll take along a stick or two of dynamite, too. Might be we can just shake the ground around a little so the cave would close right up with Bryant in it.
Do you think we ever see that hombre you had a fight with, Cisco?
If you mean, do I think he will make any trouble? No, amigo.
But they say get even with you.
See. But that does not worry me much.
No?
He was just in a bad temper, and he took it out on that poor horse. That is all. That hombre has probably forgotten all about it by this time.
Well, maybe so. But he a mean-looking hombre, Pancho, no. And Pancho think maybe he tried to...
Yeah, and Nino sitting by the side of the trail, holding his foot. Oh, diablo.
Oh, loco, boy. Look at the Nino now.
Yeah. What is wrong, Chico?
turned my ankle. It sure hurts.
Oh, a turned ankle always hurts, Chico. Here, let me feel it, just to make certain there's nothing broken in it.
All right.
Yeah. Why are you out here all alone?
I shouldn't be out here at all, I guess. I went into town to the assayer's office with my dad, and then he brought me back home. He told me I'd better stay there, but I didn't. I had to see the gold.
Gold? Where is your father now?
He's there, at the cave where I found the gold. And that's why I wanted to go. I started walking, but I twisted my ankle some way. It feels better, though.
Well, there is nothing broken in it, but it is swollen a little. Where is this cave you were going to?
Oh, about a mile and a half farther on.
Well, if your father is there, then I think we had better take you to him. You would like to ride with me, eh?
I'll say so. That's some horse you have, mister. Both of them.
Gracias.
Gee, I've never seen two horses like those. I can't walk very good.
Well, do not try to. I will lift you up. Here we go. Easy, Diablo. There.
This is almost as good as having a gold mine. Riding a horse like this one.
You're very lucky to have a gold mine, Chico. Not many people are so lucky. Up, Diablo, come on.
Oh, Blowo. How'd you like to have the gold mine, Chico, full of tortillas?
Well, your father must be very rich.
No, he's poor. Why, just today a man, Mr. Graff, warned Dad he'd take our ranch away from us if Dad didn't pay him what he owes him. You see, my ma died just a few weeks ago. She was in the hospital for a long time, and it cost Dad a lot of money.
Oh, I'm very sorry for you, Chico. But there seem to be so many things on your mind. Suppose you start and tell me the whole story. This Senor Graff, and the gold, and the money your father owes. Everything. It will take your mind off the soreness in your ankle.
All right, sure. Well, you see, Dad bought this ranch a couple of years ago from Mr. Graff. When Dad bought it, the ranch was in awful shape. The buildings were almost falling down.
That's the cave, all right, Hum.
There must be. Yeah. Here comes Bryant out.
Stay back. Don't let him see you.
He won't. Hey, look. He's got his barrel full of nuggets. That must be a real strike, Jack.
Yeah. And in 2 days, it'll be mine. Look, he's loading them into a saddlebag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now he's going back in for some more, I reckon.
All right. Light that fuse, quick.
Where are you going to throw the dynamite, Jack?
Right into that entrance. You stand aside as soon as I light it, so I'll have room to throw.
Yeah, well, get ready. I'm lighting it. Yeah, there.
Give it time now. There she goes.
Yeah, and right into the entrance.
She's gonna go. Turn your back.
That done it, Jack. She's sealed tight. Bryant's done for her.
Perfect. He'll stay in there till we get ready to dig out his dead body.
Hey, we forgot about the kid. What do we do about him, Jack? He must be back at the house.
That's right. We took care of the old man, so I reckon we can take care of the kid, too. Come on. We better be getting away from here.
In just a moment, we'll bring you the exciting climax of tonight's story of the Cisco Kid. And now, back to the Cisco Kid. Knowing full well that Les Bryant has no money with which to pay off his mortgage, Jack Graff, cunning and ruthless, has visions of reclaiming the ranch he once sold to Bryant. But Les's son, Chuck, found some rocks which turned out to be nuggets, which made Graff more anxious than ever to get the land. So willing to try anything to prevent Les from making the payment on the date due, Graff and a henchman dynamite the entrance to the cave where Bryant is mining the gold, and thus trapped him inside. But now we return to Cisco and Pancho, who have picked up Chuck Bryant, Les's son, and are approaching the cave where Les is entombed.
And so your father will be able to pay this graft after all, Chucky, eh?
That's right, Cisco. And sure was lucky for us I found those gold rocks.
It was, Chico. We found to think anybody lucky what finds golds.
Now, the cave's right around this bend here. Dad's probably inside working, digging out thousands of dollars worth right now.
Oh, see. You are very rich now, Chico.
We sure are, but it won't... Hey, let's see now.
See?
That's funny. The cave ought to be right there, but...
What I see is loose earth.
There's something wrong, Cisco. Something awful wrong. The cave ought to be right where that loose earth is.
Well, perhaps... Santo, Hodero.
Oh, loco. What do you think, Cisco?
I'm afraid to say what I think. Come on, Chucky. You sit right down there.
A landslide? You don't think Dad wouldn't be inside?
No. I am sure he is not in there, Chico. But I will call just to make sure. Senor Brian.
Get me out.
Hey, you did this?
We've got to get him out. We've got to get him out of there, Cisco.
Santo, we nothing to dig with but our hands.
Say, Pancho, ride to the nearest rancho and get the rancheros to come with picks and shovels.
Picks and shovels.
Go, ride hard, amigo.
Si, amigo. Here, Loco. Loco, go, boy. Go.
He'll die in there, Cisco. We got to get him out quick.
The only thing we can do is dig with our hands until Pancho brings help. Come on, Chucky, we dig.
Do you think we'll get him out, Cisco?
How big is the cave, Chuck?
It's pretty little. Just a little room. Maybe 6 or 7 feet deep and 3 feet wide. Do you think he'll smother Cisco?
No. Depends on how long he has been in there and how long it takes to get him out. But he will not smother. Santo, we cannot let him.
Oh, loco, boy.
Hey there. Where you going?
Oh, senor. Awful thing happened, senor.
Yeah? What?
Senor Bryant, he's trapped in a cabin. You hurry. Get the shovels and the picks to help.
That's Bryant? Where's the cave in?
By the mile south, by 2 big alder trees. And there's a hole in the ground there. Senor Bryant in there, and the entrance cave in. You hurry and get there, senor.
I sure will. I'll get there as fast as I can.
Where's the next house to get the help?
Straight up the trail there, about 2 miles.
Bueno, up, loco, go! You hurry, senor.
What'll we do with the kid when we get him, Jack?
I don't know yet. We'll decide that when we get him.
Do you think Brian's dead yet?
No, he won't die for hours. There's a lot of air in that cave.
Well, then we'd better.
Hey! Somebody riding this way. Better rein up, Hump. Oh, there.
Hey, he's really pounding leather, too.
Coming from the direction of the cave.
Hey, you don't suppose any...
Hey, that's that fat guy who was with the hombre who jumped me for laying the whip onto my mount.
Senores! Whoa, loco, whoa! You! The Senor Cisco hit.
That's right, Fatty.
Fatty? Look, senores, there's no time now to talk about this. Something very awful happened.
What?
Senor Bryant, he got trapped in a cave. What's falling on top of him? You help get him out. Go get the shovels and the picks and ride to the cave. He not live very...
Shut up.
Santo, you pull a gun.
Get off that horse.
Oh, they found out.
But you not sorry. This serious. That Senor die sooner.
Shut up.
But Pancho very sorry about that fight. We talk about it later. Right now, you better get...
Take his guns, Hump.
Do not take Pancho's guns. No, you...
Ask you. Nobody jumps Jack Graff twice and gets away with it.
You, Graff.
All right, get him, Hump.
Turn him around. I'll get him all right.
Guess that'll take care of him.
And I'll make sure that he won't wake up.
If he ain't dead now, he's got a cast iron head. Look, if he came from that cave, that means his partner must be there.
Are we going back to the cave?
I'll say we're going back. I said I'd get even with that big sidewinder, and I sure will. But we won't use the butt end of the gun on this one. We'll gun him down. Let's go, Hump. Here!
Cisco. We'll never get Dad out unless we get some help pretty quick.
See, I know it, Chucky. But they will be coming pretty soon now. Pancho would be there. Look, here comes one man now.
It's Mr. Prentice. And he's got shovels, Cisco.
Who there?
Hurry, senor, hurry.
Here, take a shovel, stranger. I brought a couple. Ain't come to him yet, huh?
No, not yet. Come on, dig.
Yeah.
Toward the top. You can break through him here.
Dad. And he sounds closer.
We are getting to him.
Si, senor. We'll get through to him quick now. Be less.
Here comes two more. It's Mr. Graff. And another one.
Graff? That hombre? Why, Get down, Chico.
They're fools. They're trying to kill us.
Yeah, they will not get far with that.
Oh, you knocked Graff's hat off. They're turning off. They've had enough.
Hey, I will give them more of that later. Right now, come on, back to the digging. Come on, dig.
What do you think got into Graff? He was trying to kill us.
I do not know.
Hey, look, a hole. You're through. Dad.
See. You are all right, say it, Brian?
I can get out of here now.
Good. Come on.
Thanks to you two, I'm still alive.
Here, come on. We can pull you out. A little more. Come on. There. Senor Brian, how did this happen? What caused this slide?
It wasn't a slide. This entrance was blown close. I heard an explosion, and then she caved in. It sure feels good. Chucky.
That explains why Graff tried to kill us then. He caused this because he did not want you to pay him what you owe.
Yes.
Chuck, you, senor. You take care of Brian now. I am going after a pair of coyotes. Diablo!
He's gaining on us, Jack.
Those trees up ahead. Turn in. It's our only chance.
Yeah.
Hoorah.
He shot the gun right out of my hand.
Put daylight in my sombrero. We'll get him. He won't see us here, so we can gun him right out of his saddle.
Yeah, just let me get one shot at that coyote. Just one shot.
You'll get it all right. But make it count. We'll get... Hey. Look, down the trail.
Hey, it's the fat one. He's coming. Why, I thought we killed him.
We better get them both now. All right, open up, Hump. Gun him down.
Hey, they're coming too close. I quit. I'm through. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
What do I say?
You have gunned someone for the last time, Graff.
Bless you. You think you're going to get me again? Have you get a chance?
I quit. I've had enough. Yeah, that takes care of that one.
And Pancho take care of this hombre.
Madre mia, why did you do that, Pancho?
Pancho got good reason, all right. You see these two bumps on Pancho's head?
Santo, si, amigo.
That hombre do this. But Pancho could even with him. Pancho give him one bump as big as these two.
Sure Mr. Graff will never bother us again, Cisco?
Oh, I am positive. He and the other bandito are in jail now, Chico, and they will stay there for a long time to come. That hombre has gotten away with a lot of things around here, but when he tried to kill your father, he went one step too far. You need never worry about him again.
I'm glad, Cisco.
Now what are you thinking about?
Supper. I'm hungry.
So is Pancho, Chico. We stop right here and cook some foods, no?
Oh, no. Let's go on home and eat.
Well, there is no use doing that, is there? We can eat here and then take you home. Pancho and I are both good cooks.
Yeah, but I bet you aren't as good at cooking as my Aunt Martha.
Your Aunt Martha?
Yeah, my mother's sister. She's the best cook in the world. And she's awful pretty, too.
She's staying at your house?
Yes, Cisco. So you come home with me and eat. Dad would want you to anyhow.
This aunt of yours, Chucky, she's married?
Oh, no. You'd like her, Cisco. She's the prettiest person I've ever seen.
Madre mia, all of a sudden I am very, very hungry. I can hardly wait. Up, Diablo, come on.
Go, Logo. Cisco hungry for kisses. Cisco.
Si, Pancho.
Why we leave Meadville so soon?
You are too tired to travel, amigo?
Too full.
Of what?
Tortillas, enchiladas, and tamales. That's Senorita Mother. Oh, she's a beautiful cook.
Si.
Do you like the tortillas she make?
Oh, si. They are so blue.
Si, they're very... Blue tortillas, Cisco?
Si.
Oh, Cisco, you're not talking about the tortillas she make, but the eyes she make. Why, Cisco?
Because the eyes she makes are so much better.
How'd you make eyes, Cisco?
Like this.
That's not making eyes, that's making face.
Well, then, like this, then.
A face like this is better than a tortilla?
Si, Pancho.
Well, Pancho knows something now, I think.
Bueno, what do you know now, amigo?
Why Cisco loses heart when he see the face what making eyes.
Why, amigo?
Because the face what make eyes make Pancho lose his appetite.
Oh, Pancho.
Oh, Cisco.
Up the arrow.
And so ends another thrilling adventure with O. Henry's famous Robin Hood of the West, the Cisco Kid.
Never borrow money needlessly, just when you must. Borrowed and where loans are a specialty from folks you trust. Borrow confidently from HFC.
Household Finance Corporation offices are listed in your telephone book.
Stay tuned to Hojo Radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And from Hollywood, here comes the star-studded show train. Tonight, your railroads, through the Association of American Railroads, present the sparkling musical comedy hit, Anything Goes. In our star-studded cast, you will hear the host of our series, Gordon MacRae, two famous guest stars, Margaret Whiting and Victor Moore, and a great cast of Hollywood featured players. The entire production set to the music of Carmen Dragon's orchestra and brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and the things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical comedy successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour show train presents Anything Goes by Guy Bolton and P.G. Wodehouse, with lyrics and music by Cole Porter, and starring Margaret Whiting as Reno Sweeney, Victor Moore in his original role of Moonface McGee, yours truly as Billy Crocker, and a great supporting cast including Betty Lou Gerson, Ralph Sedan, Bill Demling, and Herb Vigran. Marvin Miller is our announcer. Our chorus is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our orchestra is presided over by Maestro Carmen Dragon, who is now playing the final strains of our overture.
And now here's Gordon MacRae again, this time in the character of Billy Crocker. So from now on, anything goes.
A very good friend of mine, the famous nightclub entertainer Reno Sweeney, was sailing at midnight with the girls to appear at a very swank spot in England. So I hurried down to the dock to see her off.
When I got there, the passengers were streaming aboard, the band was playing, and I began elbowing my way through the crowd looking for Reno. All at once, I saw her and her girls going up the gangplank, so I dashed up after them and yelled, "Reno! Reno!" Look who came down to say bon voyage.
Oh, Billy. Billy, darling, I didn't think you'd remember. Oh, gosh, I wish you were sailing to London with me.
London. Why, I haven't even got the fare to Hoboken. E.J. Kipney's my ex-boss again, Reno.
Well, what have you done this time?
Well, remember the night I stood you up, Reno?
Well, if this is that ridiculous story about being stuck in an elevator for 6 hours, I don't want to hear about it.
Ah, but I was stuck, Reno. There was a girl in that elevator.
3 eyes, maybe?
Oh, now, Reno, you know what I mean. I took one look at her, and I knew this was it. For 6 hours, all I did was lean on that stop button and look. I found out her name was Hope Smith.
That took you 6 hours? Well, you used to get a phone number in 6 seconds.
Ah, but this was different. And, Reno, for 4 days, I've been all over Manhattan trying to find her. Oh, she was an angel.
Well, maybe I saw her. What color are her wings?
Huh, Reno, you sound a little sore.
Oh, Billy, what's the use of kidding? You know I've always had it bad for you.
Ah, you'll forget all about me in London. Why, monocles will be dropping into your lap like butterflies. Just think of all the excitement ahead.
What excitement, Billy? I get a kick out of you. Some like that perfume from Spain. I'm sure that if I took even one whiff, that would bore me terrifically too. Yet I get a kick out of you. I get a kick every time I see you standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to me you obviously don't adore me. And as I sing this refrain, each tender note Mr. Cole Porter wrote gives me totally nothing that's new. Yet I get a kick out of you. I get a kick every time I see you standing there before me. I get a kick, though it's clear to me you obviously don't adore me. As I sing this refrain, each tender note Mr. Cole Porter wrote gives me totally nothing that's new. Yet I get a kick out of you.
Well, how can you tell a girl who's that way about you that you're in love with someone else? You can't. Yet you do the best you can, and if the gal's a pal like Reno, she understands. Just as I was about to kiss Reno goodbye, a man dressed in the clothes of a minister stepped directly in between us. He looked and talked suspiciously like a fellow I knew named Victor Moore, as he looked up timidly at Reno and me and said,
Would you folks mind if I just stood between you for a few minutes? Say about 30?
Watch it, Billy.
Hey, Reverend, I was just about to kiss Miss Sweeney goodbye.
Well, go right ahead. I won't look.
But, Reverend, Reverend, you're standing between us.
Well, I don't like drafts. I'm supposed to meet a pal by the gangplank here. He's coming aboard with 50 grand. 50,000.
You mean $50,000?
Yeah, for missionary work in Africa. Little pygmies.
Say, how do you get to be a little pygmy?
Well, the first thing is, don't grow.
Reverend, pardon me, but your suitcase.
Huh?
It's open, and I may be wrong, but isn't that a machine gun nestling among your socks?
Whoa. I must have that catch fixed. My gang, my parish gave me that gun as a going-away present for wild tigers and things.
Reverend, you better look for that pal of yours with the 50 grand.
Yeah, I suppose so, but it was certainly nice and cozy here between you.
Oh, feel free to drop in any time, Reverend.
Yeah, and you do the same in my cabin. It's B1. I hope he makes the boat, because I just hate to travel alone.
All ashore that's going ashore, all ashore that's going ashore.
Billy, take the next boat over.
Well, Reno, there's Hope.
There is?
I mean, Hope Smith.
Oh.
And then there's my job.
Well, I thought you said you were fired again.
Oh, I was, but E.J. said he would hire me back if I found out who controls Bailey's Incorporated. He wants to buy it for $3 million.
You've got a hunt for a guy you want to pay $3 million to? Why?
Well, it's sort of high finance. Somebody holds the stock that controls the holding company that controls the holding company that controls the holding company that controls Bailey's Incorporated.
I'm sorry I asked. I never got past that first holding company, and neither will you.
Oh, yes, I will, Reno.
Well, okay, Billy. You better kiss me goodbye.
Reno, look, going in that door.
Oh, Billy, what's the matter?
It was Hope, the girl in the elevator, the girl I'm looking for.
Last call, all ashore, last call.
Billy, you've got to get off the boat.
I can't lose her now that I've found her.
Oh, Billy, you're out of your mind. You haven't got a ticket or a passport or clothes or anything. And what about your job?
Oh, to heck with the job, to heck with everything. I'm sailing.
Well, that won't go with your boss.
Boss or no boss, when you're in love, anything goes. In olden days, a glimpse of stocking was looked on as something shocking. Now heaven knows anything goes. Good authors, too, who once knew better words, now only use four-letter words, writing prose. Anything goes. The world has gone mad today, and good's bad today, and black's white today, and day's night today, when those skies today that women prize today are just silly gigolos. So though I'm not a great romancer, I know that you're bound to answer when I propose. Why, anything goes.
Anything goes?
Why, sure. You know, Reno, way back in the days of Mom and Pop.
Well, I know what you're going to say. That anything went from soup to bebop.
Songwriting used to be so lyrical. Now it just sounds satirical with that oop-bop-a-dop, beep-boop, boy. Anything goes. The world has gone mad today, good's bad today, black's white today, day's night today, all guys today, the women tries today, the silly Romeo.
So though I'm not a great romancer, I know that you're bound to answer when I propose.
It's plain to see that practically anything goes.
Well, the boat has sailed, and there I was en route to England, standing alone on deck at 2 a.m. without ticket, without passport. Over an hour before, I had sent a note to Hope asking her to meet me up on deck right away. And just as I was about to give up hope, I heard the patter of tiny feet.
Billy. Oh, Billy, I just got your note.
Hope. Oh, at last I found you. Ever since that night in the elevator, I searched for you. I must have phoned over 1 million Smiths. I got nickel happy.
But, Billy, I didn't give you my telephone number for a reason.
Reason? What reason? Our souls touch between the 6th and 7th floors of the Ritz Plaza Hotel.
Oh, but there are reasons, very good ones. I'm sailing with my mother and Sir Evelyn Oakley, my fiancé.
You're what?
We're going to be married in England, Billy.
Oh, now, darling, you can stop all this nonsense about a fiancé and marriage right now.
It's not nonsense. Family, business, money. You can't know how important my marrying Evelyn is.
Well, you forgot about it one night in an elevator. And you're going to forget it again because tonight we've got a moon, a very beautiful moon.
This is so silly and hopeless. Why, I don't even know the first thing about you.
Oh, yes, you do. The first thing about me is that I love you. Why, you've been with me every night since the first night I saw you.
All through the night, I delight in your love. All through the night, you're so close to me. All through the night, from a height far above, you and your love bring me ecstasy. When dawn comes to waken me, you're never there at all. I know you've forsaken me till the shadows fall. But then, once again, I can dream I've the right to be close to you all through the night.
Billy, darling.
Oh, kiss me, sweetheart. It's even better than I dreamed.
But a dream is all that can ever be between us, Billy. Now, I must go.
With that moon shining down on us like that, oh, hope you can't.
Well, if I stop to think twice.
Well, don't think twice. Think once.
Then I'll stay.
Oh, darling. And then once again will I know I was right, staying so close to you.
We'll be back with Anything Goes in just a moment. But first, here's a reminder. As you know, America enjoys the services of many forms of transportation and finds use for them all. But there is nothing in existence and nothing in sight that could take the place of railroads in handling transportation requirements so varied and so vast as those of America. That may be one reason why General Brehon Somervell, who during the recent war was in charge of the whole tremendous business of supplying the United States Army, called the railroads the backbone of our transportation system, and declared that, quote, they must be maintained and developed primarily against the day when we should again have to call upon them to implement the defense of these United States, end of quotation. What General Somervell said about the railroads in the emergency of war is just as true in time of peace, for America's basic transportation runs on rail. And now
now back to Anything Goes and Gordon MacRae as Billy Crocker.
All through the night, with Hope by my side, I didn't worry at all. But in the cold, gray light of dawn, I remember that I had no money, no clothes, no ticket, and no passport. I also remember the Reverend Moon, so I dashed below and burst into the Reverend's stateroom.
All right, now, don't shoot. I'll come quietly.
Why, what's the matter, Reverend?
Oh, it's you. I was expecting someone else.
Well, you said I could use your cabin if your pal didn't show up, and,
Oh, I'm awfully glad to see you. He didn't show up, and I've been very, very lonesome.
Well, I don't know how long I'll be here, Reverend. I haven't a ticket or anything.
Oh, I can fix that up for you. Here's my pal's ticket, and here's his passport.
That's big of you, Reverend.
Well, I am big in a small way. What's the matter? Anything wrong with the passport?
Well, Reverend, I don't mind posing as James Hill, but this picture.
Oh, yeah. Well, we can give you that scar with a knife. I can broaden out your nose if you just let me jump on it once or twice.
Now, listen, if anybody's going to jump on my nose, I'll do it myself, Reverend.
Well, I have a little confession to make to you. I'm not a reverend.
Well, don't worry. Maybe you'll be promoted next year. Now, let's see. The first thing I have to have is something to wear besides this tuxedo.
Now, you don't understand. This may be a shock to you, but I'm Moonface McGee.
Your face is fine with me, Reverend. Where could I get a suit?
Just a minute. I'm a crook. I'm public enemy number 13. Of course, it's just a temporary rating. That Washington crowd has got it in for me. I should at least be number 9. Or 10 or 11, maybe.
Reverend, please, I've got a lot on my mind.
Are you listening to me, or I'll blow your head off.
Huh? What? Hey, Reverend, don't point that machine gun at me.
I guess you'll believe I'm Moonface McGee now. This is my old friend, Put.
Well, put it down. You're my pal. I wouldn't give you away, Reverend.
Oh, just call me Doc.
Okay, Doc.
Now, don't be afraid. I got Put right here in my hand. Come in.
Say, what's going... Wow! Lay that machine gun down, Reverend.
Reno.
You might as well know. I'm Moonface McGee. I'm a very dangerous man.
All right, so you're dangerous. What gives, Billy?
Well, number one, I've got to get some clothes so I can get up on deck and see Hope.
Oh, that's easy. Swap yourself a sailor suit. There's a dozen of them hanging out on the poop deck. At least I think I mean poop deck.
Say, I think I could use you in my line of business.
You always come through, Reno.
Let's see, Billy. I'd say you take about a size 40. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Oh, Doc, you're a saint.
Now, don't say that to Public Enemy 13. It's subversive.
Billy, what goes with Hope?
Oh, it's not so good, Reno. She's going to England to marry one Sir Evelyn Oakley.
Oh, that must be Mr. All-Teeth and No-Chin I just met up on deck. Would it help any if I sort of got next to him, Bill?
Oh, would it help? Oh, what a pal you are. Gee, I don't know how to tell you, Reno.
Well, don't try it, Billy. Let me. Add words poetic, you're so pathetic that you always have found it best. Instead of getting them off your chest, you let them rest unexpressed.
I hate parading my serenading, as I'll probably miss a bar. But if this ditty is not so pretty, at least let me tell you how great you are. You're the top, you're the Coliseum, you're the top, you're the Louvre Museum. You're a melody from a symphony by Strauss. You're an Ascot bonnet, a Shakespeare sonnet, you're Blanding's house. Oh, you're the Nile, you're the Tower of Pisa, you're the smile of the Mona Lisa. I'm a worthy worthless check, a total wreck, a flop. But if, baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top.
You're the top. You're expensive candy. You're the top. You're Napoleon brandy. You're the purple light of a summer night in Spain. You're the National Gallery. You're Crosby, Salary. You're cellophane. You're sublime. You're a turkey dinner. You're the time of the Derby winner. I'm a toy balloon that is fated soon to pop. But if, baby, I'm the bottom, you're the top.
You're the top. You're a walnut salad. You're the top. You're a Merlin salad.
I'm just in the way, as the French would say, to drop. Oh, I still feel I'm the bottom, you're the top.
While Reno and I were busy patting each other on the back, the Reverend Moon had raided the clothesline and came back carrying a sailor suit over his arm.
Billy, the only one I could get my hands on was size 48. But maybe it'll give you a sort of a full draped effect.
Moonface, I could kiss you.
Oh, right here in front of Miss Sweeney.
Oh, Billy, you're going to look cute in a sailor suit. Try it on.
Oh, I don't care how I look, just so I can talk to Hope.
What's happening?
I've been afraid of this. We may have to shoot our way out of here. I got put already.
Doc, put down that gun.
All right, hands up, Snake Eyes. We've got you covered.
Hello, Captain.
Oh, Reverend, good work. I see you got hold of his machine gun and got him covered.
Captain, what's going on here?
That man you thought was a friend, Miss Sweeney, is none other than public enemy number one.
But this is ridiculous.
Aren't you traveling on a passport made out to one James Hill?
Yes.
Well, I just received a radiogram from Washington informing me that James Hill is just an alias for Snake Eyes Johnson. All right, men. Take him to the brig.
Now, just a minute, Captain.
Yes, Reverend?
There's good in every man, even Snake Eyes Johnson. What would putting him in the brig do but keep him from seeing hope? I mean, having hope. I mean,
Keep working, Doc. I'm with you.
Moonface, I love you.
It'll be a sacrifice, Captain, but for the rest of the trip, I'd like you to hand over his Snake Eyes to me. And maybe by the time we get to London, he'll be the kind of a man I am.
Well, hallelujah!
Well, this would be highly irregular.
I feel like a better man already, Captain.
Well, there you are. There's good in everybody, just like there's sin in everybody. Are you without sin, Captain?
Well, now that you mention it.
We've all got sin, but we can cast it out. I'm going to search your hearts, folks.
You tell him, Reno.
Do you hear that playing?
Yes, I hear that playing.
Do you know who's playing?
No, who is that playing?
Why, it's Gabriel playing.
Gabriel playing.
Gabriel saying.
Gabriel saying. Will you be ready to go when I blow my horn?
Blow, Gabriel, blow. Go on and blow, Gabriel, blow. I've been a sinner, I've been a scamp, but now I'm willing to trim my lamp. Blow, Gabriel, blow. I was low, Gabriel, low.
That's mighty low, Gabriel, low.
But now since I've seen the light, I'm good by day and I'm good by night. So blow, Gabriel, blow. Once I was headed below.
Once she was headed below.
But when I got to Satan's door, I heard you blowing on your horn once more. So I said, Satan, farewell. And now I'm all ready to fly. Yes, to fly higher and higher and higher. 'Cause I've gone through the brimstone and I've been through the fire. And And I purge my soul and my heart too. So climb up the mountaintop and start to blow, Gabriel.
And start to blow.
Go on and blow, Gabriel.
Go on and blow, Gabriel, blow.
I want to join your happy band and play all day in the promised land. So blow, Gabriel, blow.
Get up, you scamps, get up, you sinners. You're all too full of expensive dinners. Stand up on your lazy feet and sing.
Come on and blow, Gabriel, blow. Go on and blow, Gabriel, blow.
I've been a sinner, I've been a scamp, but now I'm willing to dim my lamp. So blow, Gabriel, blow.
And now we're all ready to fly. Yes, to fly higher and higher and higher.
'Cause I've gone through the brimstone, and I've been through the fire, and I've purged my soul and my heart too. So climb up the mountain top and start to blow, Gabriel, blow.
Start to blow, go on and blow, Gabriel, blow.
Now I just want to join your happy band, play all day in the promised land. So blow, Gabriel,
Gabriel, blow.
I was sure that everybody would give me the cold shoulder when they thought I was Snake Eyes Johnson and public enemy number one. Instead, the girls flocked around me up on deck like bees around honey.
Mr. Johnson, may I have your autograph? Mr. Johnson, you kiss me, please, honey. Get your place in line.
There's no waiting over here in line.
Tell us about your early life, Mr. Johnson.
I was just beginning to enjoy myself and getting all set to tell them I was born with a silver gat in my mouth when I looked up and there, standing before me, was my sweetheart, Hope, and her charming fiancé, Sir Evelyn Oakley.
I say, Hope, what is going on?
Nothing of importance, Evelyn. Let's get out of here.
Hope.
Clam up, Billy.
No, wait a minute, Hope. I'm not public enemy number 1, 2, 3, or 4. What? I'm just Billy Crocker, out of a job, out of money, out of everything, but nothing matters so long as I get the girl I love.
Oh, but that's impossible, Billy.
Man, throw this imposter in the brig.
Wait just a minute.
Yes, Reverend.
If you want a real public enemy, Captain, I can help you out.
You?
Oh, yes. I'm not a reverend at all. I'm Moonface McGee.
And who is that?
You haven't heard of Moonface McGee? Why, I'm public enemy number 13. I'd be much higher if it weren't for that crowd in Washington. So if any of you girls would like to kiss me or cut off a button or two for a souvenir, well, here I am. Don't be bashful, anybody.
Men, throw both these bums in the brig.
Don't worry, Hope, darling. I'm not going to give up yet. I'll find some way to get out, and what's more, I'll find some way to stop your marriage to Sir Evelyn, too.
Oh, too late for that old thing. Our train leaves 20 minutes after we dock.
Your train?
That's right, darling.
But it isn't right, darling. It isn't right at all, 'cause you'll get no kick in a train planning to marry some Tom, Dick, or Harry and carry the torch your life through. 'Cause I get a kick out of you.
As General Somerville said in the speech I quoted to you a few minutes ago, our railroads must be maintained and developed as an essential element of our national defense. And these same railroads are the main arteries of American commerce. Since the recent war, they have carried more passenger travel, They have moved more tons of freight, more miles. They have gotten more service out of each freight car than ever before in time of peace. In doing so, they have set new all-time records in the amount of transportation service turned out by the average freight train, all as part of America's unprecedented go-ahead drive toward maximum production and better living. As their part of this drive, the railroads are spending $1 billion a year on new cars and engines, new tracks and signals, new plant and equipment of every sort to provide better and better service for you. In getting these new things, railroads have met the same sort of shortages and difficulties which have kept you from getting all the new things you would like to have. But the new passenger cars which were ordered during and just after the war are coming into service. More and more each day, we are seeing luxurious new coaches and sleeping cars, new dining and lounge cars, new streamlined trains on the rails. And the all-important freight car fleet is growing. Since the war, nearly 200,000 new freight cars have been put in service, but still more are needed, and the railroads are making every effort to get them. They have ordered another 100,000 new cars, enough to keep all the car builders busy for a year to come. So, right now, with the year's peak movement of freight with us, the railroads are not only working to meet today's needs, but are planning and preparing to meet any greater emergency which might be ahead. We'll return to Anything Goes in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And here again is Gordon MacRae in the character of Billy Crocker.
For 4 days, Moon and I sat on the brig together. I knew we must be in England, but nobody came to tell us. And Moon spent most of his time trying to peek out the tiny porthole. Suddenly, his voice held a small ray of hope.
Yep, we're in England, all right. Somebody lifted the fog, and I can see a teeny-weensy piece of the dock.
Well, you better make it a good look. That's about all we'll ever get to see of England on this trip.
Billy, cheer up. Maybe we're looking on the dark side too much.
Oh, Doc, the only thing that can help me is seeing hope. The note she sent me is breaking my heart.
Now, Billy, don't read that note again. You know I cry easy.
But I've got to read it. Listen. Darling Billy, I understand everything, but nothing can be done.
Oh, Billy, please.
I love you, but I'm marrying Sir Evelyn. Forget about me, but always love me.
Oh, I told you not to read that again.
I gotta get out of here, Doc. Somehow, some way, I've got to get to Hope. What's that?
You're right this way, Miss Sweeney.
Well, thank you, guard. Hello, boys. Here's the first cake I ever baked to cheer you up on your way back to New York.
What do we want a cake for at a time like this?
Yeah, what for? What flavor is it?
Well, it's pistachio.
Ah, that's one flavor I can't stand.
Well, it's not exactly pistachio. It's more, caramel meringue orange. Take the cake.
It looks terrible. What's that big lump in the center?
Take the cake.
We don't want that mouth-eating piece of pastry.
Nah.
Take the cake.
Your time is up, Miss Sweeney, and I guess you ain't sorry, huh?
Oh, they're just a little stir-crazy, that's all. Maybe it'll help if I sing them an old song.
We don't want to hear any old songs.
Well, you're going to hear this one. It goes, take the cake, there's a file right in it. Take the cake, you'll be out in a minute.
Oh, you're quite a dame, and you'll win your fame on earth as a gorgeous spy in the FBI.
Or Leavenworth.
All the time Moon and I were trying to file our way out of the brig, I was picturing Hope and that buck-toothed fiancé of hers, Sir Evelyn, smug and serene in his feudal English castle, getting ready for their marriage ceremony.
Oh, dear, dear. Well, Hope, old gal. Now you've seen Oakley Manor, and in an hour you'll be the mistress of it.
I know, Evelyn.
Frankly, I couldn't be unhappier.
Neither could I.
You see, old dear, I met a gal on board ship named Reno. We spent a good deal of time in a lifeboat together.
Oh, that's all right, Evelyn. You see, there was a boy on board ship, too. His name was Billy.
Oh, fortunate we all didn't head for the same lifeboat. What?
Well, yes, I guess. Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, that face at the French door.
Oh, it's just me. Come on, kids. It's all right.
Oh, Billy.
Hope, darling.
And Reno.
Evie, I've missed you and all those lovely teas.
Isn't there anybody for me?
I've got news for you, Evie. You're not marrying Hope.
Oh, fine with me, old boy. But impossible, I'm afraid. My pater and Hope's mate are working on the deal right now.
Deal? What kind of deal?
Well, you see, my pater controls Grayson's Limited. And when I marry Hope, he also gets control of Bailey's Incorporated.
Bailey's Incorporated? Hope, what have you got to do with Bailey's?
Well, my father left me stock that controls the holding company, that controls the holding company, that controls the holding company, that controls Bailey's.
You? Hope, darling, you're the one I've been looking for.
Well, Billy, I know you love me, but Evelyn's father's paying $50,000 for that stock.
$50,000. Look, do you know what I've got right here in my pocket? Right here I have a contract from Kitney, and I hope someday Crocker, offering $3 million for that stock.
I say, isn't this jolly? Now you don't have to marry me, Hope. Oh, Reno.
Is there something bothering you, Evie?
Oh, dear. Would you consider becoming Lady Oakley?
Would I? I'm just sorry my old man isn't here. He said I'd never be a lady, but I made it.
Well, you know, we might spend the honeymoon in a lifeboat. What?
This is all peachy, but I'm wondering if I could use the same hideout you're going to, Billy. I get awfully lonesome.
Hideout?
Well, you're in England without a passport, and by now I'm probably way up on the list of public enemies. I've been working awful hard.
Well, I don't understand it. I cabled the State Department about you both this morning, but I haven't got an answer.
Oh, dear. Possibly that's what this wireless for you is, Hope. I thought it might be congratulatory, and I didn't want to depress you.
Here, I'll read it, Evelyn. Yep, here it is. Temporary passport granted William Crocker.
Anything about me, Billy?
Yeah, there's something about you, too, Doc.
Pretty bad, huh? Well, go ahead and read it to me.
It says, Moonface McGee, off public enemy lists entirely. Not wanted anywhere, absolutely harmless.
Let me say that. I just don't understand this administration.
Well, don't worry, Doc. Hope and I want you to be best man at our wedding.
Oh, might as well make it a double wedding. What?
Well, fine. I'll bring put and make it a double-barrel machine gun wedding.
Oh, Hope, darling, we're going to be so happy. And then once again will I know I was right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our two guest stars this evening, Miss Margaret Whiting and Mr. Victor Moore, and to the other members of tonight's cast for their fine performances in our production of Anything Goes, which was adapted for radio by Don Ettlinger. Next week, our star-studded show train will arrive in the same tracks at the same time. On board will be the Metropolitan Opera star, Miss Risa Stevens, Mr. Fortunio Bonanova, and we have also invited Mr. Adolphe Manjou to join me in bringing you the famous Jerome Kern operetta, The Cat and the Fiddle, with our chorus under the direction of Norman Luboff and the music arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, so until next week, goodbye. And friends, remember, during the coming week, as always, the American Railroads will provide for you the dependable low-cost transportation which is so essential to the American way of living. Anything Goes has been presented by special arrangement with Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gordon McRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the Association of American Railroads. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry croquettes, tempting golden brown croquettes so crisp and tender crusted they break at the touch of a fork. Delicious? For crispy, full-flavored fried foods, get pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Thanks for listening to Hojo Radio. We'll be back again very soon.